Chapter 1307. Three God Clans. This was the first time Fong Chen heard of it. Even in the inherited memory of Little Mouse, there was no information about the three God Clans. Three God Clans. Fong Chen was very surprised. The God Realm was known to be the peak of the universe. Below the God Realm, everything was mortal. However, it was very difficult to step into the God Realm. For thousands of years, there might not be one person who could enter the God Realm. Therefore, the God Realm was very mysterious to the martial artists of the 36 Archipelago. Below the God Realm was the vast and boundless void ocean. At the beginning of the universe, the void ocean occupied more than 99% of the area. Later, with the gradual rise of the human race and thousands of races, there were 36 archipelago. The 36 archipelago was so far all the areas inhabited by humans, spanning the entire universe. And the three God clans mentioned by Ling Yu were actually above the 36 archipelago, called the strongest forces under the God Realm. Yes, our three God clans have a very high status in the universe. Even a master of the 36 archipelago has to bow his head when meeting our three God clans. Ling Yu said proudly. Fong Chen's mind suddenly thought of something. According to Ling Yu, the three God clans were the strongest forces under the God Realm and the masters of the 36 archipelago. Then what about the demon subduing world? Fong Chen clearly remembered that when he first joined the demon subduing world, senior brother Gu Chuan said that the demon subduing world was the strongest force under the God Realm. Now Ling Yu said so. Obviously, he didn't know the existence of the demon subduing world. The more he thought, the more Fong Chen felt that the demon subduing world seemed to be carrying out some plan. Is there no other force in the universe that is stronger or on par with the three God clans? Fong Chen asked tentatively. Ling Yu heard this and shook his head slightly. Brother Fong, it seems that you still don't have a deep understanding of the three God clans. If you have contact with the three God clans, you will know what a real master is. Looking at the 36 archipelago, not to mention surpassing the three God clans, there is no force that is on par with the three God clans. It can be said that if the three God clans are compared to heavenly body realm martial artists, then the 36 archipelago is heavenly dipper realm martial artists. This is the essential difference. Ling Yu continued. Fong Chen's heart stirred slightly. From Ling Yu's words, Fong Chen could feel the tyrannical power of the three God clans. However, he did not think that subduing Devil World was inferior to the three major God clans. It was just that due to the rules of the Devil Vanquishing World, he could not mention it to the outside world. I didn't expect the three God clans to be so powerful, Fong Chen laughed. Little Mouse did not expect that the warrior he and Boss had casually saved was someone from one of the three God tribes. However, with this, Fong Chen felt relieved. Previously, he had been wondering why a cultivator at the first level of the heavenly body tier would dare to enter the purgatory. Even if the elites of the three God tribes were only at the first level of the heavenly body tier, their battle prowess was still far superior to ordinary cultivators. Of course, Brother Fong, you will know later how strong the three God clans are. Speaking of the three God clans, Ling Yu is very proud. What about the other two God clans? Fong Chen asked curiously. The three God clans are at the three extremes of the universe. Relatively speaking, my spirit clan is closer to this purgatory. As for the Yuan clan, it is in the far west of the universe. At the same time, the Yuan clan is also the most powerful clan among the three God clans. The Yuan clan is the strongest. Then what about your spirit clan? The three God clans were once the strongest masters of the universe. However, with the passage of time, the development of the younger generation gradually widened the gap between the three God clans. Among the younger generation of the Yuan clan, a very tyrannical existence appeared, so much so that the Yuan clan was above the other two God clans and became the number one God clan. As for my spirit clan, the development of the younger generation is normal, good in all aspects, second only to the Yuan clan. As for the Luo clan, when it came to the Luo clan, Ling Yu's face changed obviously. What about the Luo clan? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. As long as it was a clan related to his mother's surname, he was very concerned. However, he did not think that his mother's clan was one of the three god clans, the Luo clan. The Luo clan was a clan that stood at the peak of the universe, one of the three strongest clans under the god realm. If his mother was a member of the Luo clan, how could she enter the ancient sword continent of the Qinyan domain and give birth to him with his father? Fang Chen shook his head and immediately looked at Ling Yu. The Luo clan was originally very powerful. There was an old antique in the clan whose strength shocked the ancestors of the Yuan clan. At that time, the Luo clan was the most powerful clan among the three god clans. Unfortunately what? Little Mouse was also very curious about the secrets of the three god clans. My position in the spirit clan is not high, and I don't know much. I've vaguely heard others say that the ancestor of the Luo clan had fallen. As for the reason, no one knows. Ling Yu said, at that time, the Luo clan was in a precarious situation, and rumors were everywhere. It is said that before the ancestor of the Luo clan fell, he tore the void and sent the disciple he was most proud of to a certain corner of the universe. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Before the ancestor of the Luo clan fell, he tore the void and sent the disciple he was most proud of to a certain corner of the universe. Could this be his mother? Originally, he thought that his mother would definitely not have anything to do with the three god clans. However, now, hearing Ling Yu's words, he felt that the disciple who was sent away by the ancestor of the Luo clan was very similar to his mother. Why did he send the disciple away? Fang Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked, I don't know. It is said that it involves the secrets of the Luo clan. No one outside knows. Ling Yu shook his head. If he was not a disciple of the spirit clan, he would not know this at all. Looking at the universe, I am afraid that only the other two god clans know about the Luo clan's affairs. The disciple who was sent away was the most proud disciple of the Luo clan. I don't know if he's been found. Fang Chun continued to ask. He has been found. The Luo clan later stabilized and sent their disciples to search for him. He was soon found. Speaking of this, Ling Yu's eyes shone with golden light. The Luo clan is really lucky. The proud disciple who was sent away by the ancestor of the Luo clan did not waste his cultivation, but also comprehended the inheritance of the Luo clan. As soon as he returned to the Luo clan, he shocked the entire Luo clan. After that, the woman was quickly crowned as the Holy Maiden of the Luo clan. Ling Yu said, the Holy Maiden of the Luo clan was simply like a legend. Within the three god clans, many disciples were discussing this matter. The Holy Maiden of the Luo clan. What is her name? Fang Chen's breathing was a little short. He felt that he was a little unable to control the restlessness in his heart. Of course I know. In the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan, no one doesn't know the name of the Holy Maiden of the Luo clan. Ling Yu grinned. Her name is Luo Lioli. Boom! Fang Chen's mind shook, and his heart was full of complex emotions. Is Luo Lioli of the Luo clan really his mother? Recalling all the previous things, combined with Ling Yu's words, the Luo clan is very likely to be the clan of his mother. Fang Chun resisted the excitement in his heart, clenched his fists, and secretly vowed that one day he would personally go to the Luo clan to confirm the truth of this matter. Brother Fang, what's wrong with you? Ling Yu saw that Fang Chen's face was a little strange and hurriedly asked. Awakened by Ling Yu's words, Fang Chun shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Are you shocked by the three great god clans? In fact, it's the same. Every martial artist who knows about the three great god clans for the first time has the same expression as you. Ling Yu laughed. Fang Chun didn't hear a word of what Ling Yu said next. In his mind, his mother's name kept echoing. After a long time, Ling Yu's injury was healed. Brother Fang, entering purgatory this time is a tempering for me by the elders of the clan. When I collect all the badges, I will leave purgatory. I hope that one day we can meet again. Ling Yu said to Fang Chun. We will. Fang Chun nodded. Ling Yu left. In fact, Ling Yu was willing to say so much to Fang Chun because he recognized Fang Chun. Second layer of the heavenly body realm, only one layer higher than him, but his strength was so much stronger than him. As a member of the God clan, Ling Yu felt that Fang Chen's potential was very strong. Therefore, he befriended Fang Chen. After Ling Yu left, Fang Chen looked at the sky with dull eyes. "Boss," Little Mouse called softly. Hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Little Mouse asked. "Hunt down foreign clans, seize badges, and improve our strength." In an instant, Fang Chen's whole body exuded a strong fighting spirit. At this moment, his heart was incomparably firm. Even the torture of the blood poison couldn't shake his heart. He wanted to improve his strength and go to the Luo clan to find his mother. After Ling Yu bid farewell to Fang Chen, he soon found the other disciples of the Spirit Clan. "Ling Yu, you sent out a distress signal before, but when we rushed over, you were no longer there." A man in green saw Ling Yu appear and grinned. "I was saved by a human martial artist." Ling Yu said. "Ling Yu, your luck is good." Ling Feng said, "Brother Feng, the human martial artist who saved me has strong potential and seems to have broken through the limit." Ling Yu hesitated for a moment and said. Hearing this, Ling Feng spread out his hands and said, "Breaking through the limit is nothing. In my spirit clan, there are many geniuses who have broken through the limit." "But," Ling Yu hesitated. "But what?" Ling Feng frowned and asked. He had never seen Ling Yu so hesitant. "I vaguely felt a trace of the original demon sword's aura on his body." Ling Yu said, "Aye, what demon sword's aura?" Hearing this, Ling Feng's face became extremely dignified. "Are you sure?" Ling Feng asked in a deep voice. Ling Yu said, "I'm not sure. I just felt that there was a very demonic sword chi on his body. I wanted to explore it carefully, but I found that my primordial spirit couldn't check his body." Hearing this, Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that you think too much. How could the original demon sword of the Yuan clan be obtained by a heavenly body realm martial artist?" Chapter 1308. After bidding farewell to Ling Yu, Fang Chun found a hidden place, set up a chain formation, and began to cultivate in seclusion. "Boss," Little Mouse called out, "I want to cultivate in seclusion and seek a breakthrough," Fang Chun said solemnly. Little Mouse nodded and then said, "Boss, you can cultivate in seclusion. I'll go out for a walk." Little Mouse didn't like to cultivate. If he cultivated like Fang Chun, his strength would definitely not be like this. Hearing that Boss was going to cultivate in seclusion, he didn't want to be bored here. "Okay, be careful." After saying that, Fang Chun got into the formation and began to cultivate. As for the little mouse, it quietly left the place. Entering the purgatory, time was no longer so important for martial artists. A few years, or even decades, were just a snap of the fingers. This time seclusion was mainly to comprehend Sword Dao. Perhaps it was because of the Golden Heart, but Fang Chun had a strong understanding of the Sword Dao. As time passed, his Sword Dao talent was even more heaven-defying. The more he came into contact with the Golden Heart, the more he felt its mystery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In these 3 months, Fang Chun finished cultivating the 9th layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique. Under Fang Chen's unremitting efforts, he had finally cultivated this cultivation method to its peak. The 9th layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique was extremely powerful. It could burst out tens of thousands of sword lights in an instant, converging into a huge sword net. Ordinary 6th layer heavenly body tier martial artists couldn't resist such a powerful attack. However, the elites in the purgatory were different. The martial artists here were practically all capable of leapfrogging ranks to battle. Any one of them could cause a stir in the sect outside. Not to mention others, just Ling Yu, who was at the 1st layer of the heavenly body tier, could have such powerful battle prowess. Even compared to Fang Chun, he was not inferior. After entering the purgatory for such a long time, Fang Chun also gradually knew the geniuses here couldn't be treated the same as outside. Therefore, even martial artists with very low cultivation couldn't be ignored. Phew! Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. After cultivating for 3 months, he had finally reached the peak of the heavenly sealing technique. Next, his main target would be the Phantom Heaven Extinguishing Sword. From a certain perspective, the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword also belonged to the illusory Sword Dao. Together with Fong Chen's illusion, its power could be further increased. It had to be said that as a high-level secret technique, the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword was abnormally difficult to cultivate. After cultivating for an entire month, there was still no progress. However, just as Fong Chen was about to give up, the golden heart suddenly started beating. Following that, traces of golden light shot out from the golden heart and entered his mind. Fong Chen was a little surprised, but when he felt the golden luster, his heart trembled. This was because after the golden light entered his primordial spirit, a tiny figure that looked exactly like Fong Chen appeared in his primordial spirit. This little person held a long sword in his hand and brandished a messy sword technique. At first glance, this swordsmanship was too clumsy. However, when Fong Chen took a closer look, there was a storm in his heart. "Isn't this the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword?" Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. The little person in his primordial spirit was actually brandishing the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword secret technique. What was going on? Was it because of the golden heart? At this moment, Fong Chen couldn't care so much anymore. He directly got up, held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and followed the little person in his primordial spirit to cultivate the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword secret technique. Because of the guidance of the little person, some things that he didn't understand before were instantly understood. Fong Chen's talent in swordsmanship was extremely heaven-defying. With the guidance of the little person, he quickly grasped the core essence of the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword secret technique. "Ha!" Fong Chen let out a cheerful laugh. He constantly brandished the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword secret technique. After cultivating continuously for 3 days, he finally stopped at a certain moment. Whoosh! Putting away the star-hidden sword, Fong Chen's heart was very excited. Now, he was even more curious about the golden heart. With the help of the golden heart, he successfully cultivated the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword secret technique that he had been unable to cultivate until now. Now, I'm not afraid to face a martial artist at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier, right? Fong Chen said to himself. Of course, the 4th level he was referring to were the genius elites in the purgatory. In 4 months, Fong Chen had undergone earth-shaking changes. His strength was much stronger than it was 4 months ago. Just as Fong Chen was ecstatic, the communication jade pendant suddenly rang. "Boss, come quickly." The little mouse's voice was very urgent. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face immediately became gloomy. His figure flashed, and the true meaning of time and space was urged to the extreme. He directly rushed towards the address that the little mouse had mentioned. After a few hours, Fong Chen met up with the little mouse. At this moment, a few members of the bloodthirsty tribe were chasing after the little mouse. "Boss!" the little mouse shouted. Fong Chen came to the little mouse's side, the aura around him rippling as he stared at the members of the bloodthirsty tribe. "Human." One of the members of the bloodthirsty tribe laughed eerily. The 3 members of the bloodthirsty tribe surrounded him. "Boss, they want to steal my badge," the little mouse said in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded and then looked at the 3 people. "Boss, I can hold 2 of them back." "Human, this little mouse is your spiritual pet, right? This is good. As long as you let your spiritual pet return the badge, I'll give you a quick death." The human race and the bloodthirsty tribe are old enemies. "You want me to hand over the badge? In your dreams." Fong Chen sneered. "Since that's the case, then you can die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 members of the bloodthirsty tribe attacked at the same time. Roar! The little mouse used its innate ability, Devour, and trapped 2 of them. Seeing this, Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and used the true meaning of time and space. He appeared behind the remaining member of the bloodthirsty tribe. Bang! Caught off guard, the member of the bloodthirsty tribe was almost stabbed by Fong Chen. Shadow type, true meaning? The member of the bloodthirsty tribe sneered. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. True meaning of dark shadows. Fang Chun could tell at a glance that this member of the bloodthirsty tribe was using the true meaning of dark shadows. This true meaning should be considered a high-level true meaning. It was a combination of the true meaning of darkness and the true meaning of shadow. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they might be helpless against the true meaning of dark shadows. However, this member of the bloodthirsty tribe was facing Fang Chun. What a joke. In terms of concealment, Fang Chun was not afraid of anyone. The true meaning of time and space could affect the flow of time around him, and it could also cut through the void. Crack! Fang Chun waved his hand, and a hand blade instantly shot out. This hand blade directly cut through the space beside him. Bang! From the cut space, a bloody figure escaped pathetically. How did you discover me? The member of the bloodthirsty tribe was astonished. His true meaning of dark shadows was a high-level true meaning. In terms of concealment, even high-level heavenly body tier martial artists would not be able to discover him. However, this human in front of him was actually able to discover him. Something is strange, the member of the bloodthirsty tribe said in a low voice. I'll let you experience the true concealment of space. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, his figure disappeared into thin air. The member of the bloodthirsty tribe hurriedly checked his surroundings. To his surprise, the surrounding space was very calm. It was as if nothing had happened. What's going on? The member of the bloodthirsty tribe racked his brains but could not understand. Pucci, the 9th level of the mysterious sky sealing technique, was used. A golden sword net suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped the member of the bloodthirsty tribe. Ah! The member of the bloodthirsty tribe roared and tried to struggle. In a flash, the secret technique of the absolute sky phantom sword was used and killed him in one strike. Bang! The member of the bloodthirsty tribe was killed by Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun looked at the two people trapped by the little mouse. Big brother. The two of them struggled desperately to break free. Suddenly, they saw that their boss was killed and shouted angrily. Good job. Seeing this, the little mouse's eyes lit up. As expected of Big Brother, it had only been 4 months, and he had become so strong. In the following period of time, it was simply a one-sided battle. Facing one person alone, the little mouse could firmly suppress the other party. One man and one mouse killed the 2 members of the bloodthirsty tribe. Big brother, you've improved too quickly, the little mouse exclaimed. Fang Chun nodded and put away the 3 badges. Then, he quickly left with the little mouse. They arrived at a safe place. The little mouse grinned and took out 3 badges from his bosom. Fang Chun was also a little surprised. In the past few months, the little mouse had obtained 3 badges. How did you get them? Fang Chun asked curiously. Big brother, in the past few months, I've been looking for foreign tribes. Unexpectedly, I really did encounter a few. When their battle ended, I used my innate ability to devour and draw them over. Then I ran away. Hearing this, Fang Chun helplessly shook his head. In the purgatory, only the little mouse dared to snatch badges like this. At the same time, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The innate ability of the god-devouring rat clan was really too domineering. No wonder the 3 members of the bloodthirsty tribe forced the little mouse to hand over the badges. Including the little mouse's badge, he had 7 badges in total. It's not as difficult as I thought, Fang Chun muttered to himself. In the past few months, he had obtained 7 badges. If others knew, they would definitely be envious. The purgatory was very dangerous. It was too difficult to find a foreign tribe that was weaker than oneself. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, a little guy at the 2nd layer of the heavenly body tier had obtained 7 badges in less than half a year. However, Fang Chun was still not satisfied. He wanted to obtain enough badges to dispel the blood poison in his body. The blood poison corroded the primordial spirit. It was too painful. Moreover, it affected his cultivation. If this continued, his talent would be wasted, and his cultivation would definitely be left far behind by geniuses of the same age. Big brother, you're so strong now. If the 2 of us work together, Even if we encounter a foreign tribe at the fourth layer of the heavenly body tier, we'll be able to suppress them instantly. We'll also be able to fight a foreign tribe at the fifth layer, the little mouse said with a smile. Chapter 1309. On a certain plain, weeds were growing. There was a battle going on here. Boss, kill him. Little Mouse used his innate ability, Engulf, to trap the alien. Then, he used extreme piercing to pierce through one of the alien's arms. While the alien was injured, Fang Chun attacked at lightning speed and cut off the alien's other arm. A badge was in sight, but at the critical moment, golden light surged around the alien's body. He burned his body and instantly escaped. Even Fang Chen's true meaning of space-time could not catch up with his speed. Whoosh! Fang Chen chased for a while, but could not catch up. In the end, he flung his sleeves and returned to where Little Mouse was. He got away. Fang Chen was a little displeased. Boss, the Golden Light Race is best at speed. Their ability to escape is also one of the best among the myriad races. Little Mouse shrugged. Fang Chen nodded. He had underestimated the Golden Light Race. The fact that the myriad races can survive in the human race's territory is enough to prove their strength. Every race has their own life-saving techniques. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Little Mouse was about to speak when his expression changed drastically. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking aura spread across the place. Fang Chen was shocked and hurriedly used the mysterious heaven sealing art. Bang! The sword net had just appeared when it was shattered by a sudden and terrifying power. Fang Chen and Little Mouse teleported a few meters in the air and turned around. There was a figure at the place where they were just now. You have a sharp reaction. The figure grinned. Fang Chen and Little Mouse exchanged glances. This person was from the alien race. Kill. Fang Chen and Little Mouse cooperated well and directly launched a fierce attack. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, the outsider laughed coldly and waved his hands. Instantly, shattered pieces of ice appeared around him, causing the air in the area to congeal. This, Fang Chen had just displayed the phantom absolute heaven sword when he sensed the changes in his body. There was a thick layer of ice on the star pagoda in his chi sea. When the star pagoda was sealed in ice, Fang Chen was shocked. What kind of technique is this? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He activated the true meaning of time and space, grabbed the little mouse, and fled in an instant. You won't be able to escape from the ice serpents, the outsider said with a cold laugh. His body transformed into a serpent, and he shot through space in pursuit of Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed as he ran. Boss, it's the Ice Snake Clan. The little mouse's face was gloomy as he stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. You know about the Ice Serpent Clan? Although he knew that the Ice Serpent Clan was one of the 10,000 clans, he didn't know the exact situation of the Ice Serpent Clan. Among the 10,000 races, the Ice Serpent race is a special race. They could be ranked in the top 1,000, the little mouse said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Among the 10,000 races, being able to be ranked in the top 1,000 was enough to show how powerful the Ice Serpent race was. However, what surprised Fang Chen even more was the Ice Serpent race's technique. The Ice Serpent race can seal a warrior's star pagoda in ice. Too terrifying. When he thought of his star pagoda being sealed in ice, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. At this moment, the star pagoda was still sealed in ice. Fortunately, the true meaning of time and space did not require the power of the stars. Human, you won't be able to escape. Behind Fang Chen, the void was in chaos, and angry roars could be heard from time to time. The Ice Serpent race transformed into a serpent and rapidly traveled through space. Roar! The little mouse, who was standing on Fang Chen's shoulder, suddenly used extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear shot out rapidly. The Ice Serpent race was focused on chasing after Fang Chen. He was caught off guard, and his tail was pierced. Damn it! This time, the Ice Serpent race was completely enraged. He roared in anger, and his speed suddenly increased by 30%. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the Ice Serpent race caught up to Fang Chen. Boss, this is bad, the little mouse shouted. Fang Chen also felt danger approaching. If he was intercepted by the ice serpent race, he would definitely die. The star pagoda was still sealed, so he could not use the power of the stars. Buzz! Fangchun pushed the true meaning of time and space to the limit. His speed increased again, but he was still within the ice serpent race's attack range. Boom! The serpent opened its mouth and shot an ice arrow at Fangchun. Bang! The ice serpent race's innate ability engulfed the ice arrow and destroyed it. Courting death. Seeing this, the ice serpent race's serpent sneered and continued to attack. Boss, if this continues, we will definitely die. The little mouse transmitted. Fangchun was also very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He was rushing towards the human race's headquarters. Once he entered the human race's headquarters, he would be safe. However, this place was very far from the human race's headquarters, so it was impossible for him to rush there. Just as Fangchun was getting anxious, he suddenly realized that a human had appeared in the distance. Xiao! Fangchun lowered his body and instantly rushed towards this human. Fellow cultivator, please save me, Fangchun shouted. This human also noticed Fangchun. When he saw the ice serpent race chasing behind him, he directly attacked. Die! This human stretched out his large hand and directly grabbed the ice serpent race's serpent. Ah! The ice serpent race's serpent screamed and died instantly. Phew! Seeing this, Fangchun breathed a sigh of relief. Brat, you are too weak. You had better obediently return to the human race's headquarters. This human was very strong, at least at the high level of the heavenly body tier. He did not care about Fangchun at all. After putting away the badge, he disappeared into the horizon. After the ice serpent race's serpent died, the star pagoda in Fangchun's vital energy was also being unfrozen. Let's go back. After this incident, Fangchun prepared to return to the headquarters for the time being. A few days later, he returned to the headquarters. Fangchun found a place to resupply. See what you need, provided that you have enough badges, the person in charge said lazily. Fangchun nodded and entered the palace to search carefully. Soon, he found what he wanted. One badge for the list of 10,000 races, the person in charge said. Fangchun reluctantly handed over a badge and obtained the list of 10,000 races book. In a human race's headquarters, there were many cultivators who came back to rest or resupply. Fangchun found a corner, sat cross-legged, and began to check the list of 10,000 races. I have to understand the details of the foreign races in detail. What happened today must not happen again, Fangchun thought to himself. Immediately, he plunged into the list of 10,000 races book. This book introduced the details of the 10,000 races. With a casual flip, he saw the Ice Serpent Clan. Ice Serpent Clan has the ability to freeze the source of power of the human race. If encountered, one needs to use the power of the primordial spirit to envelop the source of power to isolate the ice. After seeing this introduction, Fangchun curled his lips. Even if he knew in advance, with his physical condition, he couldn't resist the ice of the Ice Serpent Clan. His body was poisoned and his primordial spirit was corroded. It was difficult to spread it, let alone use the power of the primordial spirit. It seems that the Ice Serpent Clan is my nemesis in the short term, Fangchun thought to himself. Then, Fangchun kept looking at the situation of the other foreign races. He saw the bloodthirsty race, the demonic blood race, and the golden light race. Finally, Fangchun's gaze fell on the races ranked at the top. In a hidden place in the vast universe, there was a rich aura here, as if the world had just been created. This was a sacred ground, the sacred ground of the Luo clan, one of the 3 divine races. Other than the other 2 divine races, no one knew where the sacred ground of the Luo clan was. Even their understanding of the Luo clan was very little. On this day, the sacred ground of the Luo clan was filled with jubilation. A piece of good news shocked the entire Luo clan. The holy lady of the Luo clan, Luo Lioli, had received the recognition of the ancestors of the Luo clan and received the inheritance of the Luo clan. Ha ha! The heavens have blessed the Luo clan. The holy lady has received the inheritance. In the near future, the Luo clan will definitely dominate the universe again. Yes, the other two divine races have been suppressing the Luo clan for a long time. It's time for the Luo clan to rise again. The Holy Lady's potential is too strong. Her bloodline is the purest ancestral bloodline. In the sacred ground of the Luo clan, all the clansmen were discussing. Clan leader, an elder said with a smile. The Luo clan leader's gaze was drawn back. The Holy Lady's bloodline has been completely awakened. I really didn't expect that after so many years, the Luo clan would have a disciple with the purest bloodline. The Luo clan leader sighed. As time passed, the bloodline power of the Luo clan members became more and more mixed. In this generation, the ancestral bloodline in their bodies was very thin. However, Luo Liuli appeared. She was too dazzling. Although she had been delayed by the secular world for some time, this did not hinder her heaven-defying talent. The bloodline of the Luo clan's first ancestor was the bloodline of a god. Luo Liuli's bloodline was the closest to the bloodline of a god. Therefore, she was able to receive the recognition of the first ancestor of the Luo clan and receive the inheritance. Looking at the cheers of the Luo clan's disciples in the sacred ground, the clan leader was very happy. His gaze fell on the altar in the middle of the sacred ground. The tall altar was surrounded by a gray aura. In the middle of the altar, there was a beautiful figure. This person was the Holy Lady of the Luo clan, Luo Liuli. There was no trace of age on her angelic face. Looking at the cheering disciples in the sacred ground below, Luo Liuli's beautiful face revealed a smile. Her gaze pierced through the void and looked at the distant horizon. My child, I'm already very close to that step. It won't be long before I can find you. You must hold on. Luo Liuli thought to herself. At the same time, in the purgatory hundreds of millions of miles away, Feng Chun, who was cultivating, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss, what happened to you? Little Mouse asked worriedly. Feng Chun shook his head with a serious expression. Just now, he had heard his mother's call. Was that an illusion? Feng Chun's willpower was extremely strong. He could even withstand the torture of the blood poison. Chapter 1310. In the purgatory, Feng Chun's strength improved much faster than expected. Although he encountered some dangers during this period, it could be considered to have passed safely. However, Feng Chun became even more cautious in his heart. The 10,000 races in the purgatory were abnormally powerful. Moreover, each race had a very strange ultimate move, such as the Ice Serpent race's Ice Seal ultimate move. In short, if one was not cautious, they would lose their lives very quickly. On this day, Feng Chun was cultivating when suddenly, Little Mouse rushed back in a hurry. Boss! Seeing this, Feng Chun hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Little Mouse said, Boss, I saw the medicinal herb you need to cultivate the doppelganger technique on a mountain peak. Hearing this, Feng Chun's heart shook, and then his eyes widened, very excited. What medicinal herb? Feng Chun asked. Ice dragon grass, Little Mouse said. Let's go. Feng Chun did not say anything and quickly headed to the place where the ice dragon grass was under the lead of Little Mouse. Cultivating the doppelganger technique required many kinds of rare materials. Even if he collected all of them, he might not be able to cultivate it completely. However, once he cultivated the doppelganger technique with the cultivation of the heavenly body tier, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Moreover, with a doppelganger, it could be considered as having one more life-saving treasure. They hurriedly moved forward, and a few hours later, Feng Chun and Little Mouse arrived at the mountain peak. Boss, the ice dragon grass is there, Little Mouse said, pointing at the ice dragon grass on the mountain peak. At a glance, there was a gray fog on the mountain peak, and in that fog, there was a stalk of coveted ice dragon grass. It's really the ice dragon grass. Feng Chun was extremely excited. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he arrived at the mountain peak. Voila! He stretched out his hand, grabbed the ice dragon grass, and gently pulled, directly putting it into his spatial ring. However, just as he put away the ice dragon grass, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to have triggered some mechanism. Boss, what's going on? Little Mouse asked in a low voice with a serious expression. Let's go. Feng Chun didn't explain in detail. His expression flickered, and he hurriedly said, "That's right." While just as Fong Chun and the little mouse were about to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon, followed by an angry roar that resounded through the sky. Kid put down the ice dragon grass. The person who came was a human. When he saw Fong Chun, he was also stunned. "Damn it, you actually dared to steal my ice dragon grass. You're courting death," this person said angrily. Fong Chun was a little surprised to see who it was. This was the human who wanted to kill Fong Chun when he first entered the purgatory. Unfortunately, at that time, Fong Chun possessed the true meaning of space-time and escaped. Hand over the ice dragon grass. This person exuded a terrifying aura, forcing Fong Chun to hand over the ice dragon grass. When Fong Chun realized that it was him, a cold smile appeared on his face. "The ice dragon grass is in my hands. Come and get it if you have the ability." Fong Chun's words completely destroyed this person. He attacked at lightning speed, launching a fierce and domineering attack on Fong Chun. Scram! Fong Chun clenched his fist, gathering all the strength in his body on his fist, and punched out. Boom! This person was hit by Fong Chun's punch, and his body was directly sent flying. This person was very puzzled. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, but Fong Chun's strength had increased so much. "Kid, if I had known, I would have killed you back then," this person said coldly. Immediately, he used his trump card. Unfortunately, Fong Chun was no longer the same strength as a few months ago. The 9th level of the mysterious sky sealing technique was used, instantly binding this person. Then, the Phantom Sky Extinction Sword was used, and the Hidden Star Sword ruthlessly stabbed at this person. At the same time, the little mouse also used its innate ability, Devour. Poochie! This person's eyes were filled with horror. He wanted to break free, but he was powerless. No! A miserable shriek was emitted from that person's mouth. Soon after, his body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Fong Chun picked up this person's spatial ring, and then quickly left with the little mouse. Although the purgatory was a war between the human race and the myriad races, internal strife was also a common thing. Some people didn't fight for the human race, but for themselves. In their eyes, there were only badges, so they would do anything to seize the badges. If Fong Chun didn't kill this person, he would be killed by this person. Returning to the cave, Fong Chun opened this person's spatial ring to take a look. Good guy. Fong Chun's face was overjoyed. This person's spatial ring actually had 5 badges. It had to be known that it was very difficult to obtain badges in the purgatory. With these 5 badges, Fong Chun already had 12 badges. If other martial artists knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Some people might not be able to obtain so many badges even after staying in the purgatory for several decades. Of course, there were also some people who could obtain so many badges in just a few days. In the purgatory, besides strength, there was also luck. With the current combination of Fong Chun and the little mouse, their strength was already very strong. At least if they encountered a genius at the 4th layer of the heavenly body tier, they wouldn't be afraid at all. In the outside world, 6th layer of the heavenly body tier martial artists could also be killed. This person's spatial ring was very rich. Other than the 5 badges, there were also some rare materials, all of which Fong Chun needed. Haha, what a big harvest! Fong Chun grinned and laughed loudly. Cultivating the doppelganger technique required more than 70 rare materials. However, Fong Chun had secretly collected some of them before. There were about 30 types. This person's spatial ring had 5 rare materials. Adding the materials that Fong Chun had obtained before, he already had 38 types of materials. Boss, do you want to go out and rest? The little mouse asked. With 10 badges, one could leave the purgatory. Fong Chun thought for a moment, and then shook his head. For the time being, there was no need to leave. The myriad poison pills hadn't been used up. Let's wait until the myriad poison pills are used up, Fong Chun said. The little mouse nodded, and then said, Boss, let's go out and look for prey. In the following time, Fong Chun and the little mouse searched for foreign tribes and materials. It had to be said that although the purgatory was extremely dangerous, there were many rare materials. After half a year, Fang Chun finally collected almost all the rare materials. During this period of time, in the continuous tempering, Fang Chun had also cultivated the secret technique of the absolute heaven's sword to perfection, and his strength had soared again. Unfortunately, his cultivation still hadn't improved and was stuck at a bottleneck. During this period of time, Fang Chun and the little mouse were very careful. When they encountered powerful foreign tribes, they directly fled. And when they encountered weak foreign tribes, they killed them like lightning. In half a year, they obtained a total of 8 badges. In fact, the later it was, the harder it was to obtain badges. Those who were weak almost didn't dare to appear, and those who were strong, Fang Chun didn't dare to make a move. On this day, Fang Chun and the little mouse found the last rare material needed to cultivate the doppelganger technique. Without saying anything, Fang Chun and the little mouse rushed to the place where the rare materials were. However, what made Fang Chun somewhat helpless was, at the place where the rare materials were, there was an Ice Snake Clan warrior waiting. "Boss, the Ice Snake Clan warrior is waiting," the little mouse whispered. The last rare material was the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. Fang Chun knew at a glance. It wouldn't take long for the 7-colored cloud dragon flower to bloom, and that would be the best time to pick it. It seemed that this Ice Snake Clan warrior also knew about this. "What should we do?" the little mouse asked anxiously. Fang Chun was silent, and his mind was thinking quickly. Fang Chun couldn't restrain the Ice Snake Clan's ice sealing technique for the time being. "Wait," Fang Chun said. Time passed bit by bit, and before long, the 7-colored cloud dragon flower bloomed completely. The Ice Snake Clan warrior reached out to pick the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. "With this 7-colored cloud dragon flower, my strength will rise to another level." The Ice Snake Clan warrior grinned wildly. He was originally an unremarkable clansman of the Ice Snake Clan, but an accident allowed him to obtain a very powerful secret technique. From then on, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after, he stepped into the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. If it was in the outside world, he could smash the head of a high-level heavenly body tier martial artist with one punch. However, in the purgatory, with his strength, he could only walk carefully. However, even so, he was an invincible existence in the same tier. Discovering the 7-colored cloud dragon flower now, he was even more excited. The 7-colored cloud dragon flower was very compatible with the cultivation technique he cultivated. When waiting for the 7-colored cloud dragon flower, he was afraid of being discovered by other elites. But now he was relieved. 7-colored cloud dragon flower. The Ice Snake Clan warrior reached out to grab the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. However, right at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. Roar! A terrifying suction force instantly spread out, enveloping the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. The Ice Snake Clan warrior's hand grabbed empty air. He was suddenly stunned, and then instantly became furious. "Damn human, return the 7-colored cloud dragon flower to me." The Ice Snake Clan warrior's heart was filled with anger. He turned his head to look not far away. The spatial ripples were still there. Ho! Without another word, he chased after him at full speed. At this moment, Fang Chun and the little mouse were flying rapidly. "Boss, the Ice Snake Clan is getting faster and faster." In the blink of an eye, the Ice Snake Clan warrior caught up to Fang Chun and the little mouse. This Ice Snake Clan was good at speed and was even more difficult to deal with in the Golden Light race. Shio! In the process of fleeing for his life, Fang Chun executed the Phantom Absolute Heaven Sword Mystic technique. A sword slashed at the Ice Snake Clan warrior. Kacha! The Ice Snake Clan warrior suddenly smashed the sword light with a punch. "Human, you can't escape." At this moment, the Ice Snake Clan warrior was risking his life. The 7-colored cloud dragon flower was the key to whether he could break through or not. He was unwilling to let a weak human snatch it away. In a moment, the Ice Snake Clan warrior activated the secret technique. Fang Chun felt a chill spread in his sea of chi. Immediately, he cursed inwardly. The Star Pagoda was sealed in ice by the Ice Snake Clan warrior. Kid, I want to see how long you can escape with the Star Pagoda sealed in ice. The Ice Snake Clan warrior sneered. His entire body emitted a strong, killing intent. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before he could kill the human. Chapter 13:11. Whoosh whoosh, the Ice Serpent Clan members speed soared again. In an instant, Fong Chen's true meaning of time and space was somewhat inferior to the Ice Serpent Clan speed. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Serpent Clan member caught up. Then he attacked like lightning. Roar! Little Mouse used extreme piercing, and the terrifying purple spear suddenly pierced towards the Ice Serpent Clan member. Gotcha! The Ice Serpent Clan member flung his sleeve and dodged. When he stabilized his body, his expression changed drastically. Following his gaze, he saw a terrifying black hole on his sleeve. Damn it! The Ice Serpent Clan member narrowed his eyes and stared at Little Mouse. He originally thought that it was just a weak spiritual pet. Who would have thought that it actually had such an attack? Human, hand over the 7-colored cloud dragon flower and your spiritual pet, and I can leave you an intact corpse, the Ice Serpent Clan member said condescendingly. Fong Chen was no longer running. Because his speed was inferior to the Ice Serpent Clan's, he might as well fight to the death. Fong Chen and Little Mouse looked at each other, and then attacked at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, Fong Chen unleashed all of his power. The Phantom Sky Extinction Sword secret technique was activated to the extreme. At the same time, Little Mouse used its innate mystical powers, Devour and Extreme Piercing. The two great, innate mystical powers complemented each other, and their power was incomparably tyrannical. Courting death, the Ice Serpent Clan member attacked angrily, and an ice cube appeared in his palm. This ice cube contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Gotcha! The ice cube instantly floated in the sky, and at this moment, the sword light in the sky whistled over. Next, a strange scene happened. That palm-sized ice cube actually froze the sword light. Not good, Fong Chen exclaimed inwardly and turned to leave. There was no other way. The opponent was too strong, and he was no match at all. If his cultivation could step into the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, he would have the confidence to fight. But now he was no match at all. Whoosh! Little Mouse summoned the Dark Night Queen. Although the Dark Queen wasn't strong, it could summon thousands of Dark Knight spawn. The densely packed midnight spawns instantly occupied the entire area and surrounded the Ice Serpent Clan members. At the same time, Fong Chen set up a Tier 4 array formation to trap the Ice Serpents. Let's go, Fong Chen shouted. His figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Rumble, the people of the Ice Snake race, attacked furiously, and each of their punches could kill a large number of midnight subsidiary bodies. However, there were simply too many of them. A moment later, the Ice Serpent race killed all of the midnight subsidiary bodies. Damn it! The Ice Serpent Clan member punched out and killed the Dark Night Queen. Then, he chased after Fong Chen. After running for 3 days and 3 nights, they were finally out of danger. Fong Chen and the Little Mouse looked at each other. He had been too reckless this time. He had almost lost his life for a 7-colored cloud dragon flower. If the Dark Night Queen hadn't used her life to stall the Ice Serpent Clan members at the last moment, they would have been dead. Feeling the frozen Star Pagoda in his sea of chi, Fong Chen clenched his fists. His heart was filled with resentment. If it weren't for the blood poison, he wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Boss! The Little Mouse's voice was a little low. Fong Chen gently touched the Little Mouse's head and comforted it. Don't worry. The Little Mouse nodded. Fong Chen set up a Tier 4 array formation and began to heal his injuries. After being chased by the Ice Serpent Clan, the Star Pagoda was frozen. He needed to unseal the Star Pagoda. The people of the Ice Serpent Clan hadn't given up. The 7-colored cloud dragon flower was too important to him. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of the human race. Therefore, he had to get the 7-colored cloud dragon flower at all costs. The Ice Serpent Clan had been chasing for more than a day, but they were still carefully searching for him. Using the means of the Ice Serpent Clan, they had been sensing Fong Chen's location. Damn human, your Star Pagoda is frozen by me. I don't believe you can escape from me, the Ice Serpent clan member said coldly. After searching for a day, the Ice Serpent clan member felt a weak signal. Immediately, he was ecstatic and hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. Haha, the 7-color cloud dragon flower is mine. The Ice Serpent clan member had already sensed Fong Chen's location. As he moved, his senses became stronger and stronger. In the end, he directly locked onto Fong Chen's location. You're really secretive. If the Star Pagoda hadn't been frozen by me, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. The Ice Serpent clan member floated in the sky, looking down and sneering. Immediately, he stretched out his palm. Immediately, a cold aura gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a palm-sized ice cube. Whoosh! The Ice Serpent clan member waved his hand, and the ice cube swooped down. Dong! When the ice cube hit the cave, it instantly caused the cave to collapse. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was cultivating in the cave, suddenly felt the earth shake. Not good. He was shocked to find that the Star Pagoda, which was about to be unsealed, was frozen again. Ice Serpent Clan, Fong Chun shouted. He activated his perfect sword body and rushed out of the cave. The little mouse followed closely behind and rushed out as well. Buzz! As soon as he rushed out of the cave, he felt the tyrannical aura of the Ice Serpent Clan. Fong Chen's heart sank. He looked up and saw the Ice Serpent Clan member. A wry smile appeared on his face. Human, hand over the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. The Ice Serpent Clan member said coldly. Boss! Little Mouse shouted. Fong Chen's eyes were firm. He looked up at the Ice Serpent Clan member and sneered. The Ice Serpent Clan and the Human Clan are old enemies. Even if I give you the 7-colored cloud dragon flower, you won't let me go. Instead of this, it's better to destroy the flower. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the Ice Serpent Clan member's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, Boy, as long as you give me the 7-colored cloud dragon flower, I can let you go. Is that so? Fong Chen asked in reply. He took out the 7-colored cloud dragon flower and held it in his hand. The Ice Serpent Clan member's figure flashed, ready to snatch it. However, Fong Chen squeezed hard and said, As long as I use my strength, the 7-colored cloud dragon flower will be completely destroyed. Hearing this, the Ice Serpent Clan member stopped and stared at Fong Chen with scarlet eyes. Human, it's impossible for you to destroy the 7-colored cloud dragon flower in front of me. The people of the Ice Serpent Clan roared angrily and charged at Fong Chen recklessly. Seeing this, Fong Chen squeezed hard, wanting to destroy the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't use his strength. Star Pagoda. It must be the Ice Serpent Clan member who used the frozen Star Pagoda to change the trajectory. Damn it, Fong Chen cursed, a trace of despair appearing in his heart. Dong the Ice Serpent Clan member swooped down with an extremely tyrannical attack and arrived in front of Fong Chen in a moment. Then, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Little Mouse, who was ready to go all out, was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Little Mouse was very puzzled, and at the same time very shocked. What was going on? Why did the Ice Serpent Clan member self-destruct right next to Boss? Moreover, the most surprising thing was that the power of the self-destruction didn't even affect Boss. Fong Chen was also a little dazed when he heard the powerful vibration. He slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him completely shocked him. However, he immediately felt relieved, because his demon-subduing world's communication jade pendant was vibrating. The demon-subduing world's senior brother had come. Sure enough, in an instant, a figure appeared in front of him. Junior brother, are you all right? The person who came was a middle-aged martial artist. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, and he was very happy to see Fong Chen. Thank you for saving me, senior brother. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. I happen to be 100 miles away from here. After sensing that junior brother was in danger, I hurriedly took action, the demon-subduing world senior brother said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. A casual attack from 100 miles away could make the Ice Serpent Clan member self-destruct instantly, and the power of the self-destruction didn't affect him at all. This kind of control was too terrifying. Junior brother, your cultivation is so weak. How did you enter the purgatory? The demon-subduing world's senior brother asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Fong Chun told him about the blood poison he had been inflicted with. After hearing this, the latter was also stunned and then shook his head helplessly. Junior brother, don't worry. As long as you can accumulate enough military merits, you can exchange for the antidote for the blood poison. The demon-subduing world's senior brother comforted him. Fong Chun nodded. After chatting with Fong Chun for a while, the demon-subduing world's senior brother was ready to leave. Junior brother Fong, I still have to chase after that monster from the bloodthirsty clan, so I'll take my leave first, the demon-subduing world's senior brother said. May I know your name, senior brother? If Fong Chun has the chance in the future, I will definitely thank you for saving me this time, Fong Chun asked. The demon-subduing world's senior brother smiled and said, My name is Li Shengxian. Forget about the repayment. We are both disciples of the demon-subduing world, so it's only right. After speaking, Li Shengxian disappeared into the sky. Fong Chun and Little Mouse were very shocked. Boss, this Li Shengxian is too strong. I feel that he's even stronger than the 9 great Star Kings, Little Mouse said. Fong Chun nodded, looking at the sky, and said, If I'm not wrong, Senior Brother Li should be the commander of the purgatory. He could kill the Ice Serpent Clan's expert with a casual strike from 100 miles away and protect Fong Chun. With such strength, Fong Chun could not help but sigh. When will I be able to reach that level? Fong Chun wondered to himself. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun put away his thoughts. His gaze became more determined. I've been cultivating for less than 30 years, and I'm far stronger than people of the same realm. If I have enough time, I will definitely become an expert like Senior Brother Li. Fong Chun had a very strong belief in his heart. He believed that his talent was not inferior to others. The only disadvantage was that he had too much time to cultivate. In the vast universe, time passed quickly. 1,000,000 years was just a blink of an eye. Some old monsters even cultivated for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. As for himself, he had only cultivated for 30 years. On the path of martial arts, not only did one need strong talent, but also firm belief. Retracting his gaze, Fong Chun took out the 7-colored cloud dragon flower. Chapter 13:12. The doppelganger technique was just an ordinary secret technique for a manifestation realm expert. However, for heavenly body tier cultivators, it was definitely a precious treasure. In principle, heavenly body tier cultivators couldn't cultivate clones. However, the universe was vast, and there were all kind of strange things. There were also heaven-defying, peerless geniuses who had succeeded. Therefore, Fong Chun dared to try. Of course, he didn't think he had heaven-defying potential. However, he believed that as long as he worked hard, even if he couldn't succeed, he would gain a lot. It had been a year since he entered the purgatory. Less than 1/3 of the 150 myriad poison pills were left. As time passed, the blood poison went deeper and deeper into his soul, destroying it. If it weren't for Fong Chun's tough soul, it would have been corroded by the blood poison long ago, completely falling into a state of madness. The blood poison affected Fong Chun greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state in the purgatory. With the corrosion of the blood poison, his soul couldn't be used, and even his divine sense couldn't spread out. The 5 Thunder Tribulation technique was even more out of the question. He couldn't use it at all. In this way, his identity as a soul cultivator was basically useless. Soul cultivators mainly focused on the soul, and in the end, the soul transformed into the soul. The attacks launched by soul cultivators all used the soul as the core. With the corrosion of the blood poison, the soul couldn't be used, and the soul cultivators' methods couldn't be used. Therefore, Fong Chun set his sights on the cloning technique. If he could cultivate the cloning technique, his strength would definitely increase. In fact, besides the difference in level between creation tier and heavenly body tier, there was also the mystery of the cloning technique. Any martial artist who stepped into the creation tier could easily cultivate the cloning technique. After having a clone, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Exploring some universe secret realms didn't require the original body to take action. Even if the clone was destroyed, a new clone could be born. Therefore, if one wanted to kill a creation tier elite, unless one could kill both the original body and the clone, it was impossible to kill. The little mouse used its hard teeth to dig a very deep cave for Fong Chun to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged inside the cave, Fong Chun set up layers of tier 4 magic arrays all around him. After taking out the doppelganger technique, Fong Chun's heart trembled. I hope it works. Fong Chun opened the doppelganger technique and read it carefully. The first thing that caught his eye was the introduction of the doppelganger technique. If he wanted to cultivate the doppelganger technique, he would need more than 70 types of rare materials. However, all of these materials had been collected. Next was the cultivation method of the doppelganger technique. There were a total of 3 steps in cultivating the doppelganger technique. Every step was extremely important. If it was not done perfectly, there would be flaws. Once there was a mistake, it would even affect the primordial spirit of the cultivator. Fortunately, I condensed my own primordial spirit. Fong Chun sighed to himself. According to the introduction of the doppelganger technique, only martial artists who had condensed a primordial spirit had the chance to cultivate the doppelganger technique. If it was a soul, it would definitely not be able to cultivate a clone. The first step was to master the mantra of the body clone technique. The sign of success in this step was a layer of copper-gray luster on the surface of the skin. After the first step was completed, the second step was to begin. The second step was to condense one's own essence blood. As everyone knew, the blood in a martial artist's body, after being compressed to a certain extent, could form essence blood. Essence blood was the essence of a martial artist. The doppelganger was condensed with the essence blood as the core. After condensing the essence blood, the copper-gray luster poured into the essence blood. Then came the third step. As for the third step, it was also the most important step. If there was a mistake in this step, the consequences would be unimaginable. Separating the primordial spirit. When he saw this, Fong Chun felt a little nervous. His primordial spirit was fragile. If he forcibly separated it, would it fail? After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun rejected this idea. After separating the primordial spirit, he could merge the separated primordial spirit into the essence blood to condense a doppelganger. After looking at it for 6 hours, Fong Chun finally memorized the method of condensing the doppelganger technique. Closing the dossier on the doppelganger technique, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, how is it?" Little Mouse asked hurriedly. Fong Chun nodded heavily and then said, "From today onwards, I'm going into seclusion. Help me guard this place." "Don't worry, boss. The cave I dug is very deep. Even high-level heavenly body tier elites may not be able to detect it," Little Mouse said confidently. Hearing this, Fong Chun closed his eyes and began to cultivate the doppelganger technique. First was the first step. According to the records in the dossier, Fong Chun's palm kept moving. Every time he moved, the star pagoda would tremble. Inside the star pagoda, the power of the stars kept gushing out. As time gradually passed, a series of chants appeared in Fong Chun's mind. These chants were like fish swimming in Fong Chun's mind. Fong Chun used a whole month to complete the first step. A month later, a thick copper-gray luster appeared on the surface of Fong Chun's skin. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun was very excited. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Wisps of clear energy flowed out of the golden heart, spreading to his limbs and bones. After the clear energy combined with the copper-gray luster on the surface of his skin, it became more and more dazzling. So comfortable. Fong Chun felt a wave of comfort in his body. He didn't know what that copper-gray luster was, but it gave him a very strange feeling. After the first step was completed, he began the second step, condensing blood essence. Whoosh! Fong Chun took a deep breath and immediately began to condense blood essence. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The black flames instantly spread out. Under Fong Chun's control, they drilled into his blood vessels and burned the blood that flowed through his veins. Condensing blood essence was easier than Fang Chun had imagined. The reason was because of the undying bird's blood essence. The black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame. Its power was stronger than most flames in the universe. Using it to burn blood had a very obvious effect. Moreover, when condensing blood essence, the undying bird's blood essence also burst out. Fang Chun felt that his blood was completely suppressed by the undying bird's blood essence. The undying bird's blood essence is helping me condense. Seeing this, Fang Chun exclaimed and immediately condensed blood essence quickly. Buzz! A vast aura instantly spread out. Under the double pressure of the undying bird's blood essence and the black flame, a trace of blood essence finally appeared in his blood vessels. As soon as the blood essence wrinkled, Fang Chun felt a vibration. It's worthy of being called blood essence. Fang Chun sighed. Blood essence was the essence of a warrior's body. At this moment, there were many kinds of true meaning auras surging in Fang Chun's blood essence. 3 days later, the condensation of blood essence was completed. Crash! Fang Chun controlled the blood essence and separated it out of his body. The blood essence floated in front of him, and Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Blood essence was the foundation of a warrior. If he absorbed the blood essence of a powerhouse, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. No wonder some warriors specialized in absorbing the blood essence of powerhouses. The second step is completed. Fang Chun opened his eyes and stared at the blood essence in front of his chest. At this moment, the copper-gray luster on the surface of his skin rushed into the blood essence crazily. In an instant, the blood essence became blurry. In the blink of an eye, the copper-gray luster disappeared. Fang Chun knew that he could start the third step. At this moment, he took out 3 myriad poison pills and swallowed them directly. Immediately, the blood poison in his primordial spirit was suppressed. Then he began to split his primordial spirit. The method of splitting one's primordial spirit was recorded in the doppelganger technique file. This was the most primitive and most effective method, using one's own strength to forcefully tear apart the primordial spirit. Begin. Fang Chun took a deep breath and began the third step. This was the most important step. The slightest carelessness would lead to failure. The star pagoda shook, and waves of star power emerged. In the end, all of it entered his mind and enveloped his primordial spirit. At this moment, the golden heart beat faster and faster. Waves of strange, clear currents drilled into his primordial spirit. While the myriad poison pill suppressed the blood poison, Fang Chun began to split his primordial spirit. As soon as the star power entered his primordial spirit, Fang Chun let out a miserable cry. Splitting his primordial spirit was too painful. Fortunately, Fang Chun had experienced the pain of breaking through the extreme realm. Otherwise, he would have fainted long ago. I have to hold on, Fang Chun shouted in his heart. After the storm, there would be a rainbow. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. Under the effect of the star power and the golden clear currents, his primordial spirit kept splitting. Whoosh! This pain lasted for a full hour. During this time, Fang Chun almost fainted from the pain. After several twists and turns, his primordial spirit finally split. However, at the last moment, the blood poison in his primordial spirit was suddenly activated. Fang Chun held his head with both hands and his whole body convulsed. Boss, what's wrong with you? Little Mouse at the side was also frightened. Boss's face was ferocious and his body was convulsing. He seemed to be seriously injured. Boss, stop quickly, Little Mouse shouted, but he did not dare to make a move without permission. He waited anxiously. Fang Chun fell to the ground in pain. The blood poison in his primordial spirit spread rapidly and directly reached the edge of the separated primordial spirit. Come back. Fang Chun endured the pain and roared with scarlet eyes. He forcefully pulled back the spreading blood poison. Whoosh! At this critical moment, the separated primordial spirit was instantly forced out of Fang Chun's body. The blood essence sensed the separated primordial spirit and took the initiative to absorb it. Hashtag primordial sword, venerable hashtag, the moment the primordial spirit entered the blood essence. Fang Chun fainted from the pain. Boss! Little Mouse yelled worriedly. At this moment, the essence blood was constantly spinning in midair, and a tremendous change was taking place within it. At this point, the 3 steps of the clone technique had been completed. It was already 90% successful. As for the remaining 10%, it was the compatibility between the blood essence and the primordial spirit. Chapter 13:13. Fang Chun had sacrificed enough. As for whether he could succeed or not, it was up to fate. Little Mouse was very anxious when he saw that his boss had fainted. However, after confirming that his boss was only unconscious and not in danger, he was finally relieved. During the period when Fang Chun was unconscious, the essence blood had been spinning. The primordial spirit in the essence blood was also being nurtured. Everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to Fang Chun. He was in a coma for 3 months, including the few months he had spent cultivating the doppelganger technique. He had spent a total of half a year. One day, half a year later, Fang Chun finally woke up. Fang Chun, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved his fingers. Immediately, he slowly opened his eyes. Did the doppelganger technique succeed? The first thing he said as soon as he woke up was the doppelganger technique. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his head and almost cried out. "Boss, you're awake." Little Mouse, who was standing at the side, asked with a smile. Fang Chun's head was in so much pain that he could not speak. He hurriedly looked inside his head. Half of his primordial spirit had been separated, and the remaining half could not resist the corrosion of the blood poison. Splash! He grabbed 2 infinite poison pills and swallowed them. In an instant, the pills took effect, and the blood poison was quickly suppressed. At this time, Fang Chun's expression eased a little. Okay. Fang Chun got up, looked around, and found that the essence blood had disappeared. Where's the essence blood? Fang Chun asked. Boss, after you were unconscious for a month, the essence blood suddenly disappeared into thin air, Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fang Chun frowned. The essence blood disappeared. Did the doppelganger technique fail? If it really failed, the price he had to pay would be too great. The separation of the primordial spirit would definitely cause damage, and it would also affect his future cultivation. Moreover, it would take a long time to nurture the primordial spirit. However, just as Fang Chun was frowning, the golden heart suddenly beat. Immediately afterwards, Fang Chun discovered that a drop of blood essence had emerged from the golden heart and left his body. In an instant, Fang Chun discovered that the golden heart was helping him nurture his blood essence. Did you succeed? Fang Chun stared at the blood essence and shouted excitedly. At this moment, the blood essence suddenly ruptured and spread out, while a figure that looked exactly like Fang Chun appeared out of thin air. However, this person's aura was somewhat weak. Ha ha ha. Inside the cave, Fang Chun was ecstatic. After persisting for half a year, the doppelganger technique really succeeded. Boss, we succeeded. The little mouse was stunned at first, but soon became ecstatic. This was a doppelganger technique. Even for a cultivator at the pinnacle of the heavenly body tier, wanting to cultivate a doppelganger technique was very difficult. However, his boss had done it. My boss is the most powerful, the little mouse thought. Fang Chun stood up and carefully observed this doppelganger of his. He discovered that he and his doppelganger were mentally connected. With a thought, the doppelganger instantly disappeared. Boss, where's the doppelganger? The little mouse asked in surprise. I kept it in my body, Fang Chun said with a grin. Immediately, the doppelganger appeared again. The doppelganger was dressed in a black robe and looked exactly like the main body. I'm Fang Chun, Fang Chun said to the doppelganger with clasped fists. The doppelganger also clasped fists and said the same thing to the main body. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was even happier. After checking the doppelganger, he kept it in his body. The doppelganger had just been formed and needed to be nurtured. Meanwhile, Fang Chun sat on the ground and looked at the doppelganger technique dossier. Soon, Fang Chen knew that the doppelganger was under the control of the doppelganger. The doppelganger and the main body were exactly the same, and their thoughts were also the same. Moreover, the doppelganger and the main body could cultivate at the same time. The doppelganger could also use the martial comprehension comprehended by the main body, and the doppelganger comprehended by the doppelganger could also use the main body. In other words, Fang Chen's comprehension of martial arts was twice as much as before in the same amount of time. Doppelganger technique is really not easy to cultivate. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating doppelganger technique at the heavenly body tier was really playing with fire. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, Fang Chen also knew that his success was somewhat lucky. He concluded several points. The first was because of the golden heart, which was the most important. Without the help of the golden heart to nurture the blood essence, the success rate would be greatly reduced. The second was to break through the pinnacle level. The third was the blood essence of the undying bird. The fourth was the origin spirit. These 4 points were indispensable. Fortunately, he really succeeded. Boss, how strong is this doppelganger? The little mouse was very concerned about this. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It hasn't been completely nurtured for the time being, so its strength is unknown. However, after the nurturing is completed, it is estimated to be on par with my main body." Is there blood poison in the doppelganger? Fang Chen shook his head. The blood poison is only in my main body's origin spirit. There is no blood poison in the doppelganger's origin spirit. Hearing this, the little mouse breathed a sigh of relief. The doppelganger was the same as the main body, having flesh and blood. If there was blood poison, then it would be terrible. The splitting of the origin spirit would cause harm to the main body. Fang Chen needed to nurture his origin spirit as soon as possible to restore his origin spirit to its original state. "I need to go into seclusion," Fang Chen said. The little mouse nodded. He continued to guard this place. And Fang Chen was doing his best to restore his origin spirit. There were some figures in the sky above the cave at this moment. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice. These were people from the spirit race, one of the 3 great god races. One of them was Ling Yu, whom he had once saved. "Brother Ling Feng, let's go back," said Ling Yu. Ling Feng nodded. Looking at the disciples of the spirit race behind him, he sighed. "When we came in, there were more than 30 people, but now there are only a dozen of us left." "Purgatory is too cruel," said Ling Feng. "Yes, I used to think that the younger generation of our 3 great god races had a natural advantage and was invincible in the same realm. However, after this trip to Purgatory, I finally know that the universe is big and full of strange things. There are countless geniuses who are more powerful than the younger generation of our 3 great god races." Ling Yu nodded. "Moreover, there are many geniuses. They have all kinds of methods that are impossible to guard against," said another person. The 3 great god races stood at the pinnacle of the universe. As disciples of the 3 great god races, they were naturally incomparably arrogant. They believed that under the god race, the other younger generation were all ants. This trip to Purgatory made them deeply aware. Even if you had superior talent, you still had to work hard. Otherwise, the disciples of the god race were just SOSO. "The reason the race let us enter Purgatory was to fight with the strong," said Ling Feng. The tempering of Purgatory was over. With Ling Feng's help, everyone obtained 10 emblems and could leave. "Let's go," said Ling Feng. Ling Yu and the others nodded. However, just as many disciples of the spirit race were about to leave, Ling Feng suddenly frowned. "Brother Ling Feng, what's wrong?" asked Ling Yu. "There's someone below," Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Then he suddenly punched out. Suddenly, a big hole appeared on the ground. The cave below was turbulent. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Little Mouse was also shocked. 1 man and 1 mouse came out of the cave in an instant and came to the sky. Sure enough, there's someone. Ling Feng saw that it was a human and no longer attacked. Fang Chen and Little Mouse were very vigilant, their aura rippling. "Brother Fang, why are you here?" At this moment, Ling Yu suddenly saw Fong Chun and shouted. Fong Chun also noticed Ling Yu. He immediately withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. Brother Ling Fong, this is the Fong Chun I told you about. Ling Yu introduced. It turned out to be Brother Fong Chun. Thank you for saving Ling Yu before. Ling Fong smiled. As a fellow human, it's my duty to help. Fong Chun nodded. Ling Fong narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun was also looking at Ling Fong. It seemed that this Ling Fong should be the leader of the spirit race entering purgatory, worthy of being one of the 3 god races. Fong Chun sighed in his heart. There seemed to be a very special aura on Ling Feng's body, which made people unable to figure it out. Brother Fong, what are you doing down here? Asked Ling Yu. Cultivating. Hearing this, Ling Yu nodded and said, Brother Fong, we are ready to return to the spirit race. I hope to see you again in the future. We will, Fong Chun said. Ling Fong and the others said goodbye to Fong Chun and turned to leave. After walking far away, Ling Fong walked to Ling Yu's side and whispered, This Fong Chun is not simple. Brother Ling Fong, did you find something? Ling Yu hurriedly asked. Ling Fong shook his head. He did not find the aura of the demon's sword. The demon's sword should not be on him. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to feel it. Ling Fong said confidently. Moreover, with his strength, it is impossible to hide the aura of the demon's sword. Hearing this, the spirit race disciple nodded. If such a terrifying existence like the demon's sword appeared, it would definitely cause a great uproar. If it were not for the accident of the Yuan race, how could the whereabouts of such a totem treasure be unknown? Although this Fong Chun is not a disciple of the god race, his potential is comparable to a disciple of the god race. Ling Yu said. He had been in contact with Fong Chun and knew Fong Chun's strength. Let's go. Ling Fong shook his head and no longer thought about it. Although Fong Chun gave him a very shocking feeling, it was not enough for Ling Fong to lower his status to take the initiative to befriend him. However, what Ling Fong did not know was, many years later, when he met Fong Chun again, stormy waves were set off in his heart. At that time, Fong Chun was already like a god of war, making Ling Fong look up to him. Of course, this was a story for later. After the spirit race people left, Fong Chun and Little Mouse also changed their position. Boss, that Ling Fong is really not simple. He can actually find the cave. Little Mouse said, if a disciple of the spirit race, one of the 3 god races, can't even find a cave, then wouldn't the world laugh at him? Fong Chun looked at the sky and said to himself. As soon as Fong Chun's voice fell, he suddenly felt an aura approaching. There's a foreign race approaching. Fong Chun said. Chapter 13:14. By the time Fong Chun sensed the alien race's aura, the alien race was already closing in on him. Boss, the speed of the non-human kind is very fast. The little mouse's face darkened. Just as Little Mouse finished speaking, the alien race appeared. Golden Light Tribe. Fong Chun recognized the alien race. Ha! I've finally met a human. The Golden Light Tribe member grinned and laughed. Then he attacked in a frenzy. Boom! Fong Chun punched out and collided with the Golden Light Tribe member's fist. Fong Chun's body kept retreating. After stabilizing himself, Fong Chun took out the Hidden Star Sword and stared at the Golden Light Tribe member with a dark expression. Kid, you're quite capable, but it's useless. The Golden Light Tribe member sneered. The Golden Light Tribe was best at speed. His body kept flickering, but Fong Chun's true meaning of space and time was not to be trifled with. Swoosh! The 9th level of the mysterious heaven sealing technique had been cultivated to perfection. Once it was unleashed, its power was extremely strong. Boom! While Fong Chun was fighting the Golden Light Tribe member, Little Mouse was also unleashing his special ability. At first, the Golden Light Tribe member was very confident. However, after a while, the Golden Light Tribe member realized how strong Fong Chun was. Damned human! The Golden Light Tribe member cursed. Then, he unleashed his trump card. Golden Light appeared in his palm. Soon after, attacks that covered the sky and darkened the earth instantly spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chun unleashed the absolute phantom sword technique and fought the Golden Light tribe member to the death. Roar! Little Mouse unleashed his special ability. A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Fang Chen's sword light was shattered by the Golden Light tribe member. Kid, go to hell. The Golden Light tribe member laughed wildly and reached out his palm toward Fang Chun, wanting to crush Fang Chen's head. Bang! Fang Chun was forced to retreat. However, as he retreated, his sea of qi shook and the star pagoda trembled. In an instant, the vast power of the stars surged into his qi sea. Seeing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, was he finally going to break through? Break through in battle. The star pagoda's growth rate was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the star pagoda had increased from 2 floors to 30%. At this moment, Fang Chen's strength had also increased a lot. After such a long period of accumulation, success had come naturally. Die. After raising his cultivation base, Fang Chen's eyes burned with passion. He waved his hand and performed the absolute sky phantom sword technique once again. The power this time was a few times stronger than before. Poochie, the Golden Light tribe member's arm, was instantly severed. Not good. The Golden Light tribe member cursed inwardly and wanted to flee. However, the little mouse, who had been waiting at the side, used its innate mystical power to trap the Golden Light tribe member. After a short while, Fang Chun killed the Golden Light tribe member. Whoosh! After killing the Golden Light tribe member, he put away the badge and left. In a hidden place, Fang Chun sat on a blue stone with the little mouse standing on his shoulder. Boss, I didn't expect you to break through in battle, the little mouse said happily. Fang Chun was also very happy. The battle with the Golden Light tribe had stimulated his potential. The accumulation of power over a long period of time had instantly erupted. After stepping into the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, his strength had increased again. Now, he could easily kill even the 5th level geniuses of the purgatory. After entering the purgatory for a year and a half, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. Even Realm Lord Fu and Mo probably didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to increase so much. After all, Fang Chun had been poisoned by the blood poison, so he couldn't focus on cultivation. He still had to resist the corrosion of the blood poison. Boss, although the purgatory is dangerous, it's also a holy land for cultivation, the little mouse said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. The purgatory was indeed a holy land for cultivation. However, the slightest carelessness could cost one's life. After resting for a few days, Fang Chun prepared to leave the purgatory and return to the demon subduing realm. After making his decision, he quickly arrived at the headquarters of the human race and showed his badge to the gatekeeper. Then, he left the purgatory. Voila! White light flashed, and Fang Chun and the little mouse appeared in Whitebone City. We're out, the little mouse said with a smile. The atmosphere in the purgatory was too oppressive. In comparison, Whitebone City was much more relaxed. After leaving the purgatory, Fang Chun hurriedly left Whitebone City and found a place where there was no one. He activated his identity badge and instantly returned to the demon subduing realm. The 2nd heaven of the demon subduing realm. As soon as Fang Chun returned, Senior Apprentice Brother Wu found out. Junior Apprentice Brother Fang, you're back. After a year and a half, Senior Apprentice Brother Wu was very excited to see Fang Chun return from the purgatory alive. Yes, I came back to rest, said Fang Chun. After chatting with Senior Apprentice Brother Wu for a bit, Fang Chun returned to his residence. In truth, Fang Chun's purpose in returning this time was to place his clone in the demon subduing realm. The demon subduing realm was the safest place. With his clone here, even if his main body was destroyed, he wouldn't die. After settling his clone, Fang Chun went to the mission hall and chose a few missions. Then, he went to do missions. This time, Fang Chun's speed of completing missions was much faster. In half a month, he completed nearly 100 missions and obtained 100 myriad poison pills. However, the last mission was a bit tricky. That was because the location of the last mission was on the Lioli Archipelago's Flashy Island. Last time, Fong Chun came to the Flashy Island and offended the Han clan. This time, he was discovered as soon as he came to the Flashy Island. Lioli Archipelago, Flashy Island, City Lord's residence. The Flashy Island Lord was discussing important matters with an elder of the Han clan when his expression suddenly changed. Immediately after, he quickly took out the crystal ball from his bosom and stared at it. "Island Lord, what's wrong?" Seeing the Flashy Island Lord's expression, Elder Han hurriedly asked. "That person has appeared again," the Flashy Island Lord said in a low voice. "What?" Elder Han was confused. "The person who killed Han Xiu," said the Flashy Island Lord. Hearing this, Elder Han's expression changed, and he said, "Damn it, this brat dares to appear again. Flashy Island, Flashy City." Fong Chen's mission this time was to avenge a disciple of the demon subduing realm. A disciple of the first heaven of the demon subduing realm was killed in Flashy City. Soon, Fong Chen locked on his target. "It's him, 5th level of the heavenly body tier," Fong Chen thought. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared beside this person. Scram! This person was in a bad mood and was feeling depressed when he sensed someone approaching, so he directly shouted. However, what he received in response was a punch. A simple punch had smashed the man's head into smithereens. "Let's go." When Fong Chun killed this person, he felt 2 powerful auras approaching. The Flashy Island Lord, an elder of the Han clan. After Fong Chun used the true meaning of time and space to escape, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, the Flashy Island Lord would not appear at all. However, today, he appeared of his own accord. After him, the 2 elites at the peak of the heavenly body tier chased out of the city. "Brat, you can't escape," the elder of the Han clan roared angrily. In the blink of an eye, the elder of the Han clan and the Flashy Island Lord caught up to Fong Chun. "Brat, where did you come from?" The Flashy Island Lord and the elder of the Han clan surrounded Fong Chun and asked in a low voice. A dignified Flashy Island Lord actually lowered his status to attack a low-level heavenly body tier cultivator. Fong Chun said mockingly, "Humph, brat, you dare to offend the Han clan, so you must die today." As he spoke, he called for the elder of the clan to attack. His fist suddenly shot out, and a powerful force whistled through the air. Fong Chen's figure flashed and directly dodged. Seeing this, the Flashy Island Lord was a little confused. Space type, true meaning. Fong Chen's origins were too mysterious, and the Flashy Island Lord wanted to capture Fong Chun and interrogate him. 2 elites at the peak of the heavenly body tier attacked at the same time, and Fong Chun felt a lot of pressure. Damn it! Fong Chun took out his identity token, wanting to activate it. At this moment, a spatial ripple appeared. A black hole appeared out of thin air and directly sucked Fong Chun in. The Flashy Island Lord and the elder of the Han clan wanted to chase, but before they could get close to the black hole, they were sent flying by a powerful force. Voila! After the black hole swallowed Fong Chun, it gradually disappeared. The space returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. This scene stunned the Flashy Island Lord and the elder of the Han clan. Could it be that a life and death monarch saved him? Damn it! The sudden change also shocked Fong Chun. However, when the darkness around him disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief, because he was in the demon subduing realm. Which senior apprentice brother saved me just now? Fong Chun thought to himself. Junior brother Fong, the realm lord wants to see you. Senior brother Wu suddenly appeared and hurriedly said. Then, under the guidance of Senior Brother Wu, Fong Chun was brought to a mysterious place in the demon subduing realm. Junior Brother Fong, go in. After saying this, Senior Brother Wu turned and left. Fong Chun curiously entered the garden and saw an old man fishing. This person is the realm lord. Fong Chun was very shocked. He had fantasized countless times, and in his fantasies, the realm lord should be a tyrannical powerhouse reigning supreme in the universe. It was very hard to link this old man with the demon subduing realm's realm lord. Just as Fong Chun was pondering, the realm lord spoke. Why do I feel like I don't look like the realm lord? The realm lord grinned. Disciple Fong Chun greets the Realm Lord. Fong Chun hurriedly said, "Just now, disciple was in danger. It should be the Realm Lord who saved me, right?" The Realm Lord nodded, not hiding anything. Fong Chun was somewhat puzzled. According to the rules of the demon's subduing realm, the Realm Lord wouldn't easily interfere when disciples were roaming outside. But now, the Realm Lord had secretly saved him. Why was that? "Fong Chun, you've improved a lot in the purgatory," the Realm Lord leisurely said. Chapter 13:15. Fong Chun stared at the Realm Lord, his mind filled with doubts. The Realm Lord never made a move, but why did he save him? Moreover, how did the Realm Lord know that he was in danger? This series of questions piqued Fong Chun's curiosity. If he wasn't in the devil-vanquishing realm, he definitely wouldn't associate this old man with the famous devil-vanquishing Realm Lord. Realm Lord. As soon as Fong Chun opened his mouth, the Realm Lord waved his hand to stop him. "I know what you're wondering. Under normal circumstances, I don't interfere in the matters of the demon's subduing realm, but why did I save you?" the Realm Lord asked with a smile. "Please enlighten me, Realm Lord," said Fong Chun. The Realm Lord took out a jade bottle and handed it to Fong Chun. The latter hesitated for a moment, took the jade bottle, and was shocked. "There are 1,000 myriad poison pills in this jade bottle. In your current state, it's enough for you to last for 10 years, said the Realm Lord slowly. At that instant, Fong Chun was stunned on the spot. His heart was filled with astonishment. Refining the myriad poison pill was very difficult. Even senior brother Du Zhongxian, who specialized in the Tao of poison, couldn't refine it easily. But the Realm Lord gave him 1,000 myriad poison pills for no reason. What was going on? Fong Chun was flattered. "This is what you deserve." Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. "Because I broke through the limit?" Fong Chun asked tentatively. The Realm Lord grinned and said, "My demon subduing realm values geniuses. And you, not only did you break through the limit, but your martial talent is also incomparably heaven-defying. It's only right to give you resources." Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded and put away the jade bottle. Then, he looked at the Realm Lord with a burning gaze. He had several questions in his heart that he wanted to ask the Realm Lord. Now was the time to ask. "Realm Lord, can I ask you a few questions?" Fong Chun asked. "Speak." The Realm Lord was a little surprised. "Realm Master, I heard Senior Brother Guchuan say that the subduing devil world is the #1 power beneath the divine world. Is that true?" asked Fong Chun. The Realm Lord looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully and then nodded. "Then, how do you compare to the 3 god clans?" Fong Chun continued to ask. From Ling Yu's mouth, she learned that the 3 god clans were the strongest forces under the god realm. But what did Fiend's subduing world count for? The more he came into contact with subduing devil world, the more he felt that the Realm Lord seemed to be playing a very big game of chess. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed heartily. "It seems like you've met quite a few geniuses in your trip to the purgatory." "Disciple learned this from a genius of the spirit race," Fong Chun said. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. If he hadn't learned this from the disciples of the 3 god clans, with Fong Chun's current strength, it would have been impossible for him to come in contact with the 3 god clans. Since Fong Chun asked, the Realm Master would naturally answer. Subduing devil world exists for a certain reason. It's not like the 3 god clans, which have existed since ancient times. Realm Lord Fu Mo faintly said, subduing devil world strength was originally the strongest force under the god realm. But a long, long time ago, there was an accident that caused subduing devil world strength to greatly decline. However, even so, subduing devil world can still stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 god clans. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart trembled. Was subduing devil world really that powerful? He looked at the Realm Lord, whose face was full of confidence. "Realm Lord, do you know anything about the Luo clan, one of the 3 god clans?" Fong Chun hesitated for a moment and asked. "Oh, why do you ask this? Could it be that you had a conflict with the disciples of the Luo clan in the purgatory?" Realm Lord Fu Mo asked curiously. Fong Chun shook his head, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Realm Lord saw this and no longer asked. The Luo clan is considered the weakest of the three god clans. But recently, the Luo clan Saintus took that step and shook the three god clans. The Luo clan will definitely rise in a short time, said Realm Lord. Hearing the Luo clan Saintus, Fong Qin's body trembled. However, he forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and did his best to calm down. Many thanks for telling me, Realm Lord. After saying this, Fong Qin prepared to leave. But at this moment, Realm Lord spoke. The purgatory you're in has countless opportunities, and the most famous of them are the inheritances of the four great martial emperors. The inheritances of the four great martial emperors. Fong Qin's heart trembled as he turned to look at Realm Lord. Realm Lord nodded. Speaking of the four great martial emperors, even Realm Lord's expression became incomparably grave. The four great martial emperors are the Sword Emperor, Space Emperor, Saber Emperor, and Dragon Emperor. Among them, Space Emperor is the strongest, and the other three are second. For countless years, countless martial artists have been searching for the inheritances of the four great martial emperors in the purgatory. Even the foreign races have been searching for them. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find them, said Realm Lord. The four great martial emperors. Fong Qin thought it was a life and death realm sovereign emperor. It's not a life and death realm sovereign emperor like you think. The four great martial emperors are from the divine world, said Realm Lord. Hearing this, Fong Qin was even more shocked. The inheritances of the divine world were in the purgatory. A long, long time ago, when I was young, the inheritances of the four great martial emperors were passed down. As for how to enter the purgatory, I don't know. If you find the inheritances of the four great martial emperors in the purgatory, you must cherish them, said Realm Lord slowly. I will. Fong Qin nodded heavily. After saying this, Realm Lord Fu Mo closed his eyes and prepared to see the guest out. Fong Qin tactfully took the jade bottle, bid farewell to Realm Lord Fu Mo, and left the garden. After Fong Qin left, Realm Lord Fu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Fong Qin's figure appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he sighed. He broke through the pinnacle level, has the origin demon sword, and has the inheritances of the divine world. What a mysterious guy. Of course, the biggest reason why Realm Lord Fu Mo helped Fong Qin was because he found Fong Qin's clone. Low-level heavenly body tier can condense a clone. How impressive. Unknowingly, Realm Lord Fu Mo had already regarded Fong Qin as a peerless genius. Breaking through the pinnacle level wasn't too rare. After all, there were many in the demon subduing realm. However, what really shocked Realm Lord Fu Mo was that Fong Qin actually obtained the supreme treasure of the Yuan race, the Origin Demon Sword. One had to know that the Origin Demon Sword was the supreme treasure of the Yuan race, one of the three divine races. In the past, that old bastard of the Yuan race died unexpectedly, causing the whereabouts of the Origin Demon Sword to be unknown. Later, the Yuan race searched the entire universe, but couldn't find the Origin Demon Sword. It was said that the Origin Demon Sword had a spirit. After its master died, it actively restrained its aura and hid in a corner of the universe. If it didn't appear on its own, even the elites of the Yuan race wouldn't be able to discover it. Realm Lord Fu Mo could imagine that if the Yuan race knew that Fong Qin had the Origin Demon Sword, it would definitely cause a commotion. Although the Origin Demon Sword's aura was hidden very well, Realm Lord Fu Mo still sensed it. I hope you can truly control the Origin Demon Sword. If Fong Qin could really obtain the Origin Demon Sword approval, there was even hope that he could become the ruler of the Yuan race. Of course, it was a bit too early to say this now. The Yuan race was one of the three divine races. They had accompanied the birth of a universe and had the longest history. Moreover, their foundation wasn't something that ordinary races could compare to. As for the inheritance of the immortal realm that Realm Lord Fu Mo sensed, it was the Golden Heart. The Golden Heart was too mysterious. Even Realm Lord Fu Mo couldn't see it clearly. Thus, Realm Lord Fu Mo concluded that Fong Qin should have the inheritance of the immortal realm. As for the clone hidden in the demon-subduing realm, he could discover it with a sweep of his mind. What an interesting little guy. Realm Lord Fu Mo grinned. After discovering Fong Chen's clone, Realm Lord Fu Mo forcefully saved Fong Chen. Then, he gave him 1,000 myriad poison pills and let him enter purgatory without any worries. After obtaining enough myriad poison pills, Fong Chen once again went to Whitebone City. Whitebone City was still bustling with activity. This time, Fong Chen was well prepared. He entered purgatory and wouldn't come out for a while. Just as he arrived at Whitebone City, he suddenly heard the sound of hawking. Yes. Fong Chen turned his head to look. It was a lazy old man. He was selling things. Treasures from purgatory. You only need a badge. The lazy old man held a broken sword in his hand and shouted loudly. In fact, there were many people selling things in Whitebone City. The martial artists who could come to Whitebone City were all extremely talented. They needed badges to exchange for military merits. Therefore, he took out some of the things he obtained in the purgatory that were useless to him and sold them. Of course, there were also some opportunistic swindlers. What's the origin of this broken sword? Fong Chen walked in front of the stall and asked, Brother, you have good eyesight. I obtained this broken sword from a crack in a rock in purgatory. Although I am unable to examine it, I feel that this sword has an extraordinary origin. It might even be related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance of the 4 great martial emperors, the lazy old man said mysteriously. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the broken sword and carefully examined it. However, at this moment, a martial artist on the side teased, Old lazy, you're cheating the newcomer again. Hearing this, the lazy old man was a bit angry. What do you know? Everything I sell is genuine, the lazy old man said. That's right. What I sell is genuine. The surrounding experts roared with laughter. The lazy old man was afraid that Fong Chen wouldn't buy it, so he hurriedly explained, Little brother, don't listen to them. I guarantee that you won't regret buying this broken sword. Fong Chen held the broken sword in his hand and felt a familiar aura flowing out from the broken sword. What is it? Just as he was about to examine it, the aura disappeared. This made Fong Chen very puzzled. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen still decided to buy it. Is this broken sword as mysterious as you said? Asked Fong Chen. Absolutely. If not, the next time you return from purgatory, come find me. I'm trustworthy. The lazy old man patted his chest and promised. Hearing this, Fong Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment and then took out a badge. Thank you, little brother. Putting away the badge, the lazy old man laughed. Fong Chen put away the broken sword and turned to leave. After Fong Chen left, the lazy old man happily took out the badge. Chapter 13:16. Purgatory. Fong Chen was filled with emotions as he came to purgatory once again. This place was completely different from the outside world. The atmosphere here was very oppressive, giving people a suffocating feeling. However, Fong Chen enjoyed the battles here. He could fight with all his might, break through in the battle, and advance on the verge of death. Boss, with the two of us working together, we won't be afraid of LV5 martial artist, Little Mouse said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded and ate a myriad poison pill. Then, he quickly entered the battlefield with Little Mouse. After walking for about an hour, Fong Chen and the Little Mouse discovered that there were people heading towards them. Boss, there's a foreign being ahead, Little Mouse shouted. Fong Chen nodded. He could feel that the foreign being seemed to be injured. Let's go. Fong Chen made a decision and quickly rushed toward the foreign being. Whoosh! When he arrived in front of the foreign being, Fong Chen drew out the hidden star sword and slashed. Instantly, the foreign being's body was split in half. Oh no! Fong Chen cried out in his heart. Immediately, his body retreated. When he slashed the foreign being, he knew he had been tricked. This foreign being was already dead and did not even have a badge. It was obvious that someone was using the foreign being to lure him into a trap. Whoosh! 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 As Fong Chen retreated, a gray aura suddenly appeared in 100 meters around him. In the blink of an eye, a huge array was formed. Boss, Little Mouse shouted anxiously. Fong Chun stood quietly on the ground with a serious expression. Whoosh! A burst of wild laughter could be heard from the formation. Idiot! This was a human. He used the foreign being as bait to lure the human into a trap. Then, he killed the human and took their badges. Hand over all your badges. I don't want to kill my own kind, the human said coldly. Humph! It's shameful for the human race to have a scum like you, Little Mouse scolded. Fong Chun glared at this human. He had been too careless this time around. This human was a god formation master, and he wasn't just a 4-star god formation master. Judging by the array he had set up, he should be a 5-star god formation master. Just now, the outsider had been protected by a spell formation. It was a little reckless of him to rush in without checking clearly. I'm afraid you won't be able to make us hand over our badges, Fong Chun said coldly. Brat, you're courting death. The human waved his hand, and the gray aura within the array formation became even denser. Fong Chun and Little Mouse could not see clearly what was around them. Be careful. Relying on his intuition, Fong Chun pulled the Little Mouse and used the true meaning of space-time. Bang, seeing that his attack had missed, the human looked at Fong Chun in surprise. Kill! Fong Chun and Little Mouse started a counterattack. Little Mouse used its 2 mystical powers, and Fong Chun also used the secret technique of the absolute Phantom Sky Sword without hesitation. A thick sword light, carrying with it a terrifying Emperor-level sword aura, suddenly tore through the void and swept toward the human. Damn it! This human was trapped by the Little Mouse and could not escape. Seeing that the thick sword light was about to attack, he forcibly controlled the array formation and dodged. Shwa! Then, he leaped and left the array formation. Brat, you've been trapped by my array formation. You won't be able to escape. If you don't hand over your badges, I'll attract other foreign races and annihilate you, the human said coldly. His cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the heavenly body tier, but he was actually no match for a human and a mouse. He did not dare to take the risk, so he left the array formation and threatened Fong Chun. You won't do that. Fong Chun saw through the human's thoughts. His goal was to obtain the badges. If other foreign races were attracted, how could he obtain the badges? Umph, I like to see how long you can last in this array formation. The human sat cross-legged and waited outside the array formation. If you hand over your badges, I can spare your lives. If you don't, I'll trap you in this array formation for the rest of your lives. This human could not do anything to Fong Chun and Little Mouse, so he could only use the array formation to trap Fong Chun and threaten him. However, Fong Chun was the least afraid of array formations. I'll break the array formation. You protect me, Fong Chun said. The Little Mouse nodded and stood beside Fong Chun. Outside the array formation, a sinister expression flashed across the human's eyes. Humph, when I finish setting up the array formation, you'll definitely die. The array formation that he had set up now was only a small part of it. This array formation was a peerless array formation, and a small part of it was comparable to a 5th-tier array formation. If he set up the entire array formation, its killing power would be too strong, and he believed that Fong Chun would not be able to resist it. However, he was a 5-star array formation master and could not set up this peerless array formation in one go. He could only set up a small part of it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this period, the power of the array formation increased a lot. There's a change. The Little Mouse looked around, afraid that the human would sneak in and attack. However, he was overthinking. Fong Chun had been studying the array formation. In 3 days, he had already discovered the array formation's base. It's really complicated. At a certain moment, Fong Chun opened his eyes and sighed. This array formation was very complicated, and there were more than 30,000 array bases. It seems to be an incomplete array, Fong Chun muttered to himself. Just as he spoke, the array formation suddenly changed. How could this be? Fong Chun cried out involuntarily. The array bases that he had just discovered had all moved and disappeared from his sight. It must be him, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Immediately, Fong Chun closed his eyes and continued to study the array formation. He was competing with the human who set up the array formation. In Fong Chen's mind, the aura of array formation spread. 7 days later, Fong Chen's body was surrounded by the aura of array formation. Buzz! Fong Chen broke through to the 5-star array formation master realm. Boss! Seeing the changes around Fong Chen, the little mouse cried out in surprise. Quickly destroy the array bases. As Fong Chen opened his eyes, he told the little mouse the location of the array bases. Hearing this, the latter used his innate ability, extreme penetration, and quickly destroyed the array bases. Crack! One by one, the array bases were destroyed by Fong Chen and the little mouse. At this moment, the human outside the array formation suddenly vomited blood, and his face turned pale. Damn it! The destruction of the array bases caused him to suffer a backlash. Since that's the case, you can't blame me. The human's eyes were filled with madness. According to the progress, it would take about 5 more days to completely set up the array formation. However, there was no time now. If all the array bases were destroyed, the array formation would collapse. Whoosh! The human waved his hand, and a series of complicated patterns emerged from his palm and drilled into the array formation. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the array formation. Boss! Speed up! Fong Chen shouted and sped up the destruction of the array bases. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the array bases were destroyed. There are still 10,000 array bases left, Fong Chen thought to himself. Crack! When 3,000 of the array bases had been destroyed, danger finally arrived. Rumble! A thick lightning snake with a terrifying aura swooped down instantly. The little mouse was directly hit by the lightning snake, and its fur fell off. Boss! The little mouse shouted. In an instant, the array formation was filled with murderous intent, and countless killer moves emerged one after another. Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and desperately resisted the killer moves. At the same time, he frantically destroyed the array bases. Bang! The thick lightning snake, terrifying wind blades, and countless killer moves caught Fong Chen and the little mouse off guard. It's too late. There are more than 1,000 array bases left, but it was too late. Fong Chen made up his mind and went to the core of the array formation despite the injuries on his body. Then, he used all his strength to perform the sky-extinguishing phantom sword. Bang! The sword slashed at the center of the array formation. Crack! Suddenly, the array formation shook, and the lightning snake and wind blades paused for a moment. In the outside world, the human vomited blood and suffered a severe backlash. Kill them! The human fell into a frenzy and controlled the array formation. Fong Chen's perfect sword body formed the strongest defense around him. The star pagoda shook, and rich astral power instantly spread out. Dong! Under the combined attack of Fong Chen and the little mouse, the center of the array formation instantly shattered. In an instant, the terrifying array formation was shattered, and the crisis was resolved. Whoosh! Fong Chen and the little mouse heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the humans suffering from the backlash. That was so dangerous, the little mouse said with lingering fear. Fong Chen nodded. He had underestimated the human. Although the human was a 5-star array formation master, the array formation he set up was too strange. The human was about to stand up, but he was directly kicked away by Fong Chen. Then, Fong Chen took a step forward, came in front of him, and stepped on his chest. What array formation did you set up just now? Fong Chen asked. Damn it, I couldn't kill you. Kill me if you want. The human was calm and directly closed his eyes. Crack! Fong Chen broke the human's arm and said coldly, Hand over the array formation chant just now, and I can let you go. Hearing this, the human opened his eyes as if he saw a little hope. You'll really let me go? Fong Chen nodded. He was very concerned about this array formation. Make a martial Tao oath, and I'll immediately give you the array formation chant, the human said. Fong Chen made a martial Tao oath. The human grinned and threw a jade slip to Fong Chen. I got this by accident. It records all the information about this array formation, the human said in a deep voice. Fong Chun took the jade slip and checked it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he nodded. The human dragged his battered body and prepared to leave. Stop. Are you going back on your word? The human widened his eyes and asked. Leave the alien race badge you got, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, the human wanted to fly into a rage. But in the end, he restrained himself. Although the other party had made a martial Dao oath to let him go. If he didn't hand over the badge, the other party would have hundreds of ways to torture him. Instead of that, he might as well hand over the badge. As long as there was life, there was hope. After handing over the badge, the human gave Fong Chun a meaningful look and turned to leave. Boss, aren't you afraid of letting the tiger return to the mountain? The little mouse asked. Chapter 13:17. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. After reaching the level of a 5-star divine array master, Fong Chen's array formation skills became more and more powerful. Boss, now that we have your array formation, we can even fight against a level 6 martial artist, Little Mouse said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. One man and one mouse walked in purgatory. Boss, do you want to try entering the center of the battlefield? Little Mouse asked with a smile. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and then nodded. Now, there are almost no foreign races in the periphery of the battlefield. If he wanted to get enough badges, he had to go deep into the battlefield. After making the decision, Fong Chun quickly planned his route and moved forward quickly. Half a month later, Fong Chun and Little Mouse successfully entered the inner area of the battlefield. As soon as they entered, they felt a strong, murderous aura. So oppressive, Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. However, right after Fong Chen's words left his mouth, a deafening rumble suddenly resounded through the sky. Fong Chun tilted his head to listen. Soon after, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he discovered that there were two figures fighting on a mountain peak not far away. That's Little Mouse also noticed. The two people on the mountain peak were fighting very fiercely. Even though they were so far away, the aura emitted from them made Fong Chun feel extremely oppressed. A battle between commanders. Seeing this, Fong Chun was shocked. Ever since he entered purgatory, he had never seen a battle between commanders. Now, he finally saw one. Hide. Fong Chun used the true meaning of space-time and hid his body in the void. He carefully watched the battle between the two commanders. The commander of the Ice Serpent Clan. Fong Chun discovered that the commander of the foreign races was an expert from the Ice Serpent Clan. Rumble, the deafening sound of the battle, resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peak was razed to the ground. The battle between the two commanders was too fierce. In a battle between experts, they couldn't be distracted. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange light shot out from the body of the Ice Serpent Clan's leader. The human commander's figure flickered continuously as he dodged the Ice Serpent Clan's attack. Humph, your ice seal is useless against me. The human commander sneered and launched his most ferocious counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Ice Serpents was at a disadvantage. Poochie, after an hour of battle, the Ice Serpent Clan's commander was severely injured. Blood splattered all over the sky. Human, even if I were to die, I'll drag you down with me. The Ice Serpent Clan's commander was heavily injured and knew that he couldn't escape. He roared towards the sky and immediately self-detonated. Rumble, the destructive power of a commander's self-destruction was simply too shocking. Upon seeing this, Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void, hurriedly fled. The entire space was twisting as if it was about to be torn apart. In an instant, the force of the explosion enveloped the human commander. Dong, the earth trembled as if doomsday had arrived. Even from such a distance, Fong Chun was sent flying by the terrifying airflow. After a long while, the trembling sound completely disappeared. The Ice Serpent Clan's commander was completely dead. As for the human commander, he was lying on the ground with heavy injuries. Boss, upon seeing this, Little Mouse looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes. Fong Chun knew what Little Mouse was thinking. He was struggling internally. Should I take the risk or not? Although the human commander was injured, his means were not to be underestimated. If he failed to snatch the badge, he would definitely die. However, if he could snatch the badge, he could exchange it for the antidote to the blood poison. This was extremely important to Fong Chun. Let's do it. In an instant, Fong Chun roared and immediately activated the space-time true meaning to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the corpse of the Ice Serpent Clan's commander. Stop! Seeing someone appear, the human commander suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. However, Fong Chun didn't hesitate. He grabbed the commander's badge and prepared to escape. You're courting death. The human commander attacked at lightning speed, but was easily blocked by Fong Chun. The self-destruction of the Ice Serpent Clan's commander was too powerful. The human commander was seriously injured. Seeing Fong Chun escape with the foreign commander's badge, the human commander was furious. Who at this moment, a human warrior appeared. Commander, are you all right? The human warrior asked hurriedly. Someone stole my badge. Kill him for me. The commander roared. Hearing this, the human warrior nodded heavily and immediately chased after Fong Chun. After obtaining the commander's badge, Fong Chun was extremely excited. His body was trembling. Boss, this is great. Little Mouse was also very excited. To Fong Chun, the significance of this commander's badge was too great. This meant that the blood poison in his body could be completely removed. Once the blood poison was removed, his strength would rise to another level. Haha, this is great. Fong Chun's face was full of smiles as he flew quickly. He had made the right bet. The human commander was seriously injured and couldn't stop him at all. Boss, let's leave purgatory now in exchange for the antidote, Little Mouse said. Fong Chun nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura behind him. Someone is chasing us, Fong Chun said in a low voice. Hearing this, Little Mouse's face changed drastically. Damn it, it must be the commander's subordinate, Little Mouse cursed. Who in the blink of an eye? The human warrior chased after them. Boy, stop. A saber appeared in the human warrior's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the saber slashed toward the sky. The space was torn apart. A terrifying saber radiance appeared on the saber and slashed directly toward Fong Chun. Oh no! Fong Chun shouted. As he dodged, he took out the hidden star sword and swung it to block the saber radiance. Pung! The terrifying pressure passed through the hidden star sword and into Fong Chun's body. In an instant, his body was sent flying. The human warrior was wearing black armor, his face full of cold arrogance. Boy, hand over the badge. Fong Chun stood up, the aura around him rippling. Impossible. Boy, you're courting death. Do you know that? The black-armored warrior said coldly. Fong Chun stared at the black-armored warrior, his eyes full of fighting spirit. In the exchange, just now, he had already discovered that the black-armored warrior's cultivation was the same as his third level of the heavenly body tier. However, he was extremely shocked inside. There was actually such an elite at the same cultivation level. Who are you? Fong Chun asked. Go long, the black-armored warrior said. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart tensed up. He didn't expect this person to be the famous Go Long boss. What should we do? Little Mouse asked. In purgatory, there were 3 little heavenly kings. The 3 little heavenly kings were people's honorific titles for these 3 people. The 3 of them were all at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, but could fight above their cultivation level and kill 6th level heavenly body tier martial artists. More importantly, the 3 of them were invincible in the lower levels of the heavenly body tier. Therefore, they were called the 3 little heavenly kings. And this Go Long was one of the 3 little heavenly kings. From this title, it could be seen how nature-defying Go Long's potential was. Fong Chun was known to be invincible in the same cultivation level, but when facing Go Long, he didn't dare to underestimate him. Kill! Fong Chun gave a low shout, and the hidden star sword danced continuously. Hong Long Long. Instantly, the 2 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. The secret technique that Go Long cultivated was very strange and had been suppressing Fong Chun all along. Boy, 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, to have this kind of power is not bad, but it's still useless. Go Long used his ultimate move. Xiao! The saber in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand and started to spin rapidly in the sky. Instantly, wherever the saber passed, a gray aura spread out. In an instant, Fang Chan felt that the hidden star sword was trembling endlessly, suppressed by the saber. Pucci, after a fierce attack, a saber mark appeared on Fang Chen's body. A gap also appeared on the blade of the hidden star sword. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. At the crucial moment, the little mouse used its innate mystical power and stopped Go Long's attack. Fang Chen took the opportunity to escape. Boy, you can't escape. When Go Long saw this, he suddenly punched, forcing the little mouse back, and then chased after Fang Chen. However, the little mouse didn't give him the chance, and continued to use extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear pierced towards Go Long. At the same time that Go Long dodged, the little mouse burrowed into the underground cave and disappeared. When Go Long dodged the purple spear, Fang Chen had already disappeared. Boy, the next time I meet you, you'll definitely die, Go Long said coldly. Whoosh! After continuously traveling for half a month, Fang Chen and the little mouse safely returned to the human race's headquarters. How dangerous, sighed the little mouse. Go Long is very strong. As expected of one of the three little heavenly kings, muttered Fang Chen. He didn't have any chance of victory against Go Long. Being able to escape from him was already pretty good. But boss, you're not weak either. Once you cure the blood poison, you'll definitely be able to deal with Go Long, said the little mouse. They smoothly left Purgatory and arrived at Whitebone City's City Lord's mansion. What do you need? Asked the person in charge. I need an antidote for the blood poison, said Fang Chen. The person in charge looked at Fang Chen with astonishment and then said, A commander's badge. Senior, this is a commander's badge. Please exchange it for an antidote. Fang Chen took out the commander's badge. Right, can this antidote completely eradicate the blood poison? The person in charge nodded and said, Of course it can. This kind of antidote is very precious, even in the entire universe. Otherwise, you wouldn't need a commander's badge. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Walking out of the City Lord's mansion, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. The blood poison that had tortured him for more than 2 years was finally going to be completely removed. Once the blood poison was removed, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly, and his strength would also increase greatly. At that time, not to mention Go Long, he wouldn't even need to fear warriors stronger than Go Long boss. Hurry up and take the antidote. The little mouse couldn't wait any longer. In the past few years, every time the blood poison acted up, it would torture boss to the point where he wished he was dead. Now, he finally got the antidote as he wished. Chapter 1318. Blood poison was a deadly poison unique to the Bloodthirsty clan. It was said that when the Bloodthirsty clan reached a certain level, they would be able to breed a deadly poison like the blood poison in their bodies. In the war between the human clan and the 10,000 clans, the human clan suffered a lot from the Bloodthirsty clan. Although the Bloodthirsty clan was not ranked high among the 10,000 clans, the blood poison in their clan was famous in the universe. Fortunately, there were many geniuses in the human clan. There were poison Dao experts who studied the blood poison and refined the antidote. However, it was very difficult to refine the antidote every time. Therefore, the antidote circulating in the human clan was very rare. If it was not in Whitebone City, there would not be such an antidote anywhere else. After Fang Chen obtained the antidote, he could not wait to swallow it. Buzz! After the antidote entered his stomach, Fang Chen felt a burning sensation and his blood was surging. After a while, the antidote entered his mind. Then, it entered his primordial spirit. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the blood poison in his primordial spirit was quickly disappearing. It's really effective. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. The blood poison was terrifying because it could divide into countless molecules. These molecules invaded the body and constantly looked down on the warrior's body. After a long time, the warrior's body would be completely eroded by the blood poison. 100 years to a powerful martial artist was merely a snap of a finger. Fang Chen was very lucky. After being tortured for more than 2 years, he obtained the antidote. Now, he was young, and it was the best time to cultivate. If he was really tortured by the blood poison for more than 100 years, even if he did not die in the end, he would be crippled. After all, who could cultivate in peace if he had to endure the torture of the blood poison every day? Even if he was a genius, his cultivation speed would be reduced if he was poisoned by the blood poison. As time passed, the blood poison antidote quickly dissolved the blood poison in Fang Chen's primordial spirit. At the same time, in purgatory, Commander Mofa was seriously injured and did not come out of seclusion. As for his subordinates, they were frantically searching for Fang Chen, especially Go Long, who was very famous as one of the 3 little heavenly kings. Go Long was very angry that someone had escaped from under his nose. Have you found him? In a certain area of purgatory, a warrior hurried to Go Long's side. Hearing Go Long's words, he shook his head. A bunch of trash. You can't even find a single person, roared Go Long angrily. Kiki, I was wondering who it was. So it's our 3 little heavenly kings. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice entered Go Long's ears. Next, a non-human appeared. It's you. Obviously, Go Long knew this person. After seeing him appear, Go Long's expression became serious. Go Long, I heard that you've become one of the 3 heavenly kings of the humankind. I came here especially to see what you've got. The man grinned and said, this alien was a member of the Wraith race called Mo Dingzi. Go Long was one of the 3 little heavenly kings of the human race, while Mo Dingzi was one of the 4 holy sun of the myriad races. The so-called 4 holy sun were just like the 3 heavenly kings. It was also the title of the strongest cultivator in the lower levels of the heavenly body tier. One could imagine how powerful Mo Dingzi was to be able to stand out among so many warriors of the myriad races. It was said that Mo Dingzi had once successfully escaped from the hands of a human commander. Of course, the most famous battle was when Mo Dingzi single-handedly slaughtered 36 human 6th level heavenly body tier martial artists. That battle directly alarmed the other races. After that, Mo Dingzi became one of the 4 holy sun. However, before that, no one knew that Mo Dingzi had once fought with Go Long. In that battle, Mo Dingzi had lost slightly, and this time, Mo Dingzi had personally come to this place to avenge his humiliation. Moreover, if Go Long could kill one of the 3 little heavenly kings of the human race, his status in the Wraith race would definitely rise. Even within the myriad races, it would become different. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Go Long said coldly. Immediately, the 2 great prodigies fought. This battle turned the sky dark and the earth dark. They fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the battle was decided. Go Long escaped with serious injuries, and Mo Dingzi was also scared away by Commander Mofa. After this news spread, most of the martial artists in the entire purgatory were shocked. The 4 holy sun of the myriad races are too strong, right? This Mo Dingzi is said to be the last one of the 4 holy sun. Even Go Long was seriously injured and almost died. This Mo Dingzi is too strong. In the human race's base camp, everyone was also discussing Mo Dingzi. As for Go Long, he had long found a hidden place to enter seclusion to recover his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had been in Whitebone City. With the protection of the Tier 5 formation, no one came to cause trouble. In fact, even without the Tier 5 formation, no one dared to cause trouble in Whitebone City. The City Lord of Whitebone City was said to be a highly respected human powerhouse. Almost all the martial artists in Whitebone City had entered the purgatory. They had made great contributions to the human race, so no matter what, they would not be disturbed. In a month's time, the blood poison had gradually subsided. Fang Chen's face became rosy. Little Mouse, who was beside him, was very excited to see this change. At this moment, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was rotating in his mind. The blood poison inside was almost exhausted, and only a little was left. Buzz, the antidote, was very effective. It completely burned away the last trace of the blood poison. In an instant, Fang Chen's primordial spirit burst out with a bright light. Then, the star power and the star pagoda continuously entered his mind and nourished his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit, which had been weakened by cultivating the doppelganger technique, also gradually recovered. Fang Chun could clearly feel that his primordial spirit was rapidly strengthening. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Phew! After the blood poison was removed, his entire body felt very comfortable. The torture of more than 2 years was finally over. Fang Chun was very happy, because these 2 years of fighting against the blood poison had made his heart extremely determined. The moment the blood poison was removed, his cultivation naturally reached the peak of the 3rd level. In just a short hour, his primordial spirit had completely recovered. The self-healing ability of the primordial spirit is really strong. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Cultivating the doppelganger technique and damaging the primordial spirit were different from being seriously injured. Previously, his primordial spirit could not heal itself because of the blood poison. Now that the blood poison was gone, his primordial spirit quickly recovered. In a month's time, Fang Chun had undergone a fundamental change. If he were to meet Go Long now, it was hard to say who would win. Even if he could not defeat him, he would not be in such a sorry state. "Boss," Little Mouse called out. Fang Chun nodded, full of joy. He waved his hand, and the rank 5 formation was removed. The two of them came to the center of Whitebone City. "Boss, the blood poison is finally removed." Little Mouse was happy for his boss. The blood poison was too torturous. Now that the blood poison was removed, with his boss's potential, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Just as Fang Chun was about to enter the purgatory, he saw the lazy old man from before. He was still setting up a stall. Moreover, the broken sword on the stall instantly attracted Fang Chun's attention. "Isn't this exactly the same as the broken sword I bought last time?" Fang Chun was a little puzzled. "Old man, where did you get this broken sword?" Fang Chun walked to the stall and asked. The lazy old man looked at Fang Chun and was a little embarrassed. Then, he faintly said, "A friend of mine got it from the purgatory." "Why is it exactly the same as the one I bought last time?" Fang Chun picked up the broken sword and carefully sensed it. Dong! The golden heart beat. Fang Chun felt that there seemed to be a faintly discernible aura in the broken sword. It was very strange. After carefully sensing it, he found that it was indeed somewhat different from the broken sword from before. "How is that possible? I never lie." The lazy old man braced himself and said. In fact, he also didn't know where the broken sword came from. It was just that after he entered the purgatory, he accidentally found the corpse of a human martial artist and found these 2 broken swords in his spatial ring. After studying it for more than a year, he didn't find anything. He might as well just sell it. "Little brother, seeing that you're a regular customer, I'll sell this broken sword to you for a badge." The lazy old man laughed mischievously. Fang Chun originally wanted a bargain, but in the end, he decided against it. He waved his hand and handed the lazy old man a badge before putting away the broken sword. "Thank you, little brother." The lazy old man was very proud. However, just as Fang Chun was about to leave, a figure quickly rushed over. "Old man, I've already borrowed the badge. Sell the broken sword to me," the person said. The lazy old man was a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry, this brother just bought the broken sword." Hearing this, the person was a little anxious. "Old man, you clearly said that you would keep it for me. Why did you sell it to him?" The lazy old man was a bit helpless and spread out his hands. The person flung his sleeves and fiercely glared at the lazy old man. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight in Whitebone City, he would have already killed this damn old man. He turned to look at Fang Chun and said, "Brother, can you let me have the broken sword from earlier?" Fang Chun shook his head and directly refused. "Brother, I can give you 2 badges." Fang Chun no longer paid attention to him and directly turned to leave. "Damn it!" The person clenched his fists and coldly stared at Fang Chun. "Brat, are you sure you want to offend me over a broken sword?" Since he couldn't forcefully buy it, he began to threaten. "How laughable! What does this have to do with you?" Fang Chun sneered and entered the purgatory. "Young master, don't be angry. Once you enter the purgatory, find this person, kill him, and take the broken sword, whispered a subordinate. Umph, brat, you're dead for offending me. Sima Yun, said the luxuriously robed man, sinisterly. If it weren't for the fact that this was his first time in Whitebone City, he wouldn't have been unable to take out a badge. His intuition told him that the broken sword was extraordinary. So when he saw the broken sword, the first thing he did was find a friend to borrow a badge. Unfortunately, several of his friends had already used up their badges, and he was only able to borrow one. Chapter 1319. The two broken swords made Fang Chun feel very strange. However, he couldn't figure out what was going on. In the end, Fang Chun simply put away the broken swords and entered purgatory. Boss, that guy even threatened you, the little mouse said with a smile. Now that the blood poison had been removed and his strength had increased, not to mention that guy, even if he encountered Go Long, he wouldn't be afraid. A man and a mouse quickly moved through purgatory. Now that the blood poison had been removed, Fang Chun could focus on finding the inheritances of the four great martial emperors. I don't expect to get all the inheritances of the four great martial emperors. I'll be satisfied as long as I can get the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Fang Chun thought to himself. According to Realm Lord Fu Mo, the four great martial emperors were from the Divine Realm. Their strength was unimaginable. Fang Chun majored in the Sword Dao. If he could get the Sword Emperor's inheritance, it would be of great help to his future. Although purgatory was full of danger, it was also very boring. However, 3 days after entering purgatory, Fang Chun found a strange place. This place is very strange. Fang Chun stared ahead. He and the little mouse had inadvertently arrived in front of a valley. He felt that the valley was very strange. Boss, let's go in and take a look, the little mouse said. Fang Chun nodded and entered the valley. Immediately, he opened his primordial spirit. So comfortable. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Now that the blood poison had been removed, he could completely open his divine sense. Everything in the surroundings was under his control. In an instant, Fang Chun had checked the entire valley. There's nothing. Fang Chun was somewhat puzzled. His gaze fell on the rock layer below the cliff. The rock layer blocked the detection of divine sense. Fang Chun quickly walked under the rock layer. There are footprints here. Fang Chun found footprints under the rock layer. Moreover, the soil was relatively fresh. Someone should have been here recently. Fang Chun told the little mouse. The latter used its hard claws to dig the soil. In a short while, the rock layer was dug open. Boom! Just as the little mouse was digging through the last layer of rock, a sudden vibration was heard. Immediately after, a figure dashed out. Someone's here, the little mouse shouted. Fang Chun fiercely punched out. A majestic fist shadow bombarded the figure and immediately forced the figure back. When Fang Chun took a closer look, he was a little stunned as well. It's you, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. This figure was none other than Go Long, who had escaped with serious injuries after fighting the four holy son of the myriad races. I was wondering who it was. So it's the three little heavenly kings of the human race. Little Mouse Noi said. A month ago, he had been hunted down by this person. Now, it was time for him to take revenge. Brat, I didn't look for you, but you came to this place, Go Long said coldly. Fang Chun spread out his spiritual consciousness and found that Go Long's aura was somewhat unstable. Soon after, he was certain that Go Long was injured. Didn't you want to kill me? Fang Chun asked with a smile. Get lost. I don't want to kill anyone now. Go Long waved his hand and said coldly. If it was an ordinary person, they might really be scared away by Go Long. However, Fang Chun was not an ordinary person. Even if he met Go Long at his peak, he would not be afraid, let alone the injured Go Long. You're injured. Fang Chun directly called out. Hearing this, Go Long's expression changed, and then he sneered, Humph. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you. Then try, Fang Chun said with a smile. Seeing this, Go Long's aura surged, and he suddenly punched out. Boom! Seeing this, Fang Chun also punched out. The two fists collided, and a tyrannical force immediately erupted. The aura that escaped caused the surrounding wind to blow. Crack! Go Long felt a tyrannical force enter his body through his fist. Dang, dang, dang. Go Long retreated a few steps and stabilized himself. He looked at Fang Chun in shock. I haven't seen you for a month, but your strength has increased quite a bit. If it weren't for my boss being poisoned by the blood poison, how could he have been chased by you in such a sorry state? Little Mouse said disdainfully. Hearing this, Go Long was even more shocked. A month ago, this person was actually able to escape from his hands despite being poisoned by the blood poison. And now, without a doubt, this person had taken the commander badge from Commander Mofa and exchanged it for the antidote to the blood poison. Brat, if you leave now, I can treat it as if nothing happened. Go Long's expression changed. Why do you feel afraid? Little Mouse sneered. But the commander behind you won't let me go. Fang Chen smiled. He would not let a tiger return to the mountain. You! Go Long was completely enraged. He forcibly attacked, and a thunderous attack instantly whistled through the air. You're courting death. Fang Chen used the 9th level of the heavenly sealing art. A powerful net of swords instantly bound Go Long. Then, he set up a 5th rank formation to trap Go Long. And then, he used the absolute illusion heavenly sword. Whoosh! A thick sword light containing a terrifying aura stabbed toward Go Long. Damn it. Go Long was one of the 3 junior heavenly kings. Although he was heavily injured and had yet to recover, his strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, specks of light appeared around Go Long's body. In an instant, Go Long seemed to have become a different person. He punched out, and his power was more than twice as strong as before. It directly shattered the net of sword around him. Then he took out a green leaf and pinched it. A boundless aura burst forth from the green leaf, directly shattering the rank 5 spirit formation. Then, Go Long's figure flashed as he fled. Bang! The thick sword light missed its target and crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Seeing Go Long escape, Fang Chen sneered. He used the true meaning of time and space and chased after him. At the same time, the little mouse used its innate ability, Devour, to stop Go Long from escaping. As expected of one of the 3 junior heavenly kings, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to resist his chain of attacks. However, not only did Go Long shatter the net of swords, but he also had that kind of treasure. Although he did not know what that green leaf was, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Go Long, you can't escape. Go Long was injured, and his speed was sharply reduced. Fang Chen's true meaning of time and space chased after him. Soon, Go Long escaped thousands of miles away. Fang Chen and the little mouse chased after him crazily. Along the way, countless cultivators discovered this scene. Heavens, isn't that Go Long, one of the 3 junior heavenly kings? What is he doing? Go Long seems to be injured. No, someone is chasing after him. Heavens, who on earth actually dares to chase after Go Long? Look at that brat. He seems to be at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier as well. To be able to force Go Long to this extent, could it be that his strength has surpassed the 3 junior heavenly kings? For a time, in the purgatory, many low-level heavenly body tier cultivators were all shocked. They were all guessing who the cultivator chasing after Go Long was. Xiao. In the process of chasing after Go Long, Fang Chen used the absolute illusion heaven sword secret technique from time to time. Multiple thick sword lights pierced towards Go Long. Sometimes Go Long could dodge, but sometimes he could not. After 2 hours, Go Long's whole body was covered in blood. His expression was savage, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. But now he could not stop. Once Fang Chen caught up, he would undoubtedly die. I hate. Go Long roared at the sky. Even so, he still had to escape. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours passed. Go Long used a secret technique and seemed to be burning his origin spirit to escape, his speed increasing greatly. At first, he was about to catch up, but Go Long escaped again. After 10 hours, Fang Chen's expression became extremely serious. Boss. At a certain moment, the little mouse shouted loudly. Fang Chen also sensed a terrifying aura coming from the distant horizon. Whoosh! Without another word, Fang Chun decisively gave up chasing after Go Long and turned to escape. It's too late to leave. Go Long knew that Commander Mofa had come to save him. Go Long turned and began to chase after Fang Chun. Scram! Fang Chun roared angrily and swung his sword, directly sending Go Long flying. Then he disappeared. Cough, cough. Go Long's body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, and his body was very weak. 15 minutes after Fang Chun disappeared, Commander Mofa came. Commander Mofa looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Where is he?" Commander Mofa, "He escaped," Go Long said somewhat sullenly. Chapter 1320. Purgatory, Masha Race's base camp. Mo Dingzi had just finished cultivating and was about to enter the battlefield to find Go Long and kill him. However, at this moment, he heard a piece of news. Go Long is being hunted down by a cultivator of the same cultivation level. Mo Dingzi's expression kept changing. Then he asked the other clansmen, wanting to know who was hunting down Go Long. Unfortunately, the other clansmen of the Masha race didn't know either. They only knew that the person hunting down Go Long was a human. Among the humans, there are only two who can defeat Go Long in the same cultivation level, and Mo Dingzi said to himself. After thinking for a moment, he stopped thinking about it. Kill Go Long first, and then kill the other two. He, Mo Dingzi, wanted to be the strongest cultivator of the same cultivation level. Right now, the three little heavenly kings of the human race were blocking his way. So, no matter what, he had to kill them. Last time, he let Go Long escape. This time, he wouldn't have such a chance. Go Long, it's time for you to die, Mo Dingzi said sinisterly, and then disappeared into the battlefield. Fang Chen's pursuit of Go Long shocked countless cultivators. Many people were inquiring about Fang Chun, but they didn't find anything. They only knew that he had a rat spirit pet and didn't even know the name of the others. As one of the three little heavenly kings, Go Long had been chased to such a sorry state, and he had lost all face. Because of this, Go Long was very angry. However, he was seriously injured, so he directly returned to the human base camp to heal. As for Commander Mofa, he also issued an order. If someone could kill this person, he would unconditionally agree to one request of the other party. A commander's request. That was what countless martial artists yearned for even in their dreams. As soon as this news was released, countless cultivators joined the search for Fang Chun. In a certain area of the purgatory, Li Shengxian had just killed a high-level heavenly body tier Masha. After taking away his badge, he suddenly heard a message from the communication jade pendant. The person who sent the message was a few of Li Shengxuan's subordinates. According to the news, a cultivator in the third level of the heavenly body tier had appeared out of nowhere and was hunting down Go Long. His potential was very strong, and he could be ranked among the three small heavenly kings. At first, Li Shengxian had some doubts, but when he heard the news, a smile appeared on his face. With a mouse as his spiritual pet, if he guessed correctly, this person should be the junior fellow apprentice that he saved. As expected of a disciple of my subduing devil world, Li Shengxian grinned. The three little heavenly kings were nothing in the eyes of a commander like Li Shengxian. But it was also a kind of recognition, the recognition that many martial artists had for a genius. Being able to obtain the title of three little heavenly kings meant that they were truly close to invincible among the lower levels of the heavenly body tier. If his junior brother could obtain the title of one of the three little heavenly kings, the devil vanquishing realm would also gain a lot of face. Of course, this was a story for another time. In the entire purgatory, many martial artists were searching for Fang Chun. As the main character, he was walking among the hidden weeds, carefully looking for the Sword Emperor's inheritance. The inheritances of the four great martial emperors were even more popular. Even Realm Lord Fu Mo admired them. If he could obtain them, he would definitely soar into the sky. This was an excellent opportunity. Aside from protecting the human race and obtaining badges, all the elites that entered the purgatory had a common goal, and that was to find the inheritances of the four great martial emperors. Fong Chen's blood poison had been completely removed, and everything was on the right track. Ever since he entered the purgatory, his strength had been improving. Although he still couldn't fight against high-level heavenly body tier martial artists, he could still survive. Previously, he had spent all his time on obtaining badges. Next, he would do his best to find the inheritances of the 4 great martial emperors. A month later, Fong Chun entered the inner area of the battlefield and arrived at a galaxy. What was a galaxy? In fact, a galaxy was similar to the void ocean in the outside world. However, the galaxy in the purgatory was very small and couldn't be compared to the void ocean at all. The reason why it was called the Milky Way was because the Milky Way contained extremely dense star energy. It was also the source of the power of stars in the entire purgatory. It was very dangerous in a galaxy. Even commanders didn't dare to enter it. Fong Chun stood in the galaxy and felt the rich power of stars coming from it. He was very shocked. What rich power of stars! Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. His gaze fell on the Milky Way. All of a sudden, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. What would happen if I cultivated the star tower to the size of a galaxy? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's expression became serious. Then he thought of something. Could the galaxy in the purgatory be transformed from the star tower of some elite from countless years ago? Or maybe it was the strongest elite of a certain era of the universe. Fong Chun was shocked by this crazy thought of his. In this world, was there any martial artist who could cultivate their star tower to such a level? Fong Chun shook his head and spread his hands. He denied his own idea. If I could cultivate in the galaxy, my speed would definitely be very fast, Fong Chun said with a grin. The power of stars in the air wasn't as rich as in the galaxy. However, Fong Chun was new here and didn't know that the most dangerous place in the entire purgatory was the galaxy. There were countless galaxies in the purgatory battlefield. However, many elites liked to cultivate in the galaxy. It just so happened that there were no elites cultivating in this galaxy. Boss, do you want to cultivate here? Little Mouse asked. Fong Chun nodded. Anyway, this place is hidden. No one should come here. Let's cultivate here for a while. With that, Fong Chun set up a level 5 formation. He sat cross-legged in the formation and began to cultivate. The little mouse, on the other hand, was happily playing in the sky above the galaxy. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun entered a state of cultivation. He didn't know that danger was approaching. Mo Dingzi of the Masha race came out of the Masha race's headquarters and went straight to the human territory. I hope I can find Go Long. Actually, Mo Dingzi didn't have much hope of finding Go Long. If he were Go Long, he wouldn't be so stupid to heal on the battlefield. He would return to the human camp to be safe. However, even if he couldn't meet Go Long, he could meet the other 2 little heavenly kings. The 3 little heavenly kings are my stepping stones. He wanted to step on the 3 little heavenly kings to reach the top. Whoosh, whoosh. He passed through the center of the purgatory battlefield and came to the edge of the inner area. Mo Dingzi prepared to leave the inner area and go to the outer area. However, at this moment, he accidentally scanned with his divine sense and found something unusual. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to find it. However, he was Mo Dingzi. His divine sense was different and could find things that others couldn't. There's a ripple. Mo Dingzi's divine sense was very sensitive to the air. He only scanned slightly and found a ripple 100 miles to the left. He rolled his eyes. Then his figure flashed as he rushed over to this place. Soon, Mo Dingzi discovered the Star River. Galaxy. Mo Dingzi was very excited to see the galaxy. Then he found the level 5 formation in the galaxy. Human. Through the formation, Mo Dingzi found Fong Chun. Mo Dingzi, who didn't plan to attack easily, suddenly found the little mouse playing in the sky above the galaxy. Then he grinned. According to the information, the person with the mouse spirit pet was the martial artist who hunted Go Long. In other words, this person was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Human, since you could defeat Go Long, then I'll start with you. Mo Dingzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh whoosh. Mo Dingzi didn't hide at all and landed at the edge of the galaxy. "Stop!" Little Mouse shouted when he saw Missouri Dingsy close to Boss. "Bastard, you want to stop me?" Mo Dingsy sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful palm print whizzed over. Roar! The little mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing, and directly pierced through the palm. Seeing this, Mo Dingsy made a soft sound of surprise. Rumble! Mo Dingsy clenched his fists, circulated all the power in his body, and punched. Bang! A punch landed on the little mouse's body, and the little mouse was instantly sent flying. However, in the blink of an eye, Little Mouse got up from the ground. Such strong defense. Chapter 13:21. In fact, when the godly rat grew up, it was very terrifying. In this universe epic, other than the heaven-devouring god rat that died with Zhongjian Emperor, there was only the little rat. In other words, it was a unique beast in the universe. However, Little Mouse had only cultivated for a short period of time, and its inherited memory hadn't been fully awakened. Therefore, its attack power wasn't too strong. The reason it could fight Mo Dingsy was because of its innate strong defense. Little Mouse's body was too strong. Even Fong Chen's perfect sword body couldn't compare. Therefore, facing Mo Dingsy's continuous punches, Little Mouse was sent flying again and again, but it wasn't a big deal. This defense is too strong. At this moment, Mo Dingsy seemed to understand. It seemed that the reason this human could chase Go Long was because of this abnormal spiritual pet. Think about it. When fighting with an enemy, you didn't need to block the enemy's attack at all. You only needed to attack wildly. And no matter how strong the enemy's attack was, it couldn't touch you. Over time, the consumption would increase. Of course, you wouldn't be able to defeat it. No wonder. Mo Dingsy smiled eerily. Then, he changed his strategy. "Since I can't kill you, I'll trap you." Demonic chi spread out around demonic Dingsy. Then his eyes widened and shot out two beams of bright light. These two beams of light shot toward Little Mouse like lasers. When they were about to touch Little Mouse's body, the two beams of light suddenly intertwined and turned into a simple cage, trapping Little Mouse inside. Roar! Little Mouse roared at the sky and struggled desperately, but it couldn't open its eyes. "Humph! This is my Masha race's unique skill. You idiot, don't even think about breaking free." Mo Dingsy sneered. Then, ignoring Little Mouse, he walked straight to the level 5 array. "Ethereal state? Sorry to disturb." Mo Dingsy chuckled and waved his hand. He accurately found the base of the level 5 formation and smashed it. In the blink of an eye, the Tier 5 array formation shattered. Fong Chen's figure appeared in front of Mo Dingsy. Seeing this, Mo Dingsy was very happy. Fortunately, he knew a little about array formations. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to break this array formation. I have to say, your attainments in the Tao of formations are very strong. I am ashamed of my inferiority. However, after today, you will completely disappear in the river of history. Mo Dingsy waved his hand, and a blade formed by the power of stars suddenly stabbed at Fong Chun. Poochie the blade cut through Fong Chen's clothes, but it didn't hurt Fong Chun. It wasn't that demonic cauldron's control wasn't accurate enough. In fact, he did it on purpose. Mo Dingsy wouldn't kill a nobody. Since this person was able to chase after Go Long until he was forced to flee in a sorry state, he had the qualifications to let Go Long know his name. Therefore, the demonic tripod's blade cut through Fong Chen's clothes. In fact, Fong Chun had woken up the moment the array formation shattered. However, his comprehension had reached the most critical step, and he really didn't want to give up. For this, he would rather take a hit from Mo Dingsy. However, to his surprise, Mo Dingsy didn't kill him. Splash! Fong Chun opened his eyes, and the golden luster around him shone brightly. He stood up and stared at Mo Dingsy. "Who are you?" Fong Chun asked in a deep voice. Mo Dingsy. Hearing this, Fong Chun was a little surprised. This person was actually Mo Dingsy from the Masha clan, one of the 4 holy son of the myriad races. "So it's one of the 4 holy son," Fong Chun said. "Kid, You can make go long so miserable. You have the qualifications to let me know your name. Tell me your name, and I will grant you death, Mo Dingzi said arrogantly. Fong Chen shook his head slightly. Sorry, I don't want to die. Mo Dingzi raised his eyebrows and stared coldly at Fong Chen. Kid, your spiritual pet is bound by me. What are you going to use to fight me? Then Mo Dingzi pointed at the bound little mouse in the sky above the Star River. However, the moment he turned his head, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, little mouse was using his teeth to chew the cage that bound him. Moreover, the cage formed by two resplendent rays of light already showed signs of loosening. Crack! With a crisp sound, little mouse bit off one of the rays of light. In the blink of an eye, the cage was broken. Hey, your cage is only SOS so. The little mouse spat and said. Hearing this, Mo Dingzi's face turned ashen and his eyes burned with anger. Damn it! Of course, although he was furious, he was also very rational. The strength of the little rat exceeded Mo Dingzi's expectations. Even the cage can't trap him. Mo Dingzi frowned and stared at Little Mouse, thinking of a countermeasure. Little Mouse leaped and came to Fong Chen's side. It stood side by side with Boss and faced Mo Dingzi. Boss, he's bullying us. We have to do something, Little Mouse said. Fong Chen nodded and looked at Mo Dingzi. Since you're here, you have to leave something behind. Otherwise, leave your life here. Fong Chen snickered. Mo Dingzi was even angrier at Fong Chen's mockery. Kid, you're courting death. Mo Dingzi roared angrily and punched out. Bang! Little Mouse was one step ahead and stood in front of Boss. Did you not eat enough? You don't have any strength. Too weak, Little Mouse said calmly. Mo Dingzi was even angrier. Little bastard, watch how I, the Holy Sun, kill you. With that, Mo Dingzi went all out. Demonic Wind Fist. Mo Dingzi roared and clenched his fist. The demonic chi in his body wrapped around his fist. At the same time, a strange wind appeared around his fist. Boom! Mo Dingzi's fist tore through the void and appeared in front of Fong Chen. Roar! Little Mouse used the engulf superpower and temporarily imprisoned Mo Dingzi's fist. At the same time, Fong Chen punched out. Crack! The two fists collided and exploded with a deafening sound. Fong Chen and Mo Dingzi took a few steps back. Mo Dingzi steadied himself and stared at Fong Chen. I really didn't expect there to be a genius like you hidden in the human race, Mo Dingzi said. This punch was enough to see that Fong Chen's strength wasn't below Go Long's. Whoosh! As soon as Mo Dingzi finished speaking, a gust of wind blew around him. His eyes turned purple-gray as two rays of death were fired from them. Then the death light twisted and circled around him. Suddenly, the sky changed color and a gust of wind blew. Mo Dingzi's robe fluttered in the wind. Boss, what's this? Little Mouse asked. He felt suppressed. Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the 9th level of the heavenly sealing technique. 9 beams of powerful sword light filled the sky and turned into a sword net that quickly enveloped Mo Dingzi. Demonic wind swallows the sky. Mo Dingzi clenched his fist, and the surrounding space was about to collapse. Then a scepter appeared in Mo Dingzi's hand. The scepter was red, as if it had been watered with lava. It was very terrifying. On the scepter, there were many twisted runes. On these runes, there were small words. These were the words of the demonic wind race. After Mo Dingzi held the scepter, he muttered some words that Fong Chen didn't understand, as if he was chanting a spell. Buzz! When the golden sword net attacked, Mo Dingzi suddenly opened his eyes and waved the scepter in his hand. Instantly, the sword net shattered like glass and scattered at the edge of the Milky Way. Kid, you should be proud that you died under my ultimate technique. Mo Dingzi said coldly after shattering Fong Chen's attack. It's not certain who will win. Fong Chen didn't look scared at all. Little Mouse was also waiting for an opportunity to use his special ability. This was the only thing he could do to help his boss. Roar! Extreme Piercing, a special ability. The purple spear pierced through the sky like a sharp sword and stabbed at Mo Dingzi's scepter. Boom! After the two collided, a terrifying shockwave spread out. Crack! The purple spear shattered with a loud sound. The scepter in Mo Dingzi's hand sent out ripples, blocking the little rat's talent superpower. Yes. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression turned serious. Compared to Fang Chun, Mo Dingzi was even more shocked. Chapter 1322. Die! Mo Dingzi wanted to end the battle quickly. He didn't want to waste any more time. Little Mouse's tenacity was too terrifying. Things would change if he delayed. Mo Dingzi's figure flashed, and he suddenly waved his scepter. Immediately, he cut through space and hit Little Mouse directly. Caught off guard, Little Mouse's body was sent flying. Fang Chun tried to stop him, but he was forced back by Mo Dingzi's scepter. Taking advantage of Fang Chen's retreat, Mo Dingzi's scepter shone brightly and immediately appeared above Little Mouse. He smashed down hard and directly smashed Little Mouse into the galaxy. You're courting death. Seeing this, Fang Chun was enraged. He immediately performed the Sky Extinguishing Phantom Sword's secret technique. The Sky Extinguishing Phantom Sword's secret technique at the Transcendent Realm was very powerful. Coupled with Fang Chen's own strength, his sword was earth-shattering. The thick sword light kept spinning in the air before stabbing at the demonic cauldron. Demonic spirit swallows the sky. Mo Dingzi roared. The scepter in his hand shone brightly. He performed the most powerful move of demonic spirit swallows the sky. The scepter spun quickly. The complicated patterns on it also shone brightly. Dong! Like a torrent, it poured down in torrents. It heavily bombarded the thick and solid sword light. The sword light contained endless power and hit the scepter hard. Buzz! A series of ripples appeared in the sky. Fang Chen and Mo Dingzi were both submerged in the torrent. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. When the two collided, Fang Chen quickly performed the second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. The terrifying thunderbolt swooped down and hit Mo Dingzi's head heavily. Mo Dingzi's body trembled. He let go of his scepter and was sent flying by the powerful force in the sword light. Bang! Mo Dingzi's body flew out and fell heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and used his fingers to tap a few parts of his body to stop the bleeding. At this moment, Mo Dingzi glared at Fang Chun with a ferocious expression. Brat, you've successfully infuriated me. Mo Dingzi reached out his hand, and the scepter that had been sent flying whizzed back. Holding the scepter again, demonic cauldron's aura surged. Amplification secret technique. Seeing this, Fang Chun was also stunned. He didn't expect Mo Dingzi to have a trump card. Kid, you should be proud to die under my amplification technique, Mo Dingzi said coldly. In the blink of an eye, Mo Dingzi's aura had increased by more than 3 times. He took a step forward, his aura shaking the heavens as he approached Fang Chun. However, at this moment, Fang Chun took out a pill from his bosom. Scarlet Blood Withering Dragon Pill. Although I don't have an amplification secret technique, I do have this. Fang Chun grinned and swallowed the Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon Pill. Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon Pill. Mo Dingzi was very disdainful. The amplification effect of the Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon Pill was limited and inferior to his amplification secret technique. Splash! However, what shocked Mo Dingzi was Fang Chun took out another pill from his bosom. As far as I know, the Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon pill has a stacking effect, Fang Chun said calmly. Idiot, without a neutralizing pill, the effects of the Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon pill won't stack at all. It's useless even if you eat a few more. The Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon pill could temporarily increase a warrior's cultivation. It was actually equivalent to some forbidden drugs. If one ate it continuously without a neutralizing pill to fuse the medicinal effects, the effects wouldn't stack. Instead, it would cause a backlash. Therefore, Mo Dingzi mocked Fang Chun after seeing him take out the second Scarlet Blood Withered Dragon pill. Ignoring Mo Dingzi's mockery, Fong Chun swallowed the second scarlet blood withered dragon pill. Instantly, the sky changed color, and the power of the stars and the galaxy surged into his body. Boom! Fong Chen's cultivation suddenly increased. 5th level, 6th level, 7th level of the heavenly body tier. Mo Dingzi was dumbfounded. Fong Chen's cultivation rose to the 8th level in a moment before stopping. How is this possible? Mo Dingzi cried out involuntarily, waving the scepter in his hand. A majestic ray of light whizzed over. Fong Chen stretched out his palm and clenched it lightly. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Too weak. Fong Chen shook his head. Before entering the purgatory this time, he had gone to find senior brother Poison Immortal and asked for a neutralizing pill. That was why he swallowed it without restraint. Run! Without another word, Mo Dingzi fled quickly. Want to leave? He threw the little mouse into the galaxy, and now he still wanted to leave? Fong Chun tiptoed, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Mo Dingzi. Brat, you can't kill me. If you push me too far, I'll die with you. Mo Dingzi held the scepter in his hand and threatened Fong Chun. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fong Chun waved his hand, and majestic power instantly spread out. Damn it! Mo Dingzi tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. Crack! Mo Dingzi's scepter was directly blasted away, and he was suppressed by Fong Chen's hand. I don't accept this. Mo Dingzi roared at the sky, unwilling to accept this. However, Fong Chen wouldn't give him a chance. Boom! With a loud bang, Fong Chen's hand pressed down, and Mo Dingzi's body turned into powder, and his soul scattered. Dead. Mo Dingzi, one of the 4 holy son of the myriad races, died in Fong Chen's hands just like that. With a wave of his hand, he put away Mo Dingzi's spatial ring and badge, picked up his scepter, and put it into the spatial ring. Finally, Fong Chen quickly came to the galaxy. Gulp! Just as Fong Chen was about to enter the galaxy to find Little Mouse, a series of bubbles appeared on the surface of the galaxy. Then a small head popped out. Boss! Little Mouse came out of the galaxy with a whoosh and jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. It's good that you're fine. Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, where's Mo Dingzi? Little Mouse looked around and asked in confusion. I killed him, Fong Chen said. Little Mouse was shocked, and his eyes widened. Let's go. Fong Chen used the true meaning of time and space and disappeared from the galaxy. After a while, warriors sensed the battle fluctuations and rushed over. The first to arrive was Commander Mofa. He floated in the sky, looking down with a solemn expression. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a few more elites arrived. Commander Mofa, you came first. Did you find anything? Someone asked. Mo Dingzi was killed. Commander Mofa said in a low voice. What Mo Dingzi of the Masha race? That Mo Dingzi who is known as one of the 4 holy son of the myriad races? Who killed Mo Dingzi? The human martial artists were all shocked. However, only Commander Mofa knew best that the person who killed Mo Dingzi was the low-level heavenly body tier warrior who chased after Go Long and stole his badge. Damn it! Commander Mofa's figure flashed, and he chased in the direction where Fong Chun disappeared. In the myriad races territory, the Masha race's base camp, Mo Dingzi's life tablet shattered, shocking the entire Masha race. What Mo Dingzi is dead? Damn it, who killed Mo Dingzi? I'm going to tear him into pieces. Many Masha race members were furious. However, what angered the higher-ups of the Masha race was not Mo Dingzi's death, but the scepter in Mo Dingzi's hand. Find the Masha scepter at all costs. The higher-ups of the Masha race issued an order. All the clansmen of the Masha race on the battlefield knew about this news. When they learned that the Masha scepter was lost, they were all furious. Apart from the Masha race, the other races also heard about Mo Dingzi's death, especially the other 3 holy son who were as famous as Mo Dingzi. In a certain area in the myriad races territory, the 3 holy son gathered together. The aura around the 3 of them was tyrannical and full of killing intent. Mo Dingzi is dead, one of them said. Although I usually compete with Mo Dingzi, he is one of us four holy son. He can't die in vain, another person said. Find a murderer first, then formulate a revenge plan, the last person said coldly. The four holy son rarely gathered together at the same time. However, this time, because of Mo Dingzi's death, the three holy son rushed over from all directions of the purgatory. Mo Dingzi's death was a slap to the faces of the four holy son. The three holy son could already imagine that the humans would definitely spread the news that their three little heavenly kings suppressed the four holy son. Chapter 1323. Feng Chun and the little mouse hid in the underground cave. This time, the little mouse learned its lesson and dug a very deep cave. Even high-level heavenly body tier cultivators couldn't detect it. Feng Chun sat cross-legged in the cave, and the little mouse looked at its boss with a grin. "Boss, you're famous in the purgatory now," the little mouse said with a smile. Feng Chun shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. He took out Mo Ding Z's spatial ring. However, at this moment, the little mouse took out a broken sword and handed it to Feng Chun. This is seeing the broken sword. Feng Chun's expression instantly became extremely serious. Wasn't this broken sword exactly the same as the two pieces he got in Whitebone City? Where did you get it? Feng Chun asked hurriedly. Boss, I was blasted into the galaxy by Mo Ding Z and escaped with great difficulty with my powerful defense. During this time, I found a broken sword and took it out, the little mouse said. Hearing this, Feng Chun was overjoyed. He took the broken sword and observed it carefully. Although he didn't know the origin of this broken sword, Feng Chun felt that it was extraordinary. Exactly the same. The three broken swords were exactly the same. Feng Chun could already confirm that these broken swords should be able to form some kind of pattern or something when combined. Could it be the Sword Emperor's treasure map? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Chun's mind. Thinking of this, Feng Chun was very anxious. If it was really the Sword Emperor's treasure map, then he'd make a fortune. I'll have to be more careful when walking in the purgatory in the future, Feng Chun said to himself. Now, the three broken swords were placed together, and there was no change. Perhaps there were more broken swords scattered in the purgatory, and only by getting all of them would there be a change. Putting away the broken sword, Feng Chun was very happy. Boss, do you know what this broken sword is used for? Little Mouse asked. I'm not sure, but I have a vague feeling that this sword might be related to the Sword Thearch's inheritance, Feng Chun said. He didn't need to hide anything from the little mouse. Little Mouse's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Chun. It can't be. If it's really related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance, doesn't that mean that boss will be able to obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance? Little Mouse said anxiously. Among the four great martial emperor's inheritances, the Sword Emperor's inheritance was the most suitable for Feng Chun. If he could obtain it, it would definitely cause a commotion. Feng Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Sword Emperor's inheritance had existed for so long, and no one had been able to obtain it. This meant that the Sword Emperor had hidden it very deeply. He did not think that he alone could obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Feng Chun cast aside the fantasy in his mind and looked at Mo Dingzi's spatial ring. Cracked the spatial ring opened, and Feng Chun saw many emblems. Damn, so many emblems. How many humans has this Mo Dingzi killed? Little Mouse exclaimed. Feng Chun was also very shocked. In addition to the ordinary emblems, there were also two commander emblems. As expected of one of the four great holy sun, such wealth. Feng Chun sighed. He had worked hard for a few years and only obtained a dozen or so ordinary emblems. He had only killed a holy sun, and his harvest was already so great. After tidying up and adding his original emblems, there were 35 ordinary emblems and 2 commander emblems. This was already a huge fortune. Some high-level heavenly body tier cultivators might not even be able to obtain so many emblems. The most important thing was the commander emblems. As a commander, they were already considered the strongest in this purgatory. Under normal circumstances, defeating a commander was easy, but killing one was very difficult. Defeating and killing were completely different. Every commander had their own trump cards. If they were forced into a corner, they would only escape with injuries. Unless several commanders ganged up on one commander. Only then would there be a chance. However, as a commander, they were very proud and would almost never team up with others. After putting away the emblems, Fang Chun continued to look. In the spatial ring, there were some precious ores and some cultivation techniques of the Masha race. Finally, Fang Chun saw a skeleton in the corner of the spatial ring. This is Fang Chen's eyes widened. Looking at the skeleton, he was shocked. This skeleton was the legendary Azure Rock Bone Fragment. Azure Rock Bone Fragment was not commonly seen in the outside world. However, it did not mean that Fang Chun did not know. According to legend, the Azure Rock Bone Fragment was the bone fragments of the Azure Rock race after they died. After a cultivator obtained it, they would grind it into powder and smear it on their body to strengthen their physical defense. This was a bone fragment that could change the physical strength of the body. The Azure Rock Bone Fragment contained a factor that was very helpful to the human body. After a slight shock, Fang Chun put away the Azure Rock Bone Fragment. This Azure Rock Bone Fragment was complete. In other words, Mo Ding Zi had not used it after obtaining it. Not bad. Fang Chun grinned. Although his physical body had reached a very strong level, this Azure Rock Bone Fragment was still very useful to him. After putting away the Azure Rock Bone Fragment, Fang Chun threw away Mo Ding Zi's spatial ring. Then, Fang Chun took out the Masha scepter again. Gently stroking the scepter with his palm, Fang Chun felt the layers of fluctuations on the surface of the scepter. He was very shocked. This scepter was not ordinary. Although he did not know its grade, Fang Chun felt that this scepter should be very strong. Buzz! Fang Chun injected the power of stars into the scepter. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Masha scepter. So strong. Fang Chun was surprised. The power of the Masha scepter was much stronger than that of the Hidden Star Sword. Killing a holy sun gave him so much to gain. A bold idea came to Fang Chun's mind. If I kill the other 3 holy sun, I will gain even more. However, it was just a thought. Among the 4 holy sun, Mo Ding Zi was relatively the weakest. The other 3 were all stronger than him. Fang Chun collected his thoughts and took out the jade slip on the array formation. This jade slip was obtained from a human. Back then, the killing formation that the human had set up had also surprised Fang Chun. I want to comprehend this formation, Fang Chun said to Little Mouse. Boss, don't worry and comprehend it. After you comprehend it, we will go and kill the other 3 holy sun, Little Mouse said with a smile. Immediately, Fang Chun closed his eyes and began to comprehend the formation. The formation jade slip was filled with a vast aura of formation Tao. Fang Chun's primordial spirit entered the jade slip and examined the formation. It took him a full hour to understand the formation's incantation. Origin Killing Formation. This formation was called the Origin Killing Formation. At its peak, this formation was a 7th level killing formation. It was very terrifying. However, the original owner of this formation had divided it into 5 simple formations. Earlier on, the human had tried to comprehend the 5 formations on his own before gathering them together. Break them one by one. After finding the right direction, Fang Chun began to comprehend the first formation. The first formation was equivalent to a 5th level formation. It was a trapping formation. Before he knew it, Fang Chun had entered the sea of formations. In purgatory, the 3 holy sun were constantly looking for Fang Chun. Even some human warriors were looking for Fang Chun. Soon, Fang Chun's identity was known to many warriors. What? The warrior who killed Mo Ding Zi is called Fang Chun? Where did he come from? Why have I never heard of him? Yes, with his strength, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Many warriors were talking about it. Of course, this news had also spread to the alien races. Many Masha race experts set out to search for Fang Chun. After the 3 holy sun received the news, They narrowed down the scope of their investigation again. On a mountain peak, the three holy sun gathered again. Any news? No. Capture a human and ask him. It didn't take long for the three holy disciples to finish their discussion, and then they each left. The three holy sun carried out a carpet search from 3 different directions. At the same time, they were also avoiding the pursuit of the human warriors. Unknowingly, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had been comprehending formations. Ling Zhanzi, the holy sun who ranked 3rd among the holy sun, came to the area where Fang Chun was hiding. Ling Zhanzi was a genius of the spiritual Wood clan. He was invincible in the same realm. He ranked 3rd among the 4 holy sun and was much stronger than Mo Dingzi. Chapter 1324. Inside the underground cave. After a month of meditation, Fang Chun had successfully comprehended 2 formations. He was currently comprehending the 3rd formation. As for the 4th and 5th formations, they were too profound for him to comprehend for the time being. The more he comprehended the origin-killing formation, the more shocked Fang Chun became. This formation was simply too exquisite. If it wasn't for his high attainments in formations, he wouldn't have been able to understand it at all. However, this month's meditation was not in vain. Fang Chun's attainments in the Tao of formations had become even stronger. He could now easily comprehend a level 5 formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun's body was filled with a strong aura of formations. He had already comprehended the 3rd formation to the most critical moment. This array formation was a defensive array formation. Fang Chun combined it with his own defense and quickly comprehended the array formation. Little Mouse was very bored. It came out of the underground cave to take a breather from time to time. On this day, when Little Mouse was taking a breather, it suddenly discovered Ling Zhanzi. Little Mouse narrowed its eyes and muttered to itself, isn't that one of the 4 holy sun? Ling Zhanzi? What is he doing here? Is he here to look for boss? Immediately, Little Mouse's figure flashed, and it went into the underground cave. At this moment, Fang Chun stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The origin-killing formation is indeed broad and profound. Fang Chun sighed. If he could unleash the strongest state of the origin-killing formation, even a creation realm expert would be wary of it. In a month, he had comprehended 3 formations. Whoosh! Fang Chun stood up and waved his wrist. Soon, all 3 formations were set up. The power of the 3 formations was very weak when set up individually. They were equivalent to ordinary level 5 formations. However, when the 3 of them were gathered together to form a chain formation, the 3 formations could merge together and possess a trace of the origin-killing formation's power. Buzz! Fang Chun grinned as he felt the pressure from the half-baked primordial chaos killing array. With the help of this killing matrix, even if he were to run into the 4 holy sun, he would have nothing to fear, and he would be able to kill them with lightning speed. At this moment, the little mouse came back. Boss, have you finished cultivating? The little mouse asked. Fang Chun nodded and looked at the little mouse. He asked in surprise, what's wrong? Boss, I found Ling Zhanzi nearby. Fang Chun's eyes lit up. Ling Zhanzi, one of the 4 holy sun? The little mouse nodded heavily, then revealed a crafty smile and asked, Boss, should we do it? Killing a demonic cauldron was a huge gain. If he could kill Ling Zhanzi, wouldn't he gain even more? After all, they were also outsiders and had a deep grudge against the human race, so they didn't have to worry about anything else. Fang Chun pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, Let's do it. Then, under the guidance of the little mouse, they came to the surface. Where's Ling Zhanzi? Fang Chun looked around and spread his primordial spirit, but he didn't find Ling Zhanzi. He shouldn't have gone far. The man and the mouse quickly flew in the direction where Ling Zhanzi had left. Whoosh! Along the way, the 2 didn't conceal their auras. They deliberately released their auras, waiting for Ling Zhanzi to take the bait. At this moment, Ling Zhanzi was fighting a human 1,000 miles away. Crack! Ling Zhanzi made his move and captured the human. Tell me, where's Fang Chun? Ling Zhanzi asked coldly. I don't know. The human shook his head. Bang! Ling Zhanzi squeezed hard and killed the human. Then, he prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned slightly. In front of him, there was a demon armor bug that seemed to be sending him a message. "You're saying that Fang Chun is behind us?" Ling Zhanzi asked. The demon armor bug nodded. Ling Zhanzi's eyes revealed a sinister look. Then he went back the way he came. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, Fang Chun and Ling Zhanzi met. "Fang Chun, how dare you show up?" Ling Zhanzi scolded. "You're Ling Zhanzi?" Fang Chun observed Ling Zhanzi carefully. Wasn't Ling Zhanzi from the Spiritual Wood clan? Why didn't he have the characteristics of the Spiritual Wood clan? The little mouse also looked at Ling Zhanzi and asked directly, "Hey, Ling Zhanzi, are you really from the Spiritual Wood clan? You look like a fake." "Umph." Ling Zhanzi waved his sleeves, and the aura around him rippled. The aura of wood instantly spread out. "Hey, you're really from the Spiritual Wood clan? Then your arms aren't made of wood?" The little mouse asked, blinking its eyes. The arms of the Spiritual Wood clan were made of wood, and the rest of their bodies were made of flesh and blood. This Ling Zhanzi obviously wasn't from the Spiritual Wood clan. "Stupid," Ling Zhanzi sneered. "How would the human race know about the means of the Spiritual Wood clan? Mo Dingzi is really an idiot. He was actually killed by you." Ling Zhanzi stared at Fang Chun in disbelief. He felt that Fang Chun was just an ordinary martial artist, and he didn't understand why Mo Dingzi couldn't even defeat him. "How dare you look down on my boss? Believe it or not, my boss will kill you in minutes," the little mouse said in a deep voice. After saying that, the little mouse suddenly performed its special ability, Devour. It instantly enveloped the demon armor bug beside Ling Zhanzi. The terrifying suction directly sucked the demon armor bug into the little mouse's mouth. Crack! Ling Zhanzi's spiritual pet, the demon armor bug, was eaten by the little mouse just like that. "You're courting death." Ling Zhanzi didn't expect the little mouse to suddenly make a move. Moreover, he was also shocked when he felt the terrifying suction force just now. "You're taking such a trashy demon armor bug as your spiritual pet? What a joke," the little mouse mocked after swallowing the demon armor bug. "All of you must die." Ling Zhanzi roared furiously. Then he made a move. "Can't hold it in anymore?" Fang Chun sneered. He waved his wrist, and the three formations were instantly set up. Then, they quickly merged together. Clang! The elementary version of the origin killing formation was formed and trapped Ling Zhanzi. "How dare you try to trap me with a mere formation?" Ling Zhanzi sneered. Then, he attacked with all his might. Dong! Powerful attacks continued to bombard the chaos element's killing array. The more Ling Zhanzi attacked, the more dumbfounded he was. "What kind of formation is this?" Ling Zhanzi's face turned solemn as he started to look at the formation. "Ling Zhanzi, it's time for you to die." Fang Chen's voice was transmitted into the formation. Then, he performed the secret technique of the sky extinguishing phantom sword. Although the origin killing formation was only an elementary version, its attack power was still very strong. Ling Zhanzi was flustered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen performed his most powerful attack. At the same time, he also performed the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. After 15 minutes, Ling Zhanzi died in battle. Even the undead spirit warrior did not understand how he had died. He died with his eyes wide open. A month ago, Mo Dingzi was killed. A month later, Ling Zhanzi was dead. Killing Ling Zhanzi was much easier than expected, especially at the end, when Fang Chun took out the devilish scepter and combined it with the origin killing formation. Ling Zhanzi could not fight back at all. So domineering. The little mouse was grinning from ear to ear. Big Brother's strength had improved again. A month ago, he still needed the red blood withering dragon pill to kill Mo Dingzi. Now, he did not need the pill and still killed Ling Zhanzi. After taking Ling Zhanzi's interspatial ring, Fang Chen left. This scene was witnessed by the human clan martial artists who were hiding in the distance. "Oh my god, is that Ling Zhanzi? Even he died in the hands of Fang Chun? Ling Zhanzi is dead. 2 of the 4 Holy Sun are dead. Does Fang Chun specialize in killing the Holy Sun?" 1 spread to 10. and 10 spread to 100. Soon, the news spread throughout the purgatory. After the three little heavenly kings of the human clan heard the news, they looked at each other. Who would have thought that a nobody would threaten their position time and time again? As for the other tribes, they were even more enraged. "We must kill Fong Chun." This was the cry of the other tribes. After the two holy sun who were searching for Fong Chun in the purgatory heard the news, they were silent for a long time. In the end, they looked at each other and continued their search. Their hearts were filled with murderous intent. As for Fong Chun, who was the main character, he went straight back to the human clan's base camp. He found a corner and started checking Zhanzi's interspatial ring. Go Long, one of the three little heavenly kings, was also in the base camp. When he saw Fong Chun, he felt awkward. Back then, he wanted to kill Fong Chun. However, it had only been a short while, and the latter had already killed two holy sun. Chapter 1325. After Commander Mofa received the news, he quickly returned to the human clan's base camp. Although he couldn't attack in the base camp, he could still keep an eye on him. However, he could keep an eye on Fong Chun. As long as Fong Chun left the headquarters, he would be able to kill him. Commander Mofa. Seeing Commander Mofa, Go Long's eyes lit up. "Where is Fong Chun?" Commander Mofa asked. "Over there." Go Long pointed to the corner where Fong Chun was and said in a low voice. Commander Mofa looked in the direction Go Long pointed. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He immediately sat down cross-legged. At this moment, Fong Chun had just finished checking Ling Zhanzi's interspatial ring. Ling Zhanzi's interspatial ring is 10 times bigger than mine. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chun decisively refined Ling Zhanzi's interspatial ring for his own use. It would be a waste if he didn't use such a big interspatial ring. After checking, as expected, there were many ordinary badges in Ling Zhanzi's interspatial ring. However, there was no commander badge. The rest were some cultivation techniques of the spiritual wood clan and some rare ores. Fong Chun threw all the ores to Little Mouse for it to eat. As for the cultivation techniques of the spiritual wood clan, they were useless to him. After putting away the badges, Fong Chun curled his lips. "Boss, Commander Mofa is back," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Fong Chun was also stunned when he heard this. He immediately turned his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that Commander Mofa was seated cross-legged in the middle of the headquarters. This old bastard. Fong Chun cursed in his heart. As a commander, he actually lowered his status to attack him. How ridiculous. "Boss, Commander Mofa wants to keep an eye on you. As long as you leave the base camp, he will attack you," Little Mouse said. Fong Chun's eyes flashed with golden light, but he didn't say anything. Fong Chun didn't hurry to leave the base camp. Instead, he started to cultivate. This caused Commander Mofa to feel very helpless. However, there was nothing he could do. He was in the headquarters and could not attack Fong Chun. He glared viciously at Fong Chun, wishing he could tear him into pieces. Fong Chun was comprehending the primordial chaos killing array. Previously, he had used a month to comprehend 3 formations. If he could comprehend the last 2 formations, he would be able to set up the complete chaos element killing formation. Although its power was definitely not as strong as the primordial chaos killing array at its peak, it still could not be underestimated. This primordial chaos killing array was of great help to Fong Chun. After this period of meditation, Fong Chun's understanding of the array Tao had deepened. He had also thoroughly mastered the array Tao inheritance that he had obtained back then. 7 days later, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He had also comprehended the 4th formation. His face was filled with an excited smile. At the same time, his gaze landed on the distant horizon. Fong Chun suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Little Mouse hurriedly asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" "To the battlefield." After Fong Chun said that, he swaggered out of the human race's base camp with the Little Mouse. As soon as Fong Chun left, it caused an uproar. Countless martial artists were discussing among themselves. What is Fong Chun doing? Isn't he afraid of Commander Mofa? Knowing that Commander MOFA is waiting for him, he still dares to leave the base camp. Commander MOFA has already left. Let's go and take a look. Many marshalists came to the edge of the base camp and looked at Commander MOFA. Outside the base camp on the wasteland, Fang Chun swaggered through the desolate plains. When he felt the aura behind him, he revealed a smile that resembled the wind. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Commander MOFA's figure whistled over. Fang Chun, Commander MOFA said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Chun stopped and turned his head to look at Commander MOFA. I wonder if Commander MOFA has any instructions? Fang Chun cupped his fists and asked. You already know the answer, Commander MOFA said coldly with an ashen face. Behind Commander MOFA, Go Long gloated, Brat, you're too arrogant. Today, you'll definitely die. Seeing Go Long's appearance, Fang Chun frowned and said, Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Don't you want to live anymore? Little Mouse also scolded. Commander MOFA threatening Fang Chun was nothing, but Little Mouse couldn't stand Go Long using his connections. Loser, if someone hadn't saved you, you would have died countless times, Little Mouse mocked. Being mocked by Little Mouse, Go Long's eyes turned scarlet and his face turned sinister. Commander MOFA, please kill them, said Go Long. Commander MOFA nodded and then looked at Fang Chun. Are you waiting for me to personally take action? You won't be able to kill me, said Fang Chun confidently. The Little Mouse fiercely glared at Go Long and said, If we meet again, I'll definitely cut off your dog head. After saying that, Fang Chun and Little Mouse swaggered off. Courting death. How dare they try to escape right under his nose? Commander MOFA was thoroughly enraged. Star energy rippled around his body, and the many cultivators hiding in the darkness felt their hearts palpitate. How powerful! Everyone exclaimed. Commander MOFA was too powerful. Commander MOFA extended his hand, carrying with it a vast amount of energy. Fang Chun, who was walking, felt the space around him instantly freeze. However, his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. MOFA, what's the point of bullying weak cultivators? Suddenly, a deafening voice rang out from the horizon. Then, a resplendent light whistled over and blocked Commander MOFA's hand. Crash! Ripples appeared in space. Li Shangxian had arrived. As soon as he had discovered Commander MOFA, Fang Chun had already sent a message to Li Shangxian. As a disciple of the devil-vanquishing world, Li Shangxian would naturally help Fang Chun. Moreover, this junior apprentice brother of his was amazing. Fang Chun nodded to Li Shangxian. Li Shangxian, you want to stop me? Commander MOFA's expression changed when he saw the newcomer. Although they were both commanders, Li Shangxuan's reputation was clearly much greater than Commander MOFA's. Give me face and let him go, said Li Shangxian with a smile. In an instant, Commander MOFA fell into silence. Behind him, Go Long's eyes were filled with unwillingness. This was the best chance to kill Fang Chun. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would have to wait? Go Long looked at Commander MOFA, waiting for the latter's decision. After pondering for a long time, Commander MOFA restrained his aura and asked Li Shangxian, Is it worth it to make an enemy of me for a low-level heavenly body tier cultivator? Don't you already have an answer? Li Shangxian said with a smile. Hearing that, Commander MOFA nodded heavily. He looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully and said, Brat, you're lucky that Li Shangxian stood up for you. I don't believe he can protect you forever. If I meet you again, you'll definitely die. Then, Commander MOFA turned and returned to the headquarters. Li Shangxian quickly disappeared into the horizon with Fang Chun. Who? After about 2 hours, Li Shangxian and Fang Chun landed on a mountain peak. Thank you, Senior Brother Li, Fang Chun said. You're welcome. It's normal for fellow disciples to fight. However, you've offended Commander MOFA, so you must be careful, Li Shangxian reminded. I will, Fang Chun said. Commander MOFA is very narrow-minded, Li Shangxian said. This time, I'm here, so he doesn't dare to attack. However, if he sees you alone, he'll definitely attack. Fangchen nodded, but he wasn't afraid. The purgatory was so big, and it wouldn't be easy for the two of them to meet. However, you don't have to worry, Li Shengxian said. After chatting with Fangchen for a while, Li Shengxian prepared to leave. Junior brother Fang, you have great potential. Work hard, Li Shengxian said meaningfully. Fangchen and the little mouse watched Li Shengxian leave. Boss, what should we do next? The little mouse asked. Fangchen's eyes burned, and he said in a low voice, Hunt the Holy Sun. In the headquarters of the human race, Fangchen received a lot of news. There were outsiders looking for him, and the remaining 2 Holy Sun were also looking for him. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and kill all 4 Holy Sun. Within the headquarters of the human race, Commander Mo Fa's face was gloomy as he sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Go Long's eyes flickered, and after a long time, he decided to ask. Commander, what do we do now? Asked Go Long. Contact the other 2 junior heavenly kings and have them chase after Fangchen with all their might, Commander Mo Fa said. Then what about Li Shengxian? Asked Go Long. Commander Mo Fa shook his head. As the commander, Li Shengxian won't waste his time protecting that brat. As long as that brat is alone, you'll have a chance. Remember, the 3 of you should travel together. Don't split up. Fangchen's strength was clear for all to see since he had been able to kill 2 Holy Sun in a row. If the 3 junior heavenly kings were to face Fangchen alone, they would have no chance of winning. Only if the 3 of them worked together would they be able to kill Fangchen. Yes, I'll contact the other 2. Go Long nodded heavily and quickly left. Soon, Go Long contacted the other 2. The 3 junior heavenly kings gathered together. What do you think? Asked Go Long. These 2 weren't Commander Mo Fa's subordinates. If he wanted them to help him, he would have to pay a price. And now, he was asking for their opinion. Is it just to kill Fangchen? Asked one of them. Yes, as long as we kill Fangchen, Commander Mo Fa's promise will be fulfilled, said Go Long. The other person pondered for a moment, then said, Okay, we agree, but we have to get the secret technique in advance. If we can't agree, we won't help you kill Fangchen. Hearing this, Go Long was in a difficult position. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. I'll ask Commander Mo Fa. After saying this, Go Long contacted Commander Mo Fa with a communication jade pendant. Soon, there was a reply. Commander Mo Fa said he can give you the secret technique first, said Go Long with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 junior heavenly kings smiled brightly. Chapter 1326. With Fangchen's current strength, as long as he didn't encounter high-level heavenly body tier cultivators, there was almost no danger. As for high-level cultivators, they basically entered the core area of the battlefield to hunt the foreign races. There was almost no one in the inner area. Fangchen and the little mouse walked on the wasteland of the inner area of the purgatory battlefield. They were thinking about how to find the remaining 2 Holy Sun. If they directly spread the news, it would definitely attract Commander Mo Fa. This was definitely not possible. However, if they want to find the 2 Holy Sun in the purgatory, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Fangchen simply didn't think about it. He found a galaxy, dived into it, and began to cultivate. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't dare to enter the galaxy. However, Fangchen and the little mouse were both abnormal. One had a perfect sword body, and the other had a strong defense. However, the man and the mouse didn't dare to go deep and only stayed on the surface. Even so, their cultivation speed was very fast. Rumble. In the galaxy, the wild power of stars surged. In the blink of an eye, the star pagoda in his chi sea was filled to the brim. Fangchen felt that his whole body was full of power. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Now, Fangchen's strongest attack was the Phantom Sky Extinguishing Sword Secret Technique. This secret technique had been cultivated to perfection by Fangchen. Fangchen's mind was filled with a rich sword aura. The Emperor's sword aura surrounded him and crazily absorbed the power of stars. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. After entering the purgatory, time was not important to Fang Chun at all. 3 months of hard cultivation seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the holy son of the 10,000 races and the 3 little heavenly kings of the human race were all looking for Fang Chun. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. And Fang Chun, who was hiding in the galaxy, almost broke through to the 4th layer of the purgatory battlefield. The Star Pagoda was already changing, but at the last moment, all the previous efforts were wasted. At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he did make a breakthrough in the Tao of array formations. The 5th array of the Chaos Element Killing Array was also successfully comprehended. With a thought, he arrived above the Milky Way. With a wave of his hand, 5 different formations appeared. Then, the 5 formations fused together to form the powerful Chaos Element Killing Formation. It's a pity that my array Tao is too low. Although the Chaos Killing Array has been completely set up, its power is only slightly greater than an ordinary rank 5 array. If Fang Chen's array Tao realm reached 7 stars, he would be able to activate the strongest primordial Chaos Killing Array. But even so, he was satisfied. Low-level heavenly body tier cultivators were trapped in the chaotic origin killing formation and almost instantly died. Even a middle-level heavenly body tier cultivator wouldn't be able to break through this formation. If he ran into the outsider Holy Sun now, he would be able to kill him with lightning speed. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had surpassed the Holy Sun's by a large margin. However, the outsider Holy Sun was completely unaware of this. Boss, the little mouse was happy for Fang Chun. Let's go out and do some exercise, Fang Chun said. In the inner area of the battlefield, there was a massacre on a mountain peak. One of them was the 2nd-ranked Holy Son of the outsider race. His name was Blood Spirit, and he was a prodigy of the bloody drifting tribe. Opposite him were 3 human race ancient martial art practitioners. Humans should all die. Blood Spirit's eyes were scarlet, and his body exuded a terrifying aura of blood. He reached out and grabbed the head of a human cultivator. Then he squeezed and killed him instantly. Kill! The remaining 2 human clan warriors roared at the sky and launched fierce attacks on Spirit Bloodmaster. However, Xuelingzi had killed both of them in just a few moves. Too weak, Blood Spirit said disdainfully. Blood Spirit put away the 3 human cultivators' badges and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, his body stopped. His scarlet eyes stared at the wasteland below the mountain peak. At this moment, a man and a mouse were walking toward the mountain peak. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Seeing this, Blood Spirit smiled eerily. In fact, Fang Chun was also looking for the Holy Son of the outsider race. He had just come out of the Star River and wandered around for a few hours when he was attracted by the battle. He happened to meet Blood Spirit. Whoosh! Fang Chun climbed up the mountain peak and looked at Blood Spirit. I didn't expect that your first reaction would not be to run away, Blood Spirit said. You should be the one running away, Fang Chun retorted. Blood Spirit's aura of blood rippled around Blood Spirit, and a powerful force instantly spread out. I think this day next year will be your death anniversary, Blood Spirit said with a smile. I killed Demon Cauldron and Ling Zhanzi. You're no exception. That's right. The so-called 4 holy sons of the outsider race are just a joke. They're said to be invincible among low-level heavenly body tier cultivators, but my boss killed 2 of them consecutively. You're asking for death. Blood Spirit was instantly enraged. With a low shout, he abruptly opened his palm. The whole heaven and earth changed color instantly, and a bloody aura spread out and shrouded the entire mountain peak. Die! Blood Spirit reached out his hand, wanting to crush Fang Chen's head. However, Fang Chun just stood there quietly with a mocking expression on his face. Whoosh! Just as Blood Spirit's hand was about to touch Fang Chun, the latter suddenly disappeared. Something's wrong. Blood Spirit felt that something was wrong. Then, he frowned as he realized that he had fallen into a formation. What kind of formation is this? The Blood Spirit Master had seen many formations before, but he was shocked by this one. Whoosh! Inside the Chaos Origin killing formation, killing light flashed and forced Blood Spirit to retreat. Humph! You want to trap me with a formation? Blood Spirit sneered. He used his full strength. However, the Chaos Origin killing formation wasn't as simple as he thought. Fang Chun activated the Chaos Origin killing formation, and its killing aura directly corroded the sky. Fang Chun held the star-hidden sword and rushed into the Chaos Origin killing formation. Instantly, a deafening sound came from the Chaos Origin killing formation. Soon, a miserable scream came. The Chaos Origin killing formation was removed, and Fang Chun stood there quietly with the star-hidden sword in his hand. Blood Spirit's body had already turned into a pool of blood under his feet, and only his head was still moving. This was a very powerful technique of the bloody floating race. Blood Spirit's head flew rapidly, trying to escape. Roar! However, it didn't fly far before it was pulled back by the little mouse's innate ability. I can't accept this. Blood Spirit roared at the sky. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Was this fellow really that strong? Fang Chun grabbed Blood Spirit's head and send a message to Wan Longzi. Tell him to come here. What do you want? Master Blood Spirit shouted in panic. Kacha! Fang Chun clenched his fist, and Spirit Blood Master's head exploded. Blood Spirit screamed, If I do as you say, will you let me go? So the bloody floating race is also afraid of death, sneered the little mouse. You don't have a choice, said Fang Chun. If Wan Longzi comes, you'll definitely die, shouted Blood Spirit. Although they were all holy sons of the four great holy sons, Wan Longzi's strength was something that even the three of them combined were no match for. Wan Longzi was one of the top geniuses of the 10,000 Flood Dragon race. In this purgatory, the 10,000 Flood Dragon race was considered a very powerful race. This was because there were almost no races that were ranked at the top of the 10,000 races in this purgatory. Kacha! Fang Chun squeezed even harder. Blood Spirit's head was about to explode, and he screamed. In the end, he gave in. He took out his communication jade pendant and sent the news to Wan Longzi. Sensing the force exerted by Fang Chun's fingers, Spirit Bloodchild was horrified. I've already done as you said. You should let me go. Master Blood Spirit shouted. You're an outsider, and I'm a human. We're mortal enemies. Do you think I'll let you go? Sneered Fang Chun. This Blood Spirit child was really stupid. After saying that, he squeezed harder and crushed Blood Spirit's head. Boss, are we just going to wait here for Wan Longzi? Asked the little mouse. Fang Chun nodded. Will Wan Longzi notify his race's experts to come kill us? Asked the little mouse worriedly. Fang Chun shook his head. I don't think so. Given Wan Longzi's arrogance, he would definitely come personally. Opening Blood Spirit's spatial ring, he found some badges and a secret art called Blood Condensing Art. This is the Blood Floating Race's Blood Condensing Art. Seeing this, Fang Chun muttered to himself. In truth, Fang Chun didn't know much about the Blood Condensing Art. The only reason he knew was because Poison Immortal had told him. Poison Immortal really wanted the Blood Floating Race's Blood Condensing Art, but he had no way to obtain it. As for entering the Purgatory, Poison Immortal had just reached the life and death realm. I can give it to Senior Apprentice Brother Poison. Fang Chun put away the blood condensation technique and said softly. Poison Immortal had helped him a lot when he was poisoned by the blood poison. Moreover, he had given him so many myriad poison pills. Although it was a transaction, Fang Chun had always remembered this favor. In a certain galaxy in the Purgatory, splash! On the turbulent Milky Way, a huge wave was suddenly set off. A pillar of water condensed from star power soared into the sky. A figure stood on top of the pillar of water. Behind him was a huge flood dragon phantom. Its aura shook the heavens. This person was one of the four holy sun, Wan Longzi of the 10,000 flood dragon race. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wan Longzi landed on the ground. His calm face revealed a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chun. He was in the middle of cultivating when he received Master Blood Spirit's message. and immediately stopped. For him, killing Fang Chun was the first thing he wanted to do. Although he looked down on the other three Holy Sun, they were all Holy Sun, and they shared the same honor and disgrace. Fang Chun had killed 2 Holy Sun. For him, this was a great humiliation. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wan Longzi tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air. Chapter 13:27. Fang Chun waited on the mountain peak for Wan Longzi's arrival. The little mouse had nothing to do, so it scurried here and there as if searching to see if there were any precious treasures here. Waiting was the most boring thing. However, Fang Chun didn't mind. In this short time, Fang Chun set up some level 5 formations, all of which were illusory formations. Actually, setting up these formations was also a precaution. Using a full 3 days' time, Fang Chun set up hundreds of illusory formations, all of which were hidden underground. As long as he willed it, he could completely activate the illusory formations. After doing all this, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to wait. Wan Longzi's speed was very fast, and he encountered many human martial artists along the way, but he disdained to kill them. Killing Fang Chun was the most important thing. If he were to escape, then it would be bad. Hoo. Wherever Wan Longzi passed, a ray of light cut through the sky. Below, countless martial artists were very surprised. Isn't that Wan Longzi? What is he doing? Could it be that Wan Longzi found Fang Chun? Looking at him like this, he seems to be in a hurry. Presumably, he's found Fang Chun's traces. Should we go over and take a look? Many martial artists were restless. They wanted to follow behind Wan Longzi and see the battle between the two. Of course, there were also some martial artists who knew their limits and didn't dare to go. At a certain moment, the 3 little heavenly kings discovered Wan Longzi's traces. It's Wan Longzi. The 3 little heavenly kings of the human race were the strongest low-level heavenly body tier elites. The 3 were Go Long, Tong Yuan, and Gung Hong. The one who spoke was Tong Yuan. The 3 little heavenly kings had been searching for Fang Chun, but they hadn't found him until now. They could only blame the purgatory for being too big. Where's Wan Longzi going? Go Long frowned and asked in confusion. Gung Hong thought for a moment, then grinned and said, "Go, follow him." Saying so, the 3 little heavenly kings hid in the dark and followed Wan Longzi. Several days later, Wan Longzi arrived at the mountain peak. Fang Chun. Wan Longzi's figure arrived before his body. His voice was filled with anger. Crash spatial ripples appeared, and Wan Longzi's figure instantly appeared on the mountain peak. Fang Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. "Wan Longzi, you're finally here," Fang Chun said softly. "Where's Schwellingzi?" Wan Longzi felt that something was amiss. Blood Spirit Master had told him through voice transmission that Fang Chun was here, but he was nowhere to be seen. "I killed him," Fang Chun said calmly. Hearing this, Wan Longzi's face turned ferocious, and the aura around him shook. "Good, very good," Wan Longzi said sinisterly as he prepared to take action. "You are the last of the 4 holy sons. If I kill you, the 4 holy sons will cease to exist," Fang Chun suddenly said. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so." Wan Longzi roared and attacked like lightning. At this moment, the 3 little heavenly kings, who were hiding in the dark and following Wan Longzi, were all shocked. When they saw Fang Chun on the mountain peak, they were secretly delighted. "It's really Fang Chun." Go Long's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Do you want to take action and kill him?" Tong Yuan asked. Gung Hong shook his head. "Wait until both of them are injured. At that time, not only can we kill Fang Chun, but we can also kill Wan Longzi." Hearing Gung Hong's words, the other 2 nodded heavily. On the mountain peak, the battle between Fang Chun and Wan Longzi was about to start. Fang Chun did not hold back and directly activated the Chaos Origin killing array that he had set up beforehand. Then, he quickly activated the Chaos Origin killing array. Suddenly, a terrifying killing aura spread out. Terrifying attacks shot towards Wan Longzi. "You're courting death." Wan Longzi sneered, clenched his fist, and punched towards the Chaos Origin killing array. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the Chaos Origin killing array shook continuously. However, it still blocked Wanlongzi's attack in the end. There's something strange about this array. Wanlongzi discovered that this array did not seem to be an ordinary array. Although the array is strong, you're still too weak. I like to see how long you can last. Wanlongzi snorted and attacked with all his strength, constantly bombarding the array. Through the array, Fang Chan curled his lips as he saw the situation inside. As expected of the head of the four holy sun, this Wanlongzi's strength was much stronger than the other three. The Chaos Origin killing array could not do anything to him. However, Fang Chan was not too worried. He still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Crash! The 9th level of the mysterious sky sealing art was used. 9 thick sword lights instantly intertwined, forming a resplendent sword net. Under Fang Chen's control, the resplendent sword net entered the Chaos Origin killing array and rushed towards Wanlongzi. You can't kill me. Wanlongzi sneered, and the shadow of a flood dragon appeared behind him. Then it roared towards the sky. Suddenly, the flood dragon's illusory figure spat out a scorching breath, which directly burned the brilliant sword net into nothingness. Fang Chan was shocked when he saw this. Boss, this is the 10,000 flood dragon clan's innate ability, the little mouse reminded. Then, he entered the Chaos Origin killing array. Without hesitation, he used his innate ability, Extreme Piercing. Seeing the little mouse's innate ability, Wanlongzi let out a soft exclamation, then sneered. A mere mouse dares to be arrogant in front of me, a flood dragon. How laughable! Wanlongzi controlled the flood dragon's shadow behind him and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A fierce attack whistled through the air. A purple spear condensed and stabbed towards Wanlongzi at speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Crack! Wanlongzi did not think much of it and punched out. However, something unexpected happened. The purple spear's penetrating power was too strong. It directly pierced through his fist and stabbed towards the flood dragon's shadow behind him. Damn it! Wanlongzi was completely enraged. A mace appeared in his hand, and he suddenly smashed it out. Crack! The purple spear was hit by the mace and gradually shattered. The little mouse's body flew out, and a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Boss, Wanlongzi's innate ability is very terrifying, the little mouse said. Welcoming the Absolute Heaven Sword's secret technique, a vast sword light stabbed towards Wanlongzi. Crack! Before it could get close, it was shattered by the flood dragon's shadow. Fang Chan, is this all you've got? Wanlongzi said arrogantly. Fang Chan's expression was grave. He put away the hidden star sword and took out the Wraith Scepter. Although he could not completely control the Wraith Scepter, he could activate the terrifying power within the scepter. Yes, Wraith Scepter. Seeing the Wraith Scepter, Wanlongzi's expression changed. Immediately, the mace in his hand heavily smashed out, fiercely smashing on the Chaos Origin killing array. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Shadow's attack also arrived on the Chaos Origin killing array. Under the double attack, the Chaos Origin killing array was on the verge of collapse and finally shattered. Wanlongzi, who had escaped from the array, had his aura soaring into the sky. He looked down at Fang Chan from above, as if looking at a weak ant. Kill! Fang Chan shouted in a low voice, activating the terrifying power within the Wraith Scepter and directly bombarding it towards Wanlongzi. At the same time, the little mouse used its innate ability, Devour. It temporarily restrained Wanlongzi. Roar! The Flood Dragon's shadow let out a long roar, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Fang Chan. Bang! The Wraith Scepter fiercely hit the Flood Dragon's head, and blood immediately splattered everywhere. Wanlongzi's body retreated a little. Before he could stabilize his body, the tip of his foot touched the ground, and his body moved forward rapidly. The mace drew a strange trajectory and appeared in front of Fang Chan. Explode! Seeing that Wanlongzi was approaching him, Fang Chan shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the vast power of the stars and the Star Pagoda poured into the Wraith Scepter. Rumble! The power within the Wraith Scepter was instantly detonated. The sealed power poured out like a flood. The Wraith Scepter could not withstand the power at all, and immediately cracks appeared on the scepter. When these cracks appeared, Fong Chun could clearly feel that the Wraith Scepter was about to shatter. Kill! Fong Chun held the Wraith Scepter and used the space-time true meaning and instantly arrived in front of the Flood Dragon's bloody mouth. Then, without hesitation, he sent the Wraith Scepter into the Flood Dragon's mouth. Dong! Then, the Wraith Scepter instantly shattered, and a terrifying power directly erupted. The entire mountain peak was constantly shaking, and the wind was strong, and gravel was constantly flying. Roar! The Flood Dragon's shadow roared angrily, and its body was gradually collapsing. No! Seeing this, Wan Longzi roared. The power within the Wraith Scepter was too strong. Even high-level heavenly body tier martial artists did not dare to face it head-on, let alone him, Wan Longzi. In an instant, his innate mystical power was broken. When the Flood Dragon's shadow completely collapsed, Wan Longzi's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. His battered and exhausted body directly flew out and fell heavily on the ground. His face was pale, and blood splattered all over the sky. His aura was extremely weak. Damn it! Wan Longzi kept roaring in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Fong Chun would be able to detonate the Wraith Scepter. One had to know that the Wraith Scepter had an unparalleled status in the Wraith race. Previously, the Wraith Scepter was snatched by him, and the Wraith race had always been brooding, looking for him, wanting to kill him. And now, the Wraith Scepter was actually detonated by him. Pung! Fong Chen's body also flew out. However, his injuries were basically superficial. So strong. Although he was already prepared, he was still extremely shocked. The power within the Wraith Scepter was too strong. If not for this power, it would be too difficult to kill Wan Longzi. He still underestimated Wan Longzi's strength. Fong Chun dragged his exhausted body and walked towards Wan Longzi step by step. Seeing Fong Chen's actions, Wan Longzi's eyes were scarlet. I hate it. Wan Longzi actually died in your hands. The Wraith race will not let you off. Wan Longzi fell into madness, and at the same time, he sent out the news. Soon, the Wraith race will find you. Prepare to suffer the wrath of the Wraith race. Pucci the Star hidden sword pierced Wan Longzi's head, instantly killing him. Putting away Wan Longzi's badge and spatial ring, Fong Chun felt very tired and prepared to leave. Chapter 1328. The three junior heavenly kings had appeared at the same time. Fong Chun stared at the three junior heavenly kings with a gloomy expression. It seemed the three junior heavenly kings had long since arrived and had been waiting for his battle with Wan Longzi. Fong Chun, we've all underestimated you. I really didn't expect you to even kill Wan Longzi, laughed Tong Yuan. Your greatest reliance, the Fiend Devil Scepter, has already been destroyed. What other ability do you have? Ask Go Long. To the side, Gung Hong looked at Fong Chun with a complicated expression. In the end, he said, although you killed Wan Longzi, you've also suffered heavy injuries. Gung Hong's meaning was clear. No matter what, Fong Chun wouldn't be able to escape. Fong Chun glanced at the three little heavenly kings and wore a smile. Just the three of you aren't enough to stop me. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Go Long took a step forward, his aura erupting as he faced off against Fong Chun. If it was one-on-one, I'd be able to kill you in one blow. What's there to be proud of? Fong Chun snorted. What's so amazing about your sharp tongue? In the end, you'll still die. Go Long was unconvinced. Last time, when Fong Chun had chased him down, many people had secretly mocked him. Some people even thought he wasn't qualified to be called one of the three junior heavenly kings. Some busybodies even placed Fong Chun in the ranks of the three junior heavenly kings. All those rumors made Go Long hate Fong Chun. Commander Mofa's lackey. Even if I'm injured, I'll still kill you. Fong Chen's eyes shone with killing light as he looked at Go Long, seeing Fong Chen's terrifying gaze. Go Long couldn't help taking a step back. Stop putting on an act. You're just stalling for time, said Go Long. Why should I stall for time? If I want to leave, the three of you won't be able to stop me. Fangchen paused for a moment and looked at Go Long. But before I leave, I'll take your dog life. As soon as Fang Chen's voice sounded, Berserk's sword chi spread, courting death. Seeing this, Go Long immediately attacked. Tong Yuan and Gung Hong also attacked. However, all of this was within Fang Chen's expectations. With a thought, over 100 illusory formations hidden on the mountain peak were instantly activated. The three young heavenly kings all entered the illusory array. Fang Chun and the little mouse looked at each other and entered the illusory array. They immediately found Go Long die. Without wasting any time, Zhang Xian slashed out with his sword. In an instant, Go Long woke up from the illusion. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying sword chi. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with fear. Don't save me, Go Long roared with all his might. The other two were also woken up by Go Long's voice. They hurriedly arrived beside Go Long and tried to save him. However, it was too late. The hidden star sword had already pierced into Go Long's head. I've said it before. Even if I'm injured, I'll still kill you. Fang Chen looked at Go Long and said coldly. Go Long widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. His heart was filled with indignation. The three young heavenly kings teamed up to kill Fang Chen. However, he was killed when Zhang Xian was injured. No! Go Long stretched out his arm and tried to break free. But in the end, he fell to the ground powerlessly. Die, brat. After Go Long died, Tong Yuan and Gung Hong's attacks instantly whistled. Fang Chun used the illusory array and kept jumping. After a while, he left the illusory array. Let's go. Fang Chun left with the little mouse. Tong Yuan and Gung Hong, who were trapped in the illusory array, were left behind. Although each illusory array was strong, hundreds of illusory arrays stacked together were enough to make Tong Yuan and Gung Hong unable to bear it. While the two of them were frantically breaking the illusory array, the experts of the Masha race rushed here crazily. Wan Longzi passed the news to the 10,000 Flood Dragon race and the Masha race. Because the Masha race was closer to this place, they arrived faster. A few days later, the experts of the Masha race arrived. Damn Fang Chun. He destroyed the scepter of the Masha race. I will tear him to pieces. The Masha race expert roared in anger. After a while, the experts of the Masha race arrived at the mountain peak. At this time, the illusory array on the mountain peak was still there. However, there weren't many of them left. Tong Yuan and Gung Hong, who were in the illusory array, discovered the experts of the Masha race. Commander Mofa, we were besieged by the experts of the Masha race on our way to kill Fang Chun. Quickly come to our rescue. Tong Yuan hurriedly transmitted his voice to Commander Mofa. At the foot of the mountain peak, the experts of the Masha race stared at the mountain peak. Fang Chun is not here. The leading expert of the Masha race was a commander. He scanned the mountain peak and found that Fang Chun was not here. Let's kill these two humans first and collect some interest. Then, we'll go look for Fang Chun. Another commander said, That's right. Since he dared to destroy the scepter of the Masha race, he will definitely die. The commander of the Masha race made his move. He gently waved his hand, and suddenly, a thunderbolt appeared in the sky. It swooped down and smashed the mountain peak. Crack! The illusory array shattered, and the mountain peak was razed to the ground in an instant. A terrifying aura instantly spread out like a tsunami. Tong Yuan and Gung Hong died very gloomily. They didn't even have time to say anything before they died in a daze. Search for Fang Chun with all our strength, said the commander of the Masha race in a deep voice. Commander, the Spirit Wood race, Bloody Floating race, and 10,000 Flood Dragon race are also looking for Fang Chun. We should cooperate with them. Okay. When Commander Mofa arrived, all he saw was a pile of rubble. Go Long, Tong Yuan, and Gung Hong were all dead. The three little heavenly kings of the human race had all died in this battle. However, this was not the most shocking thing. When the news that the four holy sons were killed by Fang Chun alone spread out, it quickly caused an uproar in the purgatory. Many commanders were paying attention to Fang Chun. The four holy sons, who were said to be invincible in the same realm, were killed by the same person. Could it be? Could the limit realm still be improved? This was the doubt in everyone's heart. In the entire purgatory, the four great alien races were frantically searching for Fang Chun. Fang Chun also knew his place. He didn't dare to hide and directly returned to the human race's headquarters. After knowing that Fang Chun had returned to the human race's headquarters, the four great alien races shouted across the sky. Human race, hand over Fang Chun. If Fang Chun doesn't die, the four great alien races won't let this go. The human race didn't respond. The four great alien races were completely enraged. They began to hunt the human race's martial artists crazily. However, as the protagonist, Fang Chun didn't care about this. He was fully focused on healing his injuries. Half a month later, Fang Chun's injuries were completely healed. He cleaned one Longzi's spatial ring. Now, he had 80 normal badges and 5 commander badges. This was a huge fortune. Just as Fang Chun was about to leave the headquarters, Li Shengxian returned. He rushed over in a hurry, panting heavily. After seeing Fang Chun, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother Li, Fang Chun called out. Junior brother Fang, you should leave the purgatory quickly. This place is not suitable for you to train, Li Shengxian said. Why is that? Fang Chun asked, puzzled. You killed the four holy sons. The four great alien races are waiting for you in the purgatory. As long as you enter the battlefield, you will die without a doubt. Li Shengxian explained in detail to Fang Chun. After hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the four great alien races to be so crazy. Senior brother Li, won't the human race do anything? Fang Chun asked. Li Shengxian shook his head. It's useless. Even if the human race moves, the purgatory is too big. It's impossible for them to exterminate the four great alien races. So your current situation is very dangerous. Not only do the four great alien races want to kill you, but also some of the human race. He learned from Li Shengxian that after he left, the Wraith Devil race had come and killed Tong Yuan and Gung Hong. The four holy sons and the 3 little heavenly kings had all died. This was all because of him. Thinking of this, Fang Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My boss really is amazing. He can easily cause such a huge storm, said the little mouse with a smile. Junior brother Fang, hurry up and leave. Once you're strong enough, you can come back to the purgatory, urged Li Shengxian. In any case, the purgatory would always exist. He could come back whenever he wanted. Right now, Fang Chun really did need to go out and rest. Many thanks, Senior Brother Li. I'll leave now. Fang Chun didn't stay any longer. He left the purgatory with the little mouse. The news that Fang Chun had left the purgatory spread instantly. After hearing this, the four great alien races continued to kill the human race martial artists to vent their anger. In White Bone City, Fang Chun came out of the purgatory. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. I have 50,080 military merits now. Let's see what I can exchange for. Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, he went to the city lord mansion. Whatever you want to exchange for, it's all here, said the person in charge mechanically. Fang Chun nodded and entered the exchange hall. Everything was available in the exchange hall. There were many different types of treasures. Ultimate Divine Liquid, 30,000 military merits. Glittering Blood, Withering Skill, 40,000 military merits. Fang Chun looked at a lot of things that couldn't be found in the outside world. However, many of them were useless to him. Right now, he needed to improve his cultivation and sword principle secret arts. Finally, after looking for a while, Fang Chun fixed his eyes on a row of shelves. Galaxy Liquid, 5,000 military merits. Fang Chun used 5,000 military merits to exchange for the Galaxy Liquid. Then, he exchanged for a sword principle secret art. After the exchange, he still had 10,000 military merits. After doing all this, he left White Bone City, activated his identity token, and returned to the demon subduing realm. In the purgatory, the four great alien races finally calmed down as time passed. After learning that Fang Chun was powerful, he didn't come back. The four great alien races were very angry, but they knew it was useless. In the end, they retreated en masse and stopped killing the human race martial artists. After this incident, the 4 holy sun and 3 little heavenly kings no longer existed. In the purgatory, everyone thought that Fang Chun was truly invincible in the same cultivation level. He killed the 4 holy sun with his cultivation level at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Although he didn't kill the 3 little heavenly kings, they died because of him. Everyone thought that Fang Chun was the real little heavenly king. Chapter 13:29. Hidden Demon Realm, Second Heaven. Realm Lord Hidden Demon noticed Fang Chun as soon as he returned. "Come to me." Realm Lord Hidden Demon transmitted his voice to Fang Chun. Hearing this, the latter nodded slightly and quickly came to Realm Lord Hidden Demon's garden. Realm Lord. Fang Chun clasped his hands. Realm Lord Hidden Demon was holding a fishing rod and fishing in the garden's pond. He didn't even turn his head and said, "Why are you back?" Fang Chun was a little embarrassed and hesitated. Upon seeing this, Realm Master Fu Mo turned around and looked at Fang Chun. When he saw it, he was shocked. "The blood poison in your body has been removed?" Realm Lord Hidden Demon asked hurriedly. Fang Chun nodded and said, "By chance, I obtained a commander's badge and exchanged it for the antidote." "Ha ha, I knew it. The trip to purgatory was also your opportunity." Realm Lord Hidden Demon laughed loudly. The blood poison was very restrictive to cultivators. After removing the blood poison, Fang Chun's cultivation speed would increase exponentially. "Not bad. You obtained a commander's badge. It seems you gain a lot this time." Realm Lord Hidden Demon smiled. Fang Chun didn't say anything. After laughing, Realm Lord Hidden Demon continued to ask, "Since the blood poison has been removed, you should be able to protect yourself in purgatory. Why did you come back early?" Fang Chun hesitated for a moment and told Realm Lord Hidden Demon what had happened. "I killed the 4 holy sun of the foreign races and was hunted down by them," Fang Chun said. Realm Lord Hidden Demon was in Hidden Demon Realm. However, he was quite clear about the situation in purgatory. Moreover, some disciples of Hidden Demon Realm were also in purgatory. The 4 holy sun were all at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. They were the strongest, low-level heavenly body tier cultivators of the foreign races. And now, Fang Chun had killed all 4 holy sun. Realm Lord Hidden Demon looked at Fang Chun with admiration and nodded in satisfaction. "You brat." Realm Lord Fu Mo was very happy. "Li Shengxian is right. For now, there's no need to go to purgatory. Let's wait for a while." Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fang Chun nodded and asked, "Sector Lord, do you know about the Chaos Origin Killing Array?" The Chaos Origin Killing Array was extremely powerful, and its origin was mysterious. Realm Lord Fu Mo was an unfathomable expert, so he might know the origin of this array. "Why are you asking about the primordial killing formation?" asked Realm Lord Fu Mo. "To tell you the truth, I obtained the primordial chaos killing formation by chance in the purgatory," Fang Chun said truthfully. "What? You obtained the Chaos Origin Killing Array?" Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fang Chun as if he was looking at a monster. Fang Chun nodded. Realm Lord Fuming Demon laughed wildly. "Boy, you're too lucky. You even got a killing formation like the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. What a pity. If you want to comprehend the Chaos Elemental Killing Array, you have to be at least a 5-star formation master." After saying that, Realm Lord Fuming Demon sighed. Although Fang Chun's potential was great, his attainments in array formations weren't high. Even if he obtained the Chaos Origin Killing Array, he probably wouldn't be able to comprehend it. "Sector Lord." Fang Chun pondered for a moment, then decided to tell Realm Lord Fu Mo about how he had comprehended the Origin Killing Formation. After hearing the news, Realm Lord Fu Mo was silent for a long time. Then, he looked up and looked at Fang Chun with his deep eyes as if he wanted to see through Fang Chun. The Chaos Origin Killing Array is a very terrifying killing formation. Only when you truly understand the essence of it will you know. I didn't expect that not only is your Sword Dao potential incredible, but your attainments in array formations are also so high. There weren't many 5-star formation masters in the Old Hua Islands, right? Moreover, Fang Chun had comprehended the chaos origin killing array. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to unleash the true power of the chaos origin killing array. But don't be discouraged. The chaos origin killing array is very profound. When you truly master it, your strength will skyrocket, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that the chaos origin killing array was more mysterious than he thought. Even Realm Lord Fu Mo had such high praise for him. Thank you for telling me, Sector Lord. Fang Chun thanked him. Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand and said, All right, you just came back. Go and rest first. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Fang Chen's back, a complicated expression appeared in Realm Lord Fu Mo's eyes. He then raised his head and looked at the sky. That old guy's chaos origin killing array appeared again. After returning to his residence, Fang Chun found that his clone was still cultivating. After this period of cultivation, the clone's strength had already reached the heavenly body tier. Compared to the main body, there was still a gap, but it would soon be the same as the main body. Comprehend the true meaning of time and space. Fang Chun let the main body comprehend the true meaning of time and space while he went to rest. After the continuous battles in the purgatory, Fang Chun was indeed tired, especially the recent continuous high-intensity battles. The Avatar's comprehension was the same as the main body's comprehension. In any case, his Avatar was still in the nurturing stage and had nothing to do, so he might as well take the opportunity to comprehend the true meaning of space-time. The true intent of space-time was a supreme, true intent. Up until now, Fang Chun had seen geniuses with superior true meaning, but he had never seen a martial artist with exceptional true meaning. This was his trump card. He had a vague feeling that if the true will of time and space was cultivated to the peak, it would shock him. But now, the true meaning of space and time was stuck at the peak of the 5th grade, unable to improve. The next day, Fang Chun received a quest. This mission was personally given to him by Realm Lord Fu Mo, and he was tasked to complete it. In fact, Fang Chun knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was tempering him. However, after learning the details of the mission, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The mission this time was for him to join the number 1 sect on the Old Hua Islands and gradually become the number 1 among the younger generation. Of course, what attracted him the most was the number 1 sect on the Old Hua Islands. This sect was called the Old Eastern Alliance. It was divided into several smaller factions. One of them was the Sword Sect. The reason the Old Eastern Alliance was able to attract so many sword cultivators was because they had a sword treasure. No sword cultivator could resist the temptation of hell. The sword embryo. According to legend, this treasure had been left behind by one of the Old Eastern Alliance's elders in the God Realm for the Old Hua Islands. The sword embryo was filled with a vast aura of sword Tao. Disciples of the Old Eastern Alliance's sword sect were allowed to meditate in front of the sword embryo. It was said that every disciple would experience a qualitative leap in their cultivation before the sword embryo. If they could cultivate in front of the sword embryo for a long time, it would be shocking. Of course, this was only a rumor. Fang Chun had learned an even greater secret from Realm Lord Fu Mo. The sword embryo could recognize a master. If he could obtain it, his cultivation would be twice as fast with half the effort. The sword embryo, huh? Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. He tidied up a little, then left Fu Mo world. This time, Fang Chen's goal was the sword embryo. When he heard the words, sword embryo, his golden heart began to beat rapidly. There was a flash of white light, and Fang Chun arrived at the Violet Thunder City of the Sky Thunder Domain. Fang Chun didn't go directly to the Old Eastern Alliance because he wanted to see his friends. The young geniuses of the Heavenly Thunder area, Du Xian, Bing Ling, and Ziyu, were all his good friends. I wonder how they're doing, Fang Chun muttered to himself. As he walked through the streets of Violet Thunder City, Fang Chun suddenly heard a piece of news. If this continues, the Violet Thunder sect will be in danger. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but they've offended the Radiant Lightning sect. Right now, The Radiant Lightning sect is attacking the headquarters of the Violet Thunder sect. On the streets, a few cultivators were talking. When Fangchen heard this, he frowned. In a flash, he left Violet Thunder City and headed for the Violet Thunder sect. In front of the Violet Thunder sect, there was a large group of cultivators. Among them, the leader was the Radiant Lightning sect's Elder Radiant Lightning. Behind him were many cultivators of the Radiant Lightning sect. Brother Radiant Lightning, the Violet Thunder sect won't surrender. How about we attack directly? Beside Elder Radiant Lightning were Star Monarch Cloud Stomper and Ancestor Black Devil. The reason Elder Radiant Lightning attacked the Violet Thunder sect was because of the relationship between Fangchen and Du Xian. He wanted to pressure the Violet Thunder sect and force Fangchen to show himself. Star Monarch Cloud Stomper and Ancestor Black Devil had a grudge against Fangchen, so they naturally joined forces. The three high-level Heavenly Body Tier elites stood side by side, staring at the Violet Thunder sect. Meanwhile, inside the Violet Thunder sect, the Violet Thunder sect's leader was very anxious. "Sect leader, let's fight it out with them," an elder said. "If it's just the Radiant Lightning sect, we have nothing to fear. But Star Monarch Cloud Stomper and Ancestor Black Devil are not to be trifled with," the Violet Thunder sect's leader said helplessly. "Report, Du Xian of the Ice Thunder sect requests an audience." Suddenly, a disciple reported loudly, Du Xian." At this moment, Ziyu brought Du Xian into the meeting hall. "Sect leader, Du Xian is here on behalf of the Ice Thunder sect." Bingling was behind Du Xian. Because of Fangchen, the three of them had become close friends. "Oh, what's the Ice Thunder sect's stance?" the Violet Thunder sect's leader asked hurriedly. "Don't worry, we're on the way. We'll arrive in 2 hours," Du Xian said. The Ice Thunder sect stood on the side of the Violet Thunder sect. If the Radiant Lightning sect attacked, they would fight. Ha, great. With the Ice Thunder sect helping, the Radiant Lightning sect won't dare to attack. The Violet Thunder sect's leader was very happy. The Ice Thunder sect was much stronger than the Violet Thunder sect. After laughing wildly, the Violet Thunder sect's leader looked at Du Xian. "Little friend Du Xian, if the Ice Thunder sect helps, does our Violet Thunder sect have to pay any price?" Hearing this, the other elders came to a realization. Wondrous Pavilion. Ancient Sword Venerate, yes. The Ice Thunder sect definitely wouldn't help for no reason. They should have a request, right? Under everyone's gaze, Du Xian shook his head and said, "Ziyu is my good brother." Hearing this, everyone looked at Ziyu in surprise. However, Ziyu was very clear that Du Xian had persuaded the Ice Thunder sect to help because of one person. That person was Fangchen. "People of the Violet Thunder sect, listen up. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're not willing to surrender, don't blame the Radiant Lightning sect for being ruthless." Chapter 1330. Old Man Guang lay stood in front of the Purple Thunder Gate and shouted loudly. Cloud-stepping Star Sovereign and Old Ancestor Black Devil were ready to attack at any time. In the meeting hall of the Purple Thunder sect, the sect master was very anxious when he heard this. There's still 2 hours before the reinforcements of the Ice Thunder sect arrive. The sect master walked back and forth, minding his own business. Finally, he flung his sleeves and left the meeting hall, arriving in front of the sect gate. Old Man Guang lay, "My Purple Thunder sect has no enmity with your Light Thunder sect. Why are you attacking us?" The sect master asked in a low voice. Seeing the sect master appear, Old Man Guang lay sneered. "If you want to blame someone, blame Ziyu of your Purple Thunder sect." "Ziyu?" The sect master's face darkened as he stared at Old Man Guang lay. "There's still 1 minute left. If you don't surrender, the Purple Thunder sect will disappear," Old Man Guang lay said domineeringly. The sect master's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Even if my Purple Thunder sect disappears, we're not something you can bully." Then he waved his hand, and his voice spread throughout the entire Purple Thunder sect. "Disciples of the Purple Thunder sect, listen up. If anyone dares to attack my Purple Thunder sect, fight to the death and protect them." As soon as the sect master's voice fell, countless disciples roared. The blood in their bodies boiled, and they roared toward the sky, expressing their dissatisfaction. The fighting spirit of all the disciples of the Purple Thunder sect was completely aroused. Seeing this, Old Man Guang Lei's face darkened. He looked at the time and said, "Looks like you don't intend to surrender." When he finished speaking, Old Man Guang Lei waved his hand. Instantly, 3 high-level heavenly body tier elites charged into the Purple Thunder sect with the other disciples as support. "Kill!" Old Man Guang Lei roared. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the sect master's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Old Man Guang Lei, fighting him. Cloud-stepping Star Sovereign and Old Ancestor Black Devil took the opportunity to attack, killing the other disciples of the Purple Thunder sect. The battle was about to erupt. Ziyu, Du Xin, and Bing Ling also joined the battle. In the blink of an eye, the Purple Thunder sect was covered in blood. Corpses were everywhere, some of them of the Thunder sect, and some of them of the Light Thunder sect. In short, this battle was a lot crueler than expected. "Brother Cloud Trampler, Brother Black Demon, let's work together and kill this guy first." All of a sudden, Old Man Guang Lei roared. Instantly, 3 cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier joined forces to battle the Purple Thunder sect leader. In the blink of an eye, the Purple Thunder sect master was forced to retreat step by step, vomiting blood. "Old fart, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Old Man Guang Lei took advantage of the time when Purple Thunder sect master was retreating and directly punched out towards Purple Thunder sect master. Bang! The body of the Purple Thunder sect master was directly sent flying, and his blood splattered all over the sky. Whoosh, however, just as the body of the Purple Thunder sect leader was about to fall to the ground, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air as a figure appeared out of thin air, extending his hand to support the Purple Thunder sect leader. "You!" The Purple Thunder sect master looked at Fong Chun in astonishment. "I'm Ziyu's good friend." As Fong Chun finished speaking, he waved his hand and placed the Purple Thunder sect master on the ground. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Old Man Guang Lei, confronting the 3 of them. "Fong Chun is here." Du Xin and the other 2 were the first to notice Fong Chun. Seeing Fong Chun's figure, the 3 of them excitedly shouted, "Fong Chun, you've finally appeared." Old Man Guang Lei's eyes flickered with killing intent. With Fong Chun's appearance, their goal of encircling and killing the Purple Thunder sect had been achieved. "And here I thought you'd be a coward for the rest of your life, hiding in the dark," said Star Monarch Cloud, stepping icily. The Patriarch Black Devil's sect master became even more furious when he saw Fong Chun. "Brat, I'll tear you to pieces to avenge my disciple. Today, the Purple Thunder sect is under my protection. If anyone refuses to accept this, feel free to come and fight." Fong Chun stood in the air, his aura fluctuating. His attitude was incomparably domineering. Hearing that, the people below all cried out in alarm. Just who was this brat to dare say such words in front of 3 great experts? "Brat, you're courting death." Patriarch Black Devil shouted and directly attacked. Facing Patriarch Black Devil's aggressive attack, Fong Chun clenched his fist and suddenly threw out a punch. "Gotcha!" Patriarch Black Devil's head was directly hit, and his corpse fell to the ground. Voila! The battle in the entire Purple Thunder sect came to an abrupt end. All the cultivators cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with disbelief. He killed Patriarch Black Devil with 1 punch. Just where did this brat come from? How could he be so strong? Even Old Man Guang Lei and Star Monarch Cloud Stepping were temporarily stunned. Even they couldn't kill Patriarch Black Devil with 1 punch, but this brat actually did it so easily. This Star Monarch Cloud Stepping's expression changed, fear rising in his heart. As for Old Man Guang Lei, he was also staring intently at Fong Chun. He wanted to see through him. "Trash," Fong Chun mocked. Although Patriarch Black Devil's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier, his battle prowess was even inferior to the 5th level of the Purgatory. In these few years in the Purgatory, his strength had skyrocketed. Although his cultivation still hadn't improved, his battle prowess was really terrifying. For example, He could kill someone like old ancestor Hayamo with a single punch. With his current strength, he didn't fear 8th level martial artists, unless he encountered 9th level martial artists. I'm pretentious. I want to see how capable you are. Old Man Guang Lei sneered, exchanged a look with Star Monarch Cloud stepping, and then the two of them attacked together. Too weak. With another punch, he killed Star Lord Cloud's Stomper directly. Only Old Man Guang Lei was left. Xiao. Fang Chun stood still, and Old Man Guang Lei's attack couldn't break through his defense. Dong! The rebound directly sent Old Man Guang Lei flying. Fang Chun walked step by step towards Old Man Guang Lei. Seeing this, the latter was terrified. How can you be so strong? Old Man Guang Lei was very terrified, and he wanted to retreat. Now you know fear? Fang Chun asked. I'll take the Light Lightning Sect's disciples and leave right now. I won't come back again, said Old Man Guang Lei. Too late, said Fang Chun. After saying that, he killed him with one punch. Below, the Light Lightning Sect disciples were completely dumbfounded. 3 great experts had been killed by this person in a matter of minutes. How powerful! The Purple Lightning Sect's upper echelon, including the Purple Lightning Sect's master, were completely stupefied. As for Du Xian and the other two, they bitterly smiled. In just a few years, his strength had increased once more. Why haven't you left yet? Shouted Fang Chun. Immediately, the disciples sobered up and quickly left. Just like that, a sect-exterminating crisis was resolved by Fang Chun. Fang Chun landed on the ground and looked at Du Xian and the other two. He smiled. Are you all right? I'm fine. You really are a monster. Seeing you, I feel like I've lived all these years in vain. Seeing the 3 of them talking and laughing with Fang Chun, the Purple Lightning Sect's master was very excited. Where have you been these past few years? Asked Du Xian. I went to the purgatory to temper myself for a few years, said Fang Chun casually. Hearing that, the 3 of them were shaken. Immediately, the 3 of them gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Amazing. I really admire you. You actually dared to go to the purgatory. No wonder your strength increased so quickly. Brother Fang, many thanks for this. Ziyu cupped his hands in thanks. Fang Chun waved his hand. If it weren't for me, the Purple Lightning Sect wouldn't have encountered such a crisis. Just as Fang Chun and the others were talking, the Ice Lightning Sect's reinforcements arrived. Purple Lightning Sect's master, where are the enemies? The person leading them was an elder of the Ice Lightning Sect. He had rushed over at full speed, but he hadn't seen a single enemy. He was very puzzled. The crisis has already been resolved, said the Purple Lightning Sect's master. Oh, so it was your Purple Lightning Sect that blocked the Light Lightning Sect's attack? Asked the elder. It was young Fang Chun, said the Purple Lightning Sect's master. At the critical moment, young Fang Chun appeared just in time. With his own strength, he killed Star Sovereign Cloud Stomp, Forefather Black Fiend, and Elder Light Lightning, resolving the crisis. Hearing this, the elders of the Ice Lightning Sect were completely shocked. Everyone was very happy that the Purple Lightning Sect's crisis had been resolved. However, the Light Lightning Sect was very anxious. Elder Light Lightning of the Glory Sect had died. This was a great loss for them. Within the Light Lightning Sect, the sect master was quickly deploying defenses, afraid that the Purple Lightning Sect would take the opportunity to attack. This day was destined to be a special day in the Heavenly Lightning District. The Light Lightning Sect had failed to attack the Purple Lightning Sect, and had even lost an elder of the Glory Sect. When this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. However, as the main character, Fang Chun quietly bid farewell to Du Xian and the others, and left the Heavenly Lightning District. His destination was the Heavenly Flower District. The Old East Alliance was located in the Tianhua District. The Tianhua District was also the core of the Tianhua Island. All of the Old Hua Island's strongest fighters were gathered in the Tianhua District. In the Tianhua District, even if you ran into a Fated Realm fighter, you wouldn't be surprised. Boss, with your current strength, few of the Old East's younger generation are a match for you. The little mouse laughed as he spoke. Fang Chun nodded. Purgatory had changed him greatly over the past few years. He had been reborn and gained a lot. He was now a true Lamiter. Whether in terms of strength or potential, he was far ahead of the younger generation. "Let's go to the Tianhua district and see how I can join the Old East," Fang Chun said. "Once I'm in, I'll find a way to get my hands on the sword embryo." For Fang Chun, this mission was simple. Becoming the strongest of the Old East's younger generation was no longer a distant goal. His ultimate goal was to get his hands on the sword embryo. "Boss, when you become the strongest of the Old East's younger generation, you'll be the king of the younger generation in the Old Hua Islands." The little mouse laughed. He had watched his boss grow, step by step. He was very happy that his boss had achieved what he had today. Many of the best are training in purgatory. What's the point of being the strongest in the outside world? Fang Chun said, his lips curling. Chapter 1331. The Old Hua Islands was one of the 36 islands in the Void Ocean. Although it was one of the weakest islands, its strength was not to be underestimated. The Void Ocean occupied more than 90% of the entire universe. The entire Void Ocean was divided into 36 archipelagos. One could imagine how big the 36 islands were. It was no exaggeration to say that the Old Hua Islands were unimaginably big. Even a creation realm cultivator would need at least a few decades to traverse the entire Old Hua Islands. Fang Chun was now at the heart of the Old Hua Islands, Tianhua Island. There were many martial artists on Tianhua Island, so many that it was scary. Most of them were powerful cultivators. There were no Heaven Dipper realm cultivators other than local martial artists. However, almost all of the outsiders had reached the heavenly body tier. The Old East Alliance was headquartered on Tianhua Island. It was the strongest force on the Old Hua Islands. It could be said that it was the ruler of the Old Hua Islands. In fact, it was easy for Fang Chun to join the Old East Alliance. Whether it was breaking through to the extreme realm, his incredible talent in the way of the sword, or his strength, he met the requirements of the Old East Alliance. After arriving at the Tianhua district, Fang Chun asked around and learned some information about the Old East Alliance. "Boss, there are only 2 ways to join the Old East Alliance. Which one do you want to choose?" Little Mouse asked. The first way was to be in the top 100 of the Tianhua list. The second way was to wait for the Old East Alliance to recruit disciples. The first way, of course. Time was tight, especially after knowing that his mother was from the Luo clan. He couldn't wait to improve his strength. With your strength, it's possible for you to be in the top 3 of the Tianhua list. Little Mouse smiled. Fang Chun nodded and entered Tianhua City. The Tianhua list was a ranking of the young geniuses of the Old Hua Islands. It involved all the young geniuses and was published by the Old East Alliance, so its authority was unquestionable. The list was changed every year. It was said that the Old East Alliance had experts who went to the 72 islands to find potential and talented martial artists. He wanted to make the Tianhua leaderboard more authoritative and include all martial artists. In the center of Tianhua City, there was a square called Tianhua Square. In this square, there was a stone tablet that was several meters tall. Its aura shook the heavens. There were many warriors gathered around the stone tablet. They were discussing the names on the stone tablet in whispers. Fang Chun came to the Tianhua Square and looked up at the stone tablet. "This is the Tianhua ranking," Fang Chun said. Then he looked at the 100th place on the Tianhua ranking. "It's you." Fang Chun arrived before the Tianhua ranking. His aura surged, and his voice contained the power of the stars. He said in a low voice, "I am Fang Chun, and I challenge Li Tingxian, who is ranked 100th on the Tianhua ranking." Hearing Fang Chun's words, everyone looked over. Very few people would directly challenge the top 100 martial artists on the Tianhua roll. They represented the most powerful group of the younger generation on the Old Hua Islands. Although Li Tingxian was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly Body tier, his ability was comparable to a 7th level Heavenly Body tier martial artist. This was only the 100th place on the Tianhua ranking. The top 10, or even the top 3 martial artists were freaks. This guy definitely wants to join the Old East Alliance. That's why he challenged Li Tingxian. Yeah, does he think that the 100th place on the Tianhua ranking is weak? What a joke. He's dead for sure if he challenges Li Tingxian. Almost all the warriors didn't think that Fang Chun had the ability to challenge Li Tingxian. There were even some people who declared that they would help Li Tingxian vent his anger. After Fang Chen's news spread, he immediately received a response from Li Tingxian. "I won't accept a nobody's challenge." This was Li Tingxian's response. He thought that Fang Chun was a nobody, so he wouldn't accept his challenge. Actually, this was understandable. If any random nobody could challenge him, then there was no need for him to cultivate. And nobody? Fang Chen repeated Li Tingxian's words and grinned. "Boss, you're being underestimated," the little mouse said with a smile. Fang Chen didn't say anything else and walked straight to the arena. The arenas on Tianhua Island were similar to the arenas on the ancient Sword Continent. There were battles every day in the arenas. Those who wanted to earn more cultivation resources would choose to come to the arenas. There are 5 arenas in the arenas. Newcomers can only fight in the lowest arenas and gradually improve according to their battle records, the person in charge explained. Fang Chen nodded and went directly to the first arena. At this moment, 2 martial artists were fighting. A rough-looking martial artist defeated his opponent. "Ha ha ha, who want to challenge me?" This person laughed loudly and was very arrogant. "I'll do it." Fang Chun stepped onto the arena and said, "Brat, you want to challenge me?" As soon as this person finished speaking, he felt his body fly backwards. There was an uproar below the arena. He sent the arena master flying with one punch. How strong was this brat? Who else? Fang Chun ignored everyone's shock and asked as he looked around. No matter when, there would always be someone who didn't want to admit defeat. After about an hour, Fang Chun easily won 10 consecutive battles. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Fang Chun calmly left. Immediately, he went to the second arena. Every time he won 10 consecutive battles in an arena, he could choose to enter the next arena. 6 hours later, Fang Chun came to the 5th arena. Almost all the martial artists who could stand in this arena were strong. 40 consecutive victories caused an uproar in the arena. For a moment, everyone was asking about Fang Chen's background. Soon, the news of Fang Chun challenging Li Tingxian was dug up by everyone. This brat is the martial artist who challenged Li Tingxian. Oh my God, he's so strong. He came to the arena to prove that he's not a nobody. With his current strength, he should be qualified to challenge Li Tingxian. The entire arena was in an uproar. Even the person in charge of the arena was paying close attention to Fang Chun in the arena. At this moment, Fang Chun was like a killing god, standing quietly in the arena and enjoying the worship of everyone. "Li Tingxian, I'm just a nobody. Am I qualified to challenge you?" Fang Chun shouted across the air. Not long after, his words reached Li Tingxian's ears. Soon, Li Tingxian responded, "Fight." Li Tingxian only said one word. A moment later, he whistled and arrived at the arena. Fang Chen's actions were completely provoking Li Tingxian. Whoosh! Li Tingxian was very tall, taller than Fang Chun by a head. He jumped onto the arena and looked down at Fang Chun, saying coldly, "Brat, do you know that you're playing with fire? So what if I'm playing with fire? It won't burn me anyway," Fang Chun said calmly. Since Li Tingxian didn't accept the challenge, he could only use this method to force Li Tingxian to come out. "I'm just afraid that you'll burn yourself." Li Tingxian stood with his hands behind his back, not taking Fang Chun seriously at all. "Is the 100th on the Tianhua leaderboard only good at talking?" Fang Chun asked. Hearing this, Li Tingxian's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. "Brat, I don't care where you're from. It's impossible for you to use me as a stepping stone." Li Tingxian waved his hand and said in a low voice, "All these years, countless martial artists have challenged me, Li Tingxian, but they all failed in the end. I, Li Tingxian, have a rule. There's only one ending for losers, and that's death. So, in my eyes, you're already a dead man." Li Tingxian was very arrogant. When the crowd below saw Li Tingxian angry, they were very excited, especially the person in charge of the arena. The top 100 on the Tianhua leaderboard almost never came to the arena to waste time. But now, because of Li Tingxian's arrival, the arena was instantly full. Just the fee to enter the arena was equivalent to the income of the previous arena in a month. If only the top 100 on the Tianhua leaderboard could enter the arena at any time, the person in charge said with a bitter smile. Even he knew that this was impossible. At that moment, the streets and alleys of Tianhua City were crazily spreading the news of the battle between Li Tingxian and Fang Chun. Third brother, stop cultivating. Hurry up and go to the arena. Li Tingxian has appeared. What? Li Tingxian has appeared? I want to go and see. Li Tingxian, the 100th on the Tianhua leaderboard, accepted the challenge of a nobody. It's so lively. Many martial artists wanted to see Li Tingxian's elegance. In just a quarter of an hour, the arena became extremely crowded. However, there were still martial artists who entered the arena crazily. More and more warriors entered the arena, causing the atmosphere in the arena to become very solemn. Is that Li Tingxian? He's so tall and strong. Yes, as expected of Li Tingxian. The aura on his body is unmatched by ordinary people. The skinny guy opposite him should be the martial artist who challenged Li Tingxian. He's so stupid. Li Tingxian rejected the challenge. He actually used this method to provoke Li Tingxian. Many warriors were talking about it. Most of them did not know Fang Chun, so they did not know him well. Li Tingxian was different. Everyone was familiar with him. He was the 100th on the Tianhua leaderboard. How could ordinary people compare to him? However, from the beginning to the end, the only one who supported Fang Chun was probably Little Mouse. Boss, they all look down on you, Little Mouse said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already won this battle, Fang Chun said with a smile. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Li Tingxian's aura instantly surged as he stared at him with wide eyes. Brat, you're too confident. Is that so? Then why haven't you fought yet? Li Tingxian stared at Fang Chun, trying to see through him. Good, very good. It's been a long time since someone challenged me, Li Tingxian. Li Tingxian raised his hand, and the power of the stars surged in his palm. Li Tingxian was furious. Fang Chun dared to be so arrogant in public. Looking down on him, Li Tingxian. Chapter 1332. Being in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings was indeed something to be proud of. After all, not every cultivator could be in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings. There were a total of 1,000 people on the Tianhua rankings. They were the elites of the younger generation on the 72 islands of the Old Hua archipelago. Those in the top 100 were the prodigies of the prodigies. Thus, Li Tingxian was very proud of Fang Chun's provocation. He didn't even bother to attack. If it weren't for Fang Chun's actions in the arena, he wouldn't have bothered with Fang Chun at all. Seeing Fang Chun's confident face, Li Tingxian was very angry. You're just showing off. As soon as Li Tingxian finished speaking, the power of the stars suddenly surged in his palm. Then he clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! As he punched out, the power of the stars instantly surged out, making many cultivators below the arena feel extremely pressured. So powerful. A casual punch can be so powerful, as expected of an elite in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings. Many cultivators exclaimed when they felt the power of Li Tingxian's punch. To them, Li Tingxian was too powerful. They couldn't defeat him at all. However, in Fang Chun's eyes, Li Tingxian was just SOSO. Bang! He punched out lightly and directly hit Li Tingxian's fist. A majestic aura instantly spread out. After their fists came into contact for a short while, they both retreated. Li Tingxian steadied himself and stared at Fang Chun with narrowed eyes. He sneered and said, I was wondering what I was. So, you just have brute force. Li Tingxian mocked Fang Chun, but he was actually a little surprised. A martial artist at the third level of the heavenly body tier could be proud of having such power. I can still defeat you with brute force, Fang Chun said calmly. Then let me see what you're capable of. As soon as Li Tingxian finished speaking, the aura around him rippled as he used an ultimate technique. At this moment, Li Tingxian's aura instantly increased. In the blink of an eye, Li Tingxian's aura was comparable to a martial artist at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. Such a scene shocked everyone. However, in the face of Li Tingxian's powerful oppression, Fong Chen's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did he not defend himself, he even looked at Li Tingxian lazily. Damn it! Seeing this, Li Tingxian was enraged. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure flickered continuously. In the blink of an eye, 9 Li Tingxians appeared on the stage at the same time, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was impossible to tell which one was the real Li Tingxian. Is this Li Tingxian's secret art? I heard that Li Tingxian's unique skill is very powerful. I wonder if that Fong Chen can withstand Li Tingxian's ultimate skill. Many warriors widened their eyes and stared at the arena. 9 identical Li Tingxian charged towards Fong Chen with a vast aura. Shadow type, true intent? Seeing this, Fong Chen sneered. When the 9 Li Tingxians arrived, Fong Chen clenched his fists, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched out. Dong! Fong Chen's punch directly hit the 3rd Li Tingxian. Crack! A deafening sound resounded throughout the arena. Suddenly, Li Tingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, the other 8 phantoms disappeared instantly. How did you discover me? Li Tingxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Below the arena, there was an uproar. All the martial artists were in an uproar. Where did this Fong Chen come from? He's too strong. He easily broke Li Tingxian's unique skill. No wonder he dared to challenge Li Tingxian. It turned out that he came prepared. At this moment, some warriors turned to Fong Chen. They thought that Fong Chen's strength had been underestimated and that he might really be able to defeat Li Tingxian. On the arena, Fong Chen looked at Li Tingxian and smiled. You think you can fool me with such little tricks? Humph! Li Tingxian snorted coldly. The star pagoda in his chi si shook. He was going to use a forbidden skill to defeat this arrogant guy. It's time to end this, Fong Chen said lazily. In the next moment, the Chaos Origin Killing Array appeared on the arena. Whoosh! Streams of primordial chaos killing chi shot towards Li Tingxian. Fong Chen stood quietly outside the array, looking at the battered and exhausted Li Tingxian. What? He's also a divine array master? Oh my god, he's too strong. Many warriors were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Fong Chen's attainments in the Tao of arrays to be so tyrannical that even Li Tingxian was trapped in the array. A quarter of an hour passed amidst the crowd's discussion. Suddenly, the Chaos Origin Killing Array disappeared, and the battered and exhausted Li Tingxian sat down on the arena. His body was covered with blood, and his aura was a little weak. His forehead was full of sweat, and his eyes were full of anger as he stared at Fong Chen. Do you still want to fight? Fong Chen asked. In fact, he had already shown mercy to Li Tingxian. If he had really wanted to kill him, Li Tingxian would already be dead. He had no enmity with Li Tingxian. He only wanted to join the Ancient East Alliance, so there was no need to kill him. Li Tingxian looked at Fong Chen with a grumbling expression and then fell silent. Below the arena, there was a dead silence. Li Tingxian had lost. He had really lost. He had lost to a nobody. No, to be exact, from today onwards, Fong Chen had replaced Li Tingxian as the new 100th on the Tianhua rankings. All the warriors looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. A new star had risen. Li Tingxian, I have no enmity with you. I only challenged you to join the Ancient East Alliance. I have no other intentions, Fong Chen said softly. Hearing this, Li Tingxian's face twitched, but he didn't speak. Fong Chen's explanation made Li Tingxian feel a little better. Then, Li Tingxian stood up and clasped his fist at Fong Chen before leaving the arena. It was obvious that Li Tingxian was a warrior who knew when to pick up and when to let go. In fact, to be in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings, no one was stupid. Li Tingxian wasn't stupid. After the fight, he knew that he was no match for Fong Chen. Since his opponent had given him a way out, he had to give him face. After Li Tingxian left, the entire arena was in an uproar. Countless warriors were talking about Fong Chen. Fong Chen, the star of the show, quietly left the arena. He found an inn and settled down. Boss, aren't we going to the Ancient East Alliance? Little Mouse asked in a separate courtyard. I've defeated Li Tingxian and taken his place. Word of this will definitely spread to the old Eastern Alliance. It won't be long before they come looking for me. Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was as he'd expected. About an hour later, the elder of the Old China Alliance arrived. You're Fang Chen. The elder of the Old China Alliance came to Fang Chen's courtyard. I'm Fang Chen. I don't know. I'm an elder of the Old East Alliance. I'll come specifically for you. Elder. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. I never would have guessed that a third-level heavenly body tier martial artist could defeat Li Tingxian. The elder looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction. He could even lie with a smile. Many people believe that Fang Chen's defeat of Li Tingxian was due to formations. However, the Old East Alliance didn't care about such trifles. All 3,000 paths led to the same destination. Even if the Tao of formations was cultivated to the pinnacle, it would be comparable to the martial Tao. In any case, as long as one was talented and strong enough to make it into the top 100, they were qualified to join the Old East Alliance. Every one of the top 100 geniuses was met with an elder from the Old Eastern Alliance. Of course, there were some who were more arrogant and didn't want to join. Of course, the Old East Alliance wouldn't force them. You replaced Li Tingxian and became the 100th on the Tianhua ranking. Are you willing to join the Old East Alliance? The elder asked. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He nodded. Yes. Good, very good. Come with me now, the elder of the Old China Alliance said. After a while, Fang Chen packed up and left with the elder. On the way, the elder introduced Fang Chen to the Old East Alliance. There are many factions in the Old East Alliance. Which one do you want to join? The elder asked. The sword faction, Fang Chen said. Yes. The elder of the Old China Alliance was surprised. He thought that Fang Chen would choose to join the formation faction. From the description of the gladiator arena, the elder could imagine that Fang Chen was at least a 4-star formation master. It was very likely that he was a 5-star formation master. With such talent, it would be a waste not to join the formation faction. Why don't you join the formation faction? The elder asked. Fang Chen shook his head. His eyes flashed with the light of the sword Tao. I specialize in the sword Tao. The elder was even more shocked. Specialization in the sword Tao meant that the formation faction was supportive. Thinking of this, the elder turned to look at Fang Chen. Could it be that his potential in the sword Tao was greater than his mastery in the formation faction? The elder nodded. He was satisfied with Fang Chen. You are in the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking. You can become an official disciple of the Old East Alliance. Can an official disciple cultivate in the sword embryo? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Although he had a mission, the most important thing was to improve his strength. The sword embryo was what really attracted him. Oh, it seems you came for the sword embryo. Hearing this, the elder chuckled. In the Old East Alliance, the sword faction was the most popular. This was because the sword faction had the sword embryo, which shocked countless swordsmen. Fang Chen didn't hide his desire for the sword embryo. In fact, every year the sword faction's disciples join for the sword embryo. Fang Chen, you have great potential. Once you join the Old East Alliance, work hard on your cultivation, the elder said earnestly. If the disciple he recruited did well in the future, he would benefit from it. I will, Fang Chen said. Chapter 1333. Hidden Hand. Please wait a moment. Please remember. Chapter 1334. Ancient Eastern Alliance. Sword Sect. Fang Chen followed the guide, elder, to the sword sect. Fang Chen didn't know how powerful the Ancient Eastern Alliance was until he entered. Just the area it occupied was already the size of a city. It was extremely huge. There were many sects within the Ancient Eastern Alliance. However, the elder led him directly to the sword sect. Fang Chen could feel the thick aura of the sword sect. The golden heart became active, and a ruler's sword qi surged out from Fang Chen's body. The holy land of sword cultivators. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the countless buildings in front of him. Every building was very particular and contained the aura of the sword sect. Fang Chen, this is the sword sect. You can cultivate here from now on. As he spoke, a green-robed elder appeared. This person is an elder of your Swordway faction. You can call him Elder Sword. The reception, Elder smiled. Fangshan nodded and clasped his hands. Elder Sword. Not bad. Being able to enter the Tianhua ranking at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier is a miracle in itself. Cultivate well. Elder Sword was very optimistic about Fang Chun. He had heard about Fang Chun not long ago. He was very happy to have such a disciple. After reaching the heavenly body tier, it was very difficult to fight above one's level, especially when fighting 3 or 4 levels above one's level. The Ancient Eastern Alliance's mission was very clear. They placed great importance on the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking. Those who could enter the top 100 of the Tianhua ranking were not only powerful, but also had unlimited potential. So far, the Ancient Eastern Alliance had taken over 90 of the Tianhua ranking's top 100. The remaining 10 or so were independent cultivators who didn't want to join the alliance. From this, one could see the Ancient Eastern Alliance's strength. After settling Fang Chun, Elder Sword and the guide, Elder left. There wasn't anything important to do in the Ancient Eastern Alliance. Fang Chun decided to cultivate in seclusion. Coincidentally, he hadn't used the galaxy liquid he'd bought in Whitebone City. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fang Chun took out the celestial river liquid. Inside the jade bottle, there was a droplet of liquid, which was the famous celestial river liquid. In the outside world, it was almost priceless. Only in Whitebone City could one exchange for such a treasure. Fang Chun's cultivation level had been stuck at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier for a very long time. He hoped to successfully break through with the help of the galaxy liquid. The Star River liquid contains a great amount of star power, Fang Chun said to himself. He even guessed that this galaxy liquid might have been refined from the Purgatory Star River. Refining it from the Purgatory Star River isn't something an ordinary person can do, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Immediately, he collected his thoughts and opened the celestial river liquid. A drop of celestial river liquid instantly drilled into Fang Chun's body and then into his chi. Terrifying star power instantly emerged from the Star River liquid and frantically drilled into the Star Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the 3-story Star Pagoda underwent a great change. The changes of the Star Pagoda could be seen with the naked eye. So exaggerated. Fang Chun widened his eyes and looked at the Star Pagoda in his chi. This was too exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, the 4-story Star Pagoda was about to condense. This speed was shocking. Buzz. The effect of the Star River liquid was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the 3-story Star Pagoda became a 4-story Star Pagoda. Dong! The chi shook, and the Star Pagoda shook a little. Finally, it became much bigger. The star power contained in the 4-story Star Pagoda became denser. Fang Chun felt that his strength had become stronger, and his comprehension of martial arts had deepened a lot. As expected of the Star River liquid, Fang Chun grinned. It was a pity that he couldn't take too much of the Star River liquid. Otherwise, the effect would become worse and worse. Otherwise, Fang Chun would have exchanged his remaining 10,000 military credits for 2 portions of the Star River liquid. His cultivation level had reached the 4th level, and his strength had improved a lot. With my current strength, even if I meet an 8th rank martial artist, I should be able to defeat him easily. It wouldn't be long before his strength could reach the top of the Tianhua list, and he could even become the first among the younger generation of the old East Alliance. Of course, Fang Chun wouldn't be too arrogant. After entering Purgatory, he knew that there was always someone better than him. The universe was vast, and there were many peerless geniuses. Even on the old Hua Islands, there were a few geniuses who had broken through the extreme state. Whoosh, Fang Chun collected his thoughts and began to stabilize his realm. However, at this moment, in the Sword Principle sect, in front of a thatched hut, a young martial artist on a blue stone suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes pierced through the void and looked into the distance. There was a complicated look in his eyes. That aura just now was too familiar. The man was wearing a gray robe with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on it. Wild sword chi emerged from his body. Star River liquid. Yes, It must be the aura of the Star River liquid. After thinking for a moment, the gray-robed martial artist recognized the Star River liquid. Immediately, his body flashed and directly floated in the sky, and then corroded downward. After a while, he found the source of the aura of the Star River liquid. Whose residence is this? The gray-robed cultivator blinked. His figure flashed, and he arrived at Fong Chen's residence. Fong Chen was cultivating when suddenly a figure descended from the sky. His aura shook the heavens. It directly awakened Fong Chen from his cultivation. "Are you new here?" The gray-robed martial artist looked at Fong Chen and asked. His eyes were fixed on Fong Chen, sizing him up. After coming here, he was even more convinced that this person must have the Star River liquid. Fong Chen nodded and immediately stood up, ready to speak. Just then, the gray-robed martial artist flashed and came in front of Fong Chen. "You have the Star River liquid?" The gray-robed martial artist asked in a deep voice. Fong Chen was slightly taken aback, and then looked at the gray-robed martial artist with some confusion. "How about trading the Star River liquid you have with me?" the gray-robed martial artist asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, "I only have one portion of the Star River liquid, and I just swallowed it." Hearing this, the gray-robed martial artist frowned, slightly displeased. "My name is Ouyang Zhuge. Give me some face." The gray-robed martial artist said his name, wanting to use it to intimidate Fong Chen. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect this person to be Ouyang Zhuge. He had seen this person on the Tianhua list. He was an elite ranked 50th on the Tianhua list, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. However, his battle prowess was comparable to an 8th level heavenly body tier elite, and he could even escape unscathed from a 9th level heavenly body tier elite. Ouyang Zhuge's name was also quite outstanding. His father's surname was Ouyang, and he was a Dao ancestor. His mother's surname was Zhuge, and she was also a Dao ancestor. Therefore, his name was Ouyang Zhuge. He had great potential. Not only was he ranked 50th on the Tianhua list, but he was also one of the best in the Sword Dao faction. "I'm sorry, senior brother Ouyang. I really don't have any more Star River liquid on me," Fong Chen said, spreading his hands. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhuge's face darkened. The aura around him fluctuated, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He tried to calm his anger and looked at Fong Chen. He said in a low voice, "Brat, you're not giving me any face. Believe it or not," Fong Chen said, and turned to leave. Looking at Fong Chen's back, Ouyang Zhuge's face was gloomy. "Good, very good. Ouyang Zhuge, I've never failed to get what I want," Ouyang Zhuge said. "I'll let you know that if you offend me, you won't be able to do anything in the Ancient East Alliance." Then, Ouyang Zhuge turned and left. Ouyang Zhuge had a bad temper. Because he had 2 Dao ancestors as his parents, the disciples of the Ancient East Alliance were very respectful to him. It made him think that everyone was afraid of him. Ouyang Zhuge knew the importance of Star River liquid. It was only by chance that he had heard about the legend of Celestial River liquid. He hadn't expected to find it here. How could he let it go? In front of the thatched hut, Ouyang Zhuge sat cross-legged on a rock. Beside him were 2 martial artists from the Sword Principal faction. "Senior brother Ouyang, why did you call us here?" "There's a new disciple in the Sword Dao faction. His name is Fong Chen. What I want you to do is humiliate Fong Chen by any means," Ouyang Zhuge said in a low voice. Hearing this, the 2 disciples nodded. At the same time, they looked at each other. It seemed that this disciple, Fong Chen, was in for a bad time. He had just entered the Sword Dao faction, and he had already offended Ouyang Zhuge. Chapter 1335. Yulong and Yulong were brothers. Both of their parents had died when they were young, so they relied on each other. As they grew older, their potential was gradually revealed. Later on, they also became extremely powerful. Because the 2 of them were brothers, they had a combination formation that connected their minds. When the 2 of them worked together, even if they faced cultivators of a higher realm, they wouldn't be afraid. Thus, Yulong and Yulong were quite famous in the Sword Dao faction. On this day, the 2 brothers received orders and came to Fong Chen's residence. "You're the new disciple," Fang Chun asked Yulong. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at the two of them, not saying anything. The little mouse jumped out and put its paws on its waist. Why are you looking for my boss? New disciples are usually in charge of us brothers. You don't even know what to do, said Yulong with a smile. Hearing that, Fang Chun laughed inside. Were the two of them trying to beat him up? Ouyang Zhuge told you to come, right? Fang Chun directly pointed it out, making Yulong feel a bit awkward. However, Yulong immediately said, Brat, since you know, then behave yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Fang Chun shook his head. I don't like to bully the weak. You two can leave. Fang Chun's words completely infuriated Yulong. Brat, you're just a new disciple. Why do you have to be so arrogant? So what if you're in the top 100 of the Tianhua rankings? We're still in the top 80. Yulong didn't fear Fang Chun at all. Fang Chun couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He turned and sat on the ground, taking out the sword Dao secret technique he had exchanged for in Whitebone City. My boss doesn't want to attack you. Hurry up and scram, said the little mouse arrogantly. Little bastard, do you have the right to speak here? With that, Yu angrily punched at the little mouse. Whoosh! His fist landed on the little mouse's afterimage. In the next moment, the little mouse's tiny body jumped onto Yu, whose shoulder, and bit down. Ah, Tiger, Yu let out a miserable cry as he continued to attack the little mouse. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not touch the little mouse's body. Seeing this, Yulong attacked at lightning speed. Little Mouse was forced to fall behind Fang Chun. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Yu roared as he saw the blood flowing from his shoulder. However, he was stopped by his big brother, Yulong. Is this interesting? Yulong stared at Fang Chun and asked. Hearing this, Fang Chun slowly stood up and looked at the two of them. Br. Ouyang Zhuge asked you to humiliate me. If you can't teach me a lesson, you won't be able to report back to your superiors. Fine, I'll give you a chance, said Fang Chun after thinking for a moment. Don't you want to fight with me? Then fight to your heart's content. But let me say this first. I don't casually say anything. Once I do, I want to bet, continued Fang Chun. Bet with us. Yulong sneered. The loser will take out 100 sword sources, said Fang Chun. Hearing this, Yulong's expression changed. Even for him, 100 sword sources was not a small amount. If you lose, can you take it out? Asked Yu. To be honest, Yulong and Yu who were tempted. This arrogant guy actually dared to bet sword sources with them. He was really courting death. You don't have to worry about that, said Fang Chun with a wave of his hand. Are you two brothers afraid that I'll go back on my word? Hearing this, the two looked at each other and nodded. They knew that he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Sword Dao faction in the future. Okay, I'll bet with you. 100 sword sources. Yulong stepped forward, ready to attack. I'm not betting with you, said Fang Chun with a smile. So what if I bet with you? Yu sneered. However, Fang Chun still shook his head and said something that made Yulong and Yu even angrier. You two can come together, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, Yulong and Yu stared at Fang Chun with wide eyes, afraid that they had misheard. What did you say? Both of us, repeated Yulong and Yu. Don't waste time. Both of you, said Fang Chun with a frown. Seeing Fang Chun's arrogant look, Yulong and Yu looked at each other and sneered. Kid, you asked for it. Boom! The two brothers unleashed their combined attack formation. Their figures intertwined continuously, making it impossible to tell which one was Yulong and which one was Yulong. Fang Chun was trapped in the middle. He could clearly sense a complicated aura coming from the two brothers. Not bad. Fang Chun nodded. The two brothers' joint attack formation was very exquisite. If it were anyone else, they might be afraid. However, he was Fang Chun. He had come out of purgatory and had even killed the 4 holy sun. How could he be afraid of these two brothers? Kill! Yulong roared, and the two brothers used a thunderous attack. Seeing their attacks about to touch Fang Chun, the two brothers rejoiced. They were about to obtain 100 sword sources. However, a sudden change occurred. They saw Fang Chun's figure suddenly disappear. Immediately after, the two brothers felt a strong pressure. Not good, cried Yulong. However, it was too late. Two rays of sword light pierced towards the two brothers. Pucci! The two brothers' clothes were torn and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change caused the hearts of the two people to tremble. Their faces were full of wry smiles. They looked at Fang Chun with awe. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chun, standing with his hands behind his back. Yulong smiled bitterly and shook his head. With a single move, he had broken the two brothers' combined attack formation and even injured them. If he had not shown mercy, the dazzling sword light would not have been as simple as piercing their clothes. Thinking of this, the two brothers felt very complicated. After struggling for a while, the two brothers got up, cupped their hands to Fang Chun, and turned to leave. "Leave 100 sword sources," Fang Chun called out to the two brothers. Hearing this, the two brothers were a little embarrassed. "We don't have that many sword sources on us. Wait for us to go back and get the sword sources and send them to you," said Yulong. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Fang Chun's words contained a trace of threat. "Yulong, and you who left. Boss, aren't you afraid they'll trick you?" asked the little mouse. Fang Chun shook his head. No, he was very confident. He didn't care about these two brothers. Moreover, even Ouyang Zhuge might not be able to protect them. "Boss, you really are sinister." The little mouse laughed mischievously. Fang Chun shook his head and did not say anything. In front of the thatched hut on the blue stone, Ouyang Zhuge was furious after hearing the two brothers' words. "What trash! The two of you together can't even defeat a new disciple?" said Ouyang Zhuge. "Senior brother Ouyang, that kid's strength is too abnormal," said Yulong. "Yeah, he broke our joint attack formation in one move. He's too strong. The two of us are no match for him," said Yuhu. Ouyang Zhuge fell silent. Yulong glanced at Ouyang Zhuge and cautiously asked, "Senior brother Ouyang, are we going to hand over these 100 sword sources or not?" Bang! A small stone in Ouyang Zhuge's hand directly turned to dust. Ouyang Zhuge's face was ashen, his anger burning. "He clearly knows that I'm behind you, but he's still so arrogant. It seems he really doesn't put me in his eyes," said Ouyang Zhuge. "If I give him 100 sword sources, would he dare to take it?" Yulong and Yuhu quickly nodded. Ouyang Zhuge's meaning was clear. They wouldn't hand over 100 sword sources. Fang Chun waited in his residence for a day, but the two of them still didn't send over any sword sources. In fact, Fang Chun had already expected this. The next day, he walked out of his residence and went to the plaza. He just so happened to run into Yulong and Yuhu. "Where are my sword sources?" Fang Chun went straight to the point. Hearing this, Yulong and Yuhu's expressions changed. "Our sword sources were borrowed by senior brother Ouyang Zhuge. We don't have any extra right now. Once we get enough sword sources, we'll definitely send them to you," said Yulong. "Yeah, if senior brother Ouyang Zhuge wants to borrow them, we can't do anything about it," said Yuhu. Fang Chun sneered. "You didn't borrow them when you were eating, and you didn't borrow them earlier. You just had to borrow them now." Chapter 1336. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Yulong and Yuhu's expressions changed. They wanted to say something, but stopped. "I'll give you an hour. If you still don't see the sword source, you'll have to bear the consequences," said Fang Chun with a smile. His face was full of smiles, as if he was talking to someone he knew. But in Yulong and Yuhu's ears, it was incomparably horrifying. "Fang Chun, we really don't have the sword source." Yulong was helpless. Actually, he didn't want to provoke this new disciple. If Ouyang Zhuge hadn't told them not to hand over the sword source, they would have already done so. They would have already handed it over. Who would want to provoke such a scourge? "This doesn't seem to be under my jurisdiction anymore." Fang Chun grinned and turned to leave. He left behind a helpless Yulong and Yuhu. "Big brother, what should we do?" asked Yuhu. "If we hand over the sword source, it'll be hard to explain to senior apprentice brother Ouyang. But if we don't hand it over, he'll definitely attack us." Yulong thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go find senior apprentice brother Ouyang." After that, the two of them quickly went to Ouyang Zhuge's residence. Unfortunately, Ouyang Zhuge had entered seclusion a few minutes ago, so they hadn't seen him. At this time, the two of them were finally a little anxious. "What should we do? What should we do?" Yuhu anxiously paced around. Senior apprentice brother Ouyang is in seclusion. If Fang Chun comes in an hour, who'll help us block him? The two brothers were well aware of Fang Chen's strength and how powerful he was. Although he was only ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking, his combat strength was at least in the top 80 of the Tianhua ranking. The two brothers had joined hands, and even the strongest combination formation had been unable to block Fang Chen's attack. Furthermore, he had defeated the two brothers with just one move. Such terrifying combat strength was terrifying just thinking about it. Big brother, quickly think of something, said Yuhu anxiously as he watched time pass. Yulong's eyes flickered, and a thought flashed in his mind. He suddenly thought of a countermeasure. Got it. Yulong's face was full of smiles. Senior apprentice brother Ouyang is in seclusion. It won't be long before he comes out. We could just hide in the Dragon Sword Tower. Dragon Sword Pagoda. Hearing these three words, Yuhu also laughed excitedly. Haha, why didn't I think of that? The Dragon Sword Pagoda is so dangerous. As long as we hide, even Fang Chun won't be able to find us. When senior brother Ouyang comes out of seclusion, we won't have to fear him anymore. After saying that, the two brothers quickly arrived in front of the Dragon Sword Pagoda in the Sword Dao faction area. Then, he plunged into the Dragon Sword Pagoda. The Dragon Sword Pagoda was a rather famous pagoda within the Sword Dao sect. This pagoda had been created by one of the elders of the old Eastern Alliance. It was constantly absorbing the energy of the sword. The Dragon Sword Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. It was said that only 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators could barely step into the 9th level. Of course, it was just barely. To this day, the old Eastern Alliance had quite a few outstanding disciples at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. No one was able to step into the 9th floor. Inside the Dragon Sword Pagoda, the danger was too great. The slightest carelessness could cause one to lose their life. Furthermore, only sword cultivators could challenge the tower. Many disciples who joined the Sword Dao sect didn't have the right to study the sword, so they chose to take a step back and enter the Dragon Sword Pagoda to cultivate. The two brothers, Yulong and Yuhu, used a combination formation to quickly reach the 7th level of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. This was already their limit. If they wanted to go any further, it would be too difficult. Big brother, you're so smart. On the 7th level, us two brothers used a combination formation and barely managed to hold on. I think that Fang Chun wouldn't dare come up here, Yuhu said with a grin. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Fang Chun calculated the time. It was almost time. His eyes looked out of his room, a trace of helplessness on his face. It looks like you've chosen Ouyang Zhuge in the end. Fang Chun said softly, then got up and returned to the square. Before long, Fang Chun had found out where Yulong and Yuhu had gone. Hiding in the Dragon Sword Pagoda, Fang Chun was taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he walked straight towards the Dragon Sword Tower. The Sword Dao sect's territory was vast. It took a long time to reach the Dragon Sword Pagoda. In front of the pagoda was a square. This square was special, and the Dragon Sword Pagoda stood in the middle of it. It was said that at the base of the pagoda, there was a passage to the sword embryo. It could absorb the sword energy within and strengthen the pagoda. So long as the sword embryo existed, the pagoda's power would never be weakened. After a few days in the ancient East, Fang Chun had learned a great deal. He had some understanding of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. What a strange sword energy. Fang Chun closed his eyes and carefully sensed the sword energy around the Dragon Sword Pagoda. It was strange, but when he tried to use his spirit to investigate the pagoda, it bounced back. Sword embryo? Fang Chun muttered to himself. There were a few disciples in front of the square. Most of them weren't official disciples of the Sword Dao sect. They could only be considered honorary disciples. Honorary disciples didn't have the right to cultivate near the sword embryo, so there were a lot of them in front of the pagoda. When they saw Fang Chun arrive, they all clasped their hands in greeting to Fang Chun. From Fang Chun's attire, they could see he was an official disciple. Dare I ask your name, brother? It seems I don't know you. One of the disciples laughed. Fang Chun. Brother Fang Chun, you must be new, the disciple continued. Fang Chun nodded. I really envy Brother Fong Chun. He just arrived, and he's already an official disciple. But I have some doubts. Official disciples can cultivate near the sword embryo. Why would Brother Fong Chun come to the Dragon Sword Pagoda? It wasn't just this disciple who was puzzled. The other disciples were just as confused. Logically speaking, official disciples wouldn't lower themselves to compete with them for the resources of the Dragon Sword Pagoda. But recently, one official disciple after another had come to the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Just what was going on? First it was the Yu brothers, Yu Long and Yu Hu. Now it was Fong Chun. I'm looking for someone. Fong Chun simply said. Oh, who is senior brother Fong Chun looking for? Asked the disciple. Fong Chun didn't say anything. His burning gaze was focused on the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Could it be that the person senior brother Fong Chun is looking for is the Yu brothers? Some of the disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. A moment later, their eyes were filled with excitement. Perhaps there would be a wonderful battle waiting for them. Senior brother Fong Chun, you just arrived at the Sword Dao sect. Perhaps you don't know much about the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Let me give you an introduction. A nominal disciple came to Fong Chun's side and said. Fong Chun didn't refuse and nodded. Seeing this, the disciple was delighted. He continued, the Dragon Sword Pagoda is called the Dragon Sword Pagoda because there are sword dragons within. Sword dragons were formed from the condensation of sword energy. They were very powerful. The Dragon Sword Pagoda is divided into 9 levels. Every level requires one to kill a certain number of sword dragons to pass the test and proceed to the next level. However, the number of sword dragons on each level is limited. There are a total of 81 sword dragons. If a cultivator can kill 81 sword dragons, they will obtain the Sword True Dragon's infusion, strengthening their body and tempering their sword chi. The nominal disciple said slowly. Fong Chun was shocked when he heard this. He hadn't expected this little Dragon Sword Pagoda to have so many mysteries. 81 sword dragons? Fong Chun asked. The disciple nodded and continued. Of all the swordsmen in the old Eastern Alliance, only one has managed to reach the limit of each level. Even so, he's still stuck on the 8th level, unable to move on to the 9th. Who is it? Sword Dance Hong. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Sword Dance Hong, 3rd on the Tianhua rankings, to be a sword cultivator. Actually, the Dragon Sword Pagoda has no real benefits for a disciple, other than challenging the limit of sword dragons. As for challenging the limit of the sword dragon, very few people can do it, and it is a waste of time. Over time, almost no official disciples come here. The nominal disciple explained. Fong Chun nodded. What's your name? Kong Zhong. Not bad. If you have any questions in the future, you can come find me. Fong Chun finished speaking and stepped into the Dragon Sword Pagoda. In the square, Kong Zhong was stunned. He stood in place, stupefied. Envious looks came from all around. After a while, Kong Zhong recovered from his shock. Ha ha! Kong Zhong was very excited. He hadn't expected to be recognized as an official disciple. Kong Zhong, you've really hit the jackpot. Congratulations, Kong Zhong. From now on, you'll have a meteoric rise. It was very difficult for a disciple to become an official disciple, but with the help of an official disciple, it would be much easier. This was not the first case. Previously, some of the nominal disciples like Kong Zhong had now become official disciples. Kong Zhong, don't forget us after becoming an official disciple. That's right, Kong Zhong. Cultivate well. Many disciples had already begun to befriend Kong Zhong. As for Kong Zhong, he was forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart as his gaze landed on the Dragon Sword Pagoda. The path of martial arts depended on oneself. External forces were ultimately limited. Therefore, although Kong Zhong was very excited, he wouldn't become lazy because of this. Force. I must seize this opportunity and leap over the Dragon Gate. Kong Zhong clenched his fists tightly as he said in his heart. Inside the Dragon Sword Pagoda, Fong Chun arrived at the first floor. This is the Dragon Sword Pagoda. Arriving here, Fong Chun could feel the beating of the Golden Heart. Beneath the ground, there seemed to be an extremely vast sword chi. It seems that there are secrets within this dragon sword pagoda, Fang Chun thought to himself. However, just as he was thinking, the golden sword dragon, carrying a terrifying aura, whizzed over. Sword dragon. Seeing this, Fang Chun pulled out the star-hidden sword and used the mysterious sky sealing technique. The golden sword dragon was instantly bound by the resplendent sword net. It revealed a sinister expression and continued to struggle. Disperse. Chapter 1337. The sword dragons on the first level of the Dragon Sword Pagoda were very weak. Fang Chun didn't need to use his full strength to kill them easily. However, as the number of sword dragons Fang Chun defeated increased, the sword dragons that appeared became stronger and stronger. When the last sword dragon appeared, Fang Chun's expression became somewhat serious. It wasn't that the sword dragon's strength made him afraid. Rather, the strength of this 81st sword dragon was precisely the battle prowess of the first layer of the heavenly body tier. It's comparable to the first layer of the heavenly body tier martial artists in the purgatory. Fang Chun muttered to himself, sighing. It seemed that this Dragon Sword Pagoda wasn't easy to pass. After successfully killing the last sword dragon, golden light instantly shot out in all directions within the Dragon Sword Pagoda. A true dragon completely made of gold floated in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its body was filled with extremely dense sword chi. Boom! In the next moment, the sword chi tempered his body. Fang Chun's body endured the baptism of the sword chi. This time, the baptism lasted for a quarter of an hour before it ended. In the end, the true dragon dissipated, and Fang Chun's body emitted destructive sword chi. The sword chi is even purer. Fang Chun's face was filled with joy. Although the baptism of sword chi on the first level was a little too weak for him, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, his physical body had also become slightly stronger. Continuing on to the second level. After a few hours, Fang Chun successfully arrived at the 6th level. The sword dragons here were comparable to the 6th layer of the heavenly body tier. The baptism of the first 5 levels allowed Fang Chun to gain a lot. Now, the resplendent sword light around him was very dazzling, and the aura around him also gave people a very strong feeling. 6th level. Arriving at the 6th level, Fang Chun's expression also became serious. Kill. With the appearance of the first sword dragon, Fang Chun fell into a frenzy of killing. The time spent on the 6th level was much longer than the previous 5 levels combined. A day later, Fang Chun stopped his killing spree. In front of his eyes, the last sword dragon appeared. The battle prowess of this sword dragon was at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. Even in the purgatory, this kind of combat strength would be extremely tyrannical. In fact, they could even insta-kill cultivators at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier and challenge cultivators at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Fang Chun took a deep breath and looked at Stegosaurus. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the Dragon Sword Pagoda. The gigantic sword dragon roared as it approached. Fang Chun couldn't care less. He immediately set up the primordial killing array and trapped the sword dragon within it. Roar the sword dragon was trapped and frantically attacked the primordial chaos killing array. However, the chaos elemental killing array had also caused great damage to the sword dragon. Taking this opportunity, Fang Chun used the absolute phantom sword technique and entered the origin killing array to fight against the sword dragon. Pucci streaks of sword light pierced towards the sword dragon. Scales appeared all over the latter's body, forming a very strong defense. Good fellow. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, he performed the 5 Thunders Tribulation Technique. The 5 Thunders Tribulation Technique targeted soul and even primordial spirit level attacks. Although this golden sword dragon didn't have a soul, its head was still blasted open by the 5 Thunders Tribulation Technique. With its head blasted open, the threat of the golden sword dragon was greatly reduced. Fang Chun used his full strength again and used 15 minutes to kill the golden sword dragon. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At present, this was already his peak battle prowess. If he faced a slightly stronger sword dragon, he probably wouldn't have any chance of victory. At this moment, Fang Chun thought of Jian Wuhong, third on the Tianhua rankings. She was really a terrifying existence. The peak sword dragon of the 7th level was too powerful. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. He passed the 6th level. However, Fang Chun was a little puzzled. Could it be that Yulong and Yuhu are on the 7th level? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun accepted the baptism of Sword Qi. Sword Qi soared into the sky. The Emperor-level Sword Qi had reached its peak. It was only a critical point away from reaching the level of Sword Spirit. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Dragging his exhausted body, he entered the 7th level. Just as he entered the 7th level, he saw Yulong and Yuhu hiding in a corner. You think you can hide from me by hiding here? Fang Chun's voice was like a ghost as it entered the two brothers' ears. Yulong and Yu were startled. They turned their heads to look. How did you get here? Clearly, Fang Chun's arrival had shocked the two brothers. However, they immediately relaxed. That was because they saw that Fang Chun was in a sorry state and looked exhausted. Ha ha ha. For you to be able to come here, you must have exhausted yourself. Yulong wildly laughed. Brat, not just anyone has the qualifications to reach the 7th level, sneered Yuhu. They had thought that Fang Chun had simply passed and reached the 7th level with great difficulty. They didn't know that Fang Chun had broken the limit on the first 6 levels. This kind of heavy news would cause a commotion even within the Sword Dao faction. Fang Chun was panting heavily as he looked at the two brothers with interest. Big brother, should we deal with this brat in the Dragon Sword Tower? Asked Yuhu. Let's torture him first. Let him know that us brothers aren't easy to bully. Yulong's eyes were ice cold as the two brothers walked over to Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun straightened his body and looked at the two brothers. What do you want? Fang Chun's question made the two brothers even bolder. Now you know fear. The two brothers had already arrived beside Fang Chun, wildly laughing. Fang Chun curiously looked at the two of them. What I want to ask is, aren't you afraid of death? The two of them were startled. However, before they could react, two iron fists viciously smashed into their faces. Bang! The two brothers were sent flying, miserable cries coming from them. Their faces were covered in blood, and their noses had been broken. What's going on? Yuhu didn't know what to do. Yulong crawled up and looked at the smiling Fang Chun. His heart tightened. Weren't you injured? How could you still release such a powerful attack? Yulong had the urge to cry. Who told you I was injured? Fang Chun shrugged and retorted. You're lying to us. Yuhu jumped up. From the start, it was just you two brothers talking. Fang Chun craftily smiled. Yulong and Yuhu finally realized that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Plop! The two brothers directly knelt on the ground. Fang Chun, please be magnanimous and let us go. Yeah, we were also forced. It was Ouyang Zhuge who didn't want us to give you the sword source. Now you know fear? Asked Fang Chun. Seeing Fang Chun walk over, the two of them continuously retreated, their eyes filled with terror. They were well aware of Fang Chun's terrifying combat power. Furthermore, this was his first time in the Dragon Sword Tower, and he had already reached the 7th floor. That was too inconceivable. They couldn't be enemies with such a person. The two brothers held their noses and begged Fang Chun. Fang Chun, we'll give you the sword source right now. After saying that, Yulong took out 100 sword sources from his spatial ring and handed them to Fang Chun. Fang Chun received the sword sources and smiled. He then looked at Yuhu. What about you? What? We only owe you 100 sword sources, said Yuhu. Bang! Fang Chun sent Yuhu flying with a punch. Yuhu miserably screamed, his skull about to shatter. Have mercy! I'll give you 100 sword sources, shouted Yulong when he saw Fang Chun was about to attack. Fang Chun nodded and looked at Yulong. I really don't have 100 sword sources on me right now. How about this? I'll go gather them for you. Once I do, I'll immediately send them to you, pleaded Yulong. You said the same thing last time. And what happened? Asked Fang Chun. We don't dare. We won't dare again, hastily said Yulong. Seeing this, Fang Chun nodded. It seemed Yulong really didn't have any more sword sources on him. Fine, I'll wait for your 100 sword sources. If you dare trick me this time, you could just wait to die. Fong Chen left behind some vicious words before turning and leaving. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, Yulong's heart trembled. Big brother, are we really going to give him 100 sword sources? Asked Yu-Hu as he crawled up. Bang! Yulong slapped Yu-Hu's head, making him wish he was dead. Hurry up and go borrow the sword sources. Outside the Dragon Sword Tower, when Fong Chen came out, Kong Zhong was still there. Senior apprentice brother Fong Chen called Kong Zhong. What is it? Asked Fong Chen. I want to ask senior apprentice brother Fong Chen some questions about the sword Dao, said Kong Zhong nervously. Come with me. With that, he brought Kong Zhong out of the plaza. A moment later, Yulong and Yu-Hu miserably walked out of the Dragon Sword Tower. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Yu-Hu's eyes were wide as he fiercely said. Some of the disciples thought the two brothers had been injured by the sword dragon and didn't think too much of it. After Yulong and Yu-Hu left, the other disciples all entered the Dragon Sword Tower. Within the courtyard, Kong Zhong asked Fong Chen a few questions about the sword Dao before sitting on the ground and entering a state of enlightenment. This kid isn't bad. Fong Chen was very satisfied with Kong Zhong. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely ask questions about how to cultivate the sword Dao quickly. But Kong Zhong only asked questions about the basics, although others might feel disdain for these basic questions. However, Fong Chen knew very well that the basics were the most important in the sword Dao. With a solid foundation, the future path would be much easier. Kong Zhong was able to endure loneliness and comprehend the basics of the sword Dao, which was enough to prove his temperament. It could be imagined that Kong Zhong would definitely achieve great things in the future. A moment later, Kong Zhong woke up. Sword chi surged around his body, and his face was full of smiles. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Fong Chen, for your guidance. Kong Zhong thanked him excitedly. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, on the path of cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself. You've chosen a good path. Continue to work hard and strengthen your foundation. I will. Kong Zhong was very excited. After thanking him, he happily left Fong Chen's residence. Not long after, the two brothers Yulong and Yu-Hu hurried over. Chapter 1338. The two brothers, Yulong and Yu-Hu, arrived at Fong Chen's residence somewhat apprehensively. Fong Chen had just finished teaching Kong Zhong. Where's the sword source? Fong Chen asked. The two brothers' noses were already bandaged. Yu-Hu looked miserable. His skull was cracked and needed time to recover. I brought it. Hearing this, Yulong chuckled and hurriedly took out the sword origin. Fong Chen counted the number, then put away. He looked at the two brothers. This is what happens when you're cheap. Instead of 100 sword sources, he insisted on 200 sword sources. Who could stop him? Hearing this, Yulong and Yu-Hu felt helpless. Brother Fong Chen, we've given you the sword source. Can we leave now? Fong Chen nodded and didn't make things difficult for the two brothers. The two brothers hurried out of Fong Chen's courtyard, relieved. At this moment, Fong Chen took out the sword origin. 200 swords was a huge sum, even in the old Eastern Alliance. Sword source was a miraculous thing. It was about the size of a brick on earth, but its uses couldn't be compared. The source of a sword was a treasure unique to the old Eastern Alliance. In the old Hua Islands, only the old Eastern Alliance had it. The sword origin was condensed from the sword embryo. Every piece of sword origin contained very dense sword chi. This energy could help a martial artist cultivate. For a swordsman, sword source was a very important treasure. Fong Chen was also very happy to obtain 200 sword sources in one go. He casually grabbed a sword source, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword source's sword energy poured into Fong Chen's body. The golden heart was beating vigorously as it quickly absorbed the sword chi within the sword origin. Before long, the sword source was reduced to dust. All of the sword chi within had been absorbed. If anyone else had been there, they would have been shocked. The sword source was formed from the embryo, and the sword energy it contained was frightening. Under normal circumstances, It would take at least 2 hours to absorb a single piece of sword source. However, Fang Chun only used a few breaths of time. With such speed, even Jian Wuhong, who was ranked 3rd on the Tianhua leaderboard, would be shocked. What pure sword qi! Fang Chun opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. The sword qi in the sword origin was very pure and contained a very profound sword Dao. If he could continue to absorb it, his attainments in the way of the sword would definitely improve rapidly. No wonder so many people wanted to join the old Eastern Alliance. Aside from the sword embryo, the sword source was another reason. This is really good stuff. Fang Chun grinned. Then, he continued to absorb the sword origin. After absorbing about 50 sword sources, the golden heart was finally full, and it emitted a golden light. At this moment, Fang Chun seemed to be in a sea of sword Dao. He took out the secret sword technique that he had exchanged in Whitebone City, the Thunderfall sword technique. This was a high-level secret technique, even more powerful than the Phantom Sky extinguishing sword secret technique. It was said that after successfully cultivating it, one would be able to manipulate the lightning in the sky. When the lightning melded into the sword light, it was like a lightning tribulation. It was very frightening. Fang Chun began to study the Thunderfall sword technique. Now that he had absorbed enough sword sources, his mind was full of sword Dao. This was the best time to cultivate the Thunderfall sword technique. After 7 days of seclusion, Ouyang Zhuge finally emerged. This time, his strength had improved. Phew! Ouyang Zhuge exhaled and walked out of the pavilion. Call Yulong and Yu Hu, Ouyang Zhuge ordered. Before long, Yulong and Yu Hu arrived. When they saw Ouyang Zhuge, their expressions changed. Recently, Fang Chun hasn't caused any trouble for you, right? Ouyang Zhuge asked. Ouyang Zhuge saw that the two wanted to speak, but stopped. Speak. Ouyang Zhuge frowned. Brother Ouyang, while you were away, Fang Chun came to us to ask for the sword sources. We had no choice but to hide in the Dragon Sword Tower, but Yulong said slowly. But what? Ouyang Zhuge asked. But Fang Chun chased us all the way to the Dragon Sword Tower and even entered the 7th floor, forcing us to hand over the sword sources, Yu Hu continued. We handed over 100 sword sources, but he wasn't satisfied and demanded 200 from us. What? When Ouyang Zhuge heard this, he slammed his palm on the stone table with a bang. He was very angry. Now we're in debt, Yulong said helplessly. It seems I'll have to personally take action. Ouyang Zhuge sneered. He stood up and looked at the two brothers. Come with me. But the two brothers exchanged a glance and didn't move. What? Are you afraid of Fang Chun? Ouyang Zhuge icily asked. Brother Ouyang, Yulong helplessly said. Ouyang Zhuge waved his sleeve and coldly snorted, walking out of the courtyard. In the future, don't follow me. With a single sentence, he drew a clear line between them. This caused Yulong and Yu Hu to feel very depressed. Big brother, is it worth it? Yu Hu asked. Thinking of Fang Chun's terrifying battle strength, Yulong nodded heavily. Fang Chun's potential is too strong. We can't offend him. In the future, we should draw a clear line with him. In fact, Yulong had thought for a long time before making this decision. Following Ouyang Zhuge had never been beneficial. On the contrary, he had always been working for Ouyang Zhuge and had offended many people. I hope so, Yu said. In a few days, Fang Chun had cultivated the lightning fall sword technique to the entry level. Although he still couldn't trigger the lightning in the sky, he could see its power. With one sword, he could pierce through everything. The lightning fall sword technique focused on penetrating power, which was somewhat similar to Little Mouse's extreme piercing. However, its power was far from enough. Cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Therefore, Fang Chun came to the square to stroll. He was going to take a look at the sword embryo. However, at this moment, Ouyang Zhuge aggressively rushed to the square. At this moment, there were many disciples in the square. Most of them were in-name disciples, and only a small portion of them were official disciples. Fang Chun. Ouyang Zhuge came to the square, stared at Fang Chun, and said in a deep voice, Ouyang Zhuge. Fang Chun also said, Do you agree to my request or not? Ouyang Zhuge asked coldly. Fang Chun shook his head. I can't agree. In fact, Fang Chun really couldn't agree. There was only one portion of galaxy liquid, and he had already swallowed it. How could he give Ouyang Zhuge another portion? Good, very good. Do you want to become enemies with me, Ouyang Zhuge? Ouyang Zhuge sneered. If you think so, I can't do anything about it, Fang Chun said calmly. I, Fang Chun, am not afraid of anyone. After that, Fang Chun turned and left. Seeing this, Ouyang Zhuge sneered, waved his hand, and said directly, In that case, do you dare to go to the battle arena with me? Hearing this, the square was in an uproar. People didn't understand why Ouyang Zhuge wanted to go to the battle arena with Fang Chun. How did Fang Chun offend Ouyang Zhuge? Many people whispered. Kong Zhong was also in the square. He frowned slightly, watching Fang Chun leave. He was worried. Kong Zhong, it looks like your backer is going to fall. Yeah, after offending Ouyang Zhuge, Fang Chun won't be able to stay in the old East League anymore. It's a pity that such a good backer is gone. People talked one after another, and in the end they all stayed away from Kong Zhong. Fang Chun had offended Ouyang Zhuge, and Kong Zhong was close to Fang Chun. If they got involved with Kong Zhong, Ouyang Zhuge would be angry. After weighing the pros and cons, people chose to side with Ouyang Zhuge. Seeing this, Kong Zhong sneered in his heart. The world was cold. A few days ago, people had come to make friends with him. Now, after this kind of thing, they all stayed away. Well, now I see the true colors of these people. Kong Zhong sneered in his heart and walked in the direction Fang Chun had left. Although Fang Chun had left, he left a message. Without enough sword sources, I, Fang Chun, will not accept any challenge. When these words came out, it stirred up 1,000 waves. Many official disciples stuck their heads out, insulting Fang Chun. They thought that Fang Chun, a new disciple, didn't know what was good for him. How dare he offend Ouyang Zhuge? Of course, most of the disciples remained silent. You want to bet sword sources with me? Ouyang Zhuge sneered. Once you're in the arena, you won't even have the right to leave alive. You still want my sword sources? Ridiculous. Ouyang Zhuge shouted across the air. I'll give you 200 sword sources to fight in the arena with you. 200 sword sources all at once. It was enough to see how rich Ouyang Zhuge was. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fang Chun refused. The reason was that he didn't have enough sword sources. The brothers Yulong and Yuhu can take out 200 sword sources. Are you, Ouyang Zhuge, worth the same as them? If so, I'm willing to fight. Fang Chun shouted across the air, provoking Ouyang Zhuge. Ouyang Zhuge knew that it was provoking, but he still couldn't take it. He, Ouyang Zhuge, was the descendant of the two great Tao ancestors and ranked 50th on the Tianhua leaderboard. How could Yulong and Yuhu compare to him? Ouyang Zhuge took out 500 sword sources to fight with Fang Chun in the arena. Okay, I agree. You can set the time. Fang Chun agreed without hesitation. 500 sword sources were enough for him to fight. Soon, Ouyang Zhuge set the time. 3 days later, the Swordway faction hadn't been so lively in a long time. Fang Chun and Ouyang Zhuge's shouting across the air caused a huge commotion. Many strong cultivators on the Tianhua leaderboard also came out of seclusion to ask about Fang Chun. Who was it that dared to challenge Ouyang Zhuge? However, after asking around, they were disappointed. It turned out that it was a new disciple who had defeated Yulong and Yuhu and thought that he could challenge Ouyang Zhuge. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't think Fang Chun would win. At the same time, Fang Chun was secretly delighted in the courtyard. A bunch of idiots. The little mouse mocked everyone's ignorance. Fang Chun was best at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chapter 1339. 3 days was neither long nor short. Ouyang Zhuge was in seclusion, preparing for the battle in the fighting ring 3 days later. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. He had nothing to do, so he headed for the sword embryo. The place where the sword embryo was located was called the Heavenly Sword Platform. The Heavenly Sword Platform was made of tens of thousands of ferocious swords. Fang Chun arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. He looked up and saw that it was densely packed with official disciples of the Swordway faction. Usually, almost all the official disciples would come here to practice their Swordway. Buzz! Fang Chun was about to step on the platform when he suddenly felt a faint ripple in the air. Then, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Fang Chun was a little confused. Could the golden heart have sensed the aura of the sword embryo? As expected, the speed at which the golden heart was beating was much faster than it had ever been before. Moreover, Fang Chun could clearly see that as the golden heart was beating, strands of cocoon silk quickly entered the golden heart. What is that? Fang Chun was shocked. Although he did not know what the cocoon silk was, he felt that it had a lot to do with the sword embryo. This sword embryo is really strange, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Then, he stepped onto the heavenly sword mountain. Boom! Just as he stepped onto the heavenly sword mountain, Fang Chun felt a terrifying sword chi pouring down on him. Caught off guard, he was almost forced back. Fortunately, he activated his perfect sword body and blocked the terrifying sword chi. After he steadied himself, Fang Chun carefully felt the terrifying sword chi pouring down on him. He knew that the sword chi came from the sword embryo. The aura of the Swordway is so strong. Fang Chun was a little surprised. Then, he also knew that the steps on the heavenly sword mountain were also a test. If he could not even climb the steps, he was not qualified to meditate before the sword embryo. Thinking of this, Fang Chun was surrounded by sword chi as he walked step by step to the peak of the heavenly sword mountain. When Fang Chun was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and closed his eyes to feel the sword Tao. However, this scene was seen by some of the official disciples on the mountain peak. They all sneered at Fang Chun. Who is this brat? He can't even pass the stairs, and he wants to reach the peak? This kid looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't that the new official disciple Fang Chun? He offended Ouyang Zhuge as soon as he came to the Swordway faction. How arrogant. That's right. It's said that 3 days later, he and Ouyang Zhuge will fight on the battle stage. Some of the official disciples were talking amongst themselves, and it didn't take long for them to know Fang Chun's background. It's very difficult for new disciples to pass the steps. Many official disciples shook their heads. They didn't think that Fang Chun would be able to reach the top. After that, he didn't waste any more time and continued comprehending the sword Tao. As for Fang Chun, he didn't care about the mockery of the crowd. He wasn't trapped here because he was comprehending the sword Tao. The aura of the sword Tao on each step was different. Feeling the completely opposite aura of the sword Tao would help him comprehend the sword Tao. After staying on the mountainside for about an hour, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. It seemed to be very excited and wanted to reach the peak quickly. Fang Chun took a step forward and continued to climb. However, at this time, no one noticed him. For the rest of the time, Fang Chun was unhindered. Soon he reached the peak. There was a huge heavenly sword platform on the heavenly sword mountain. Its aura was shocking. This is the heavenly sword platform. Fang Chun's heart was filled with astonishment. The heavenly sword platform, made of tens of thousands of peerless fierce swords, was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the heavenly sword platform from afar, Fang Chun felt very depressed. The fierce aura is too strong. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, it was easy to get lost. Fortunately, Fang Chun had gone through the path of the Supreme Realm, so his mind was unusually strong. He easily resisted the terrifying, fierce aura. On the 30-foot-tall heavenly sword platform, there was a palm-sized sword-shaped treasure. This was the legendary sword embryo. From afar, the sword embryo was a little blurry and only a shadow could be seen. In fact, it wasn't a matter of distance, but because there was a very powerful formation around the sword embryo. What Fang Chun and the rest saw was merely what they saw through the array formation. That's the sword embryo. When he saw the sword embryo, Fang Chun's eyes widened. The golden heart was beating loudly, and Fang Chun's blood was boiling. Fang Chun felt that the golden heart wanted to get close to the sword embryo. However, he forcibly controlled his body and didn't move. What a strong sword Dao aura! Fangchen couldn't help but exclaim. This was the legendary sword embryo, the most powerful sword Dao treasure in the Old Hua Islands. Only the official disciples of the Old East Alliance were qualified to cultivate near the sword embryo. Cultivate. Fang Chun didn't waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In an instant, he entered a state of enlightenment. What Fang Chun didn't know was that the moment he stepped on the peak, the sword embryo on the heavenly sword platform trembled slightly. No one noticed. Immediately, the sword embryo calmed down. When Fang Chun closed his eyes, traces of sword chi flowed out from the sword embryo and quietly entered the golden heart, then turned into silk. Time trickled by. After a few hours, some martial artists woke up from their cultivation. Yes, he reached the peak. One after another, warriors woke up and were shocked to see Fang Chun. A new disciple had reached the peak so quickly. Seeing Fang Chun cultivating, the crowd shook their heads in surprise. On Heavenly Sword Mountain, there were disciples coming and going. In short, there were always so many people here. Many disciples did not waste a single second of their time here to cultivate. Cultivation on Heavenly Sword Mountain wasn't something that could be done at any time. The Old East Alliance had strict rules. Every official disciple could only come here for 2 hours a month to cultivate. This was also to prevent disciples from becoming demonic. If one spent a long time cultivating on Heavenly Sword Mountain, even the most resolute of people could become demonic. If they did, they would be seriously injured, and in the worst case, they would die. Those who were able to join the Old Eastern Alliance were the cream of the crop. The Old East couldn't afford such a loss. However, those who came here for the first time were an exception. They could cultivate at will until they couldn't hold on any longer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Chun was still in a state of enlightenment. The surrounding disciples came and went, all of them surprised. In these 2 days, the Golden Heart had undergone great changes. Fang Chen's understanding of the way of the sword had increased rapidly. Fang Chen's mastery of the Thunderfall sword had been perfected. Buzz. At some point, Fang Chen opened his eyes. In truth, it was the Golden Heart's vibration that had caused him to open his eyes and stop cultivating. The sword embryo is very strange. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. Cultivating in front of the sword embryo for too long could lead to demonic obsession. Fang Chun examined his body and was very satisfied. Worthy of the sword embryo. Fang Chun stood and sighed. Then he left the Heavenly Sword Mountain without looking back. Although it was his first time here, he could cultivate endlessly. But after these 2 days of cultivation, Fang Chun also knew the sword embryo's fearsomeness. If I can't control it, I'll become demonic, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart, which constantly reminded him. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Walking down Heavenly Sword Mountain, Fang Chun turned to look at the sword embryo at the peak, and then left. Actually, when he was cultivating at the peak of Heavenly Sword Mountain, the demon sword had also acted strangely. It was absorbing the sword aura from the sword embryo through the interspatial ring. Feeling the demon sword's vibration, Fang Chun asked, "Demon sword, do you know the origin of the sword embryo?" Hearing this, the demon sword was silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't remember. Some of my memories have been lost." The demon sword's words were filled with sorrow. The demon sword was too demonic, and it had gained sentience. It was very scary. It had memories, but some of them had been lost. Fang Chun was very curious. What happened back then that caused a treasure like the demon sword to be damaged? But every time he asked about it, the demon sword would remain silent. Fang Chun also did not ask. One day, he would completely control the demon sword. At that time, the mystery of the demon sword would be completely solved. These 2 days of cultivation had also tired Fang Chun. When he returned to his courtyard, he found Kong Zhong there. Senior brother Fang Chun. Kong Zhong hurriedly greeted when he saw Fang Chun return. Fang Chun looked at Kong Zhong and saw that there were some bruises on his face. What happened? Fang Chun asked. Kong Zhong opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Senior brother Fang Chun, it's nothing. Kong Zhong said. If you have something to say, then say it. Fang Chun directly said. Hearing this, Kong Zhong hesitated for a long time, then said in a low voice, Senior brother Fang Chun, because I was close to you, a few of your unnamed disciples vented their anger on me. They even stole my sword embryo. Fang Chun frowned, somewhat unhappy. They are from Ouyang Zhuge's faction. In order to curry favor, they ganged up on me. If it was one-on-one, I wouldn't be afraid of any of them. Kong Zhong helplessly said, What did they steal from you? Asked Fang Chun. They stole my sword embryo. If it was an ordinary sword embryo, then it would be fine. But that sword embryo was given to me by my mother. It's very important to me. They ganged up on you. Fang Chun sneered. The grudge between him and Ouyang Zhuge actually involved Kong Zhong. Who are they? Take me to them, said Fang Chun. Senior brother Fang Chun, you just have to help me take back my sword embryo. Kong Zhong was pleasantly surprised. Don't worry. Lead the way. In truth, the reason Kong Zhong had come here was to ask Fang Chun to help him take back his sword embryo. But he was too embarrassed to ask. He hadn't expected Fang Chun to be so straightforward. A moment later, Kong Zhong brought Fang Chun to the unnamed disciples' residence. Chapter 1340. On the square of the nominal disciples. The three of them were wearing the robes of nominal disciples, playing with a sharp sword. The three of them took turns to look at the sword, revealing a wild smile from time to time. Kong Zhong's eyes turned scarlet when he saw the sharp sword in their hands. He couldn't wait to rush up. That was the sword his mother left him. It meant a lot to him. In this world, his only family was this sword. That's right, it was his family. Kong Zhong treated the sword as his family. Therefore, after losing the sword, he shamelessly begged Fang Chun. If it weren't for the loss of the sword, Kong Zhong would rather die than beg others. As Kong Zhong pointed, Fang Chun saw the three of them. At this time, the three of them also noticed Kong Zhong and Fang Chun. Their faces became a little dignified, and they stood up one after another. Kong Zhong, you can't beat us, but you still called for help. One of them sneered. If you let senior brother Fang Chun fight, we will directly admit defeat and not resist. Senior brother Fang Chun is an official disciple. I'm afraid he won't lower himself to fight nominal disciples like us. The three of them said one after another. Give me back my sword. Kong Zhong's eyes were scarlet, and he roared loudly. Kong Zhong, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Since you lost to us, your sword is our spoils of war. One of them sneered. Obviously, they didn't want to return the sword to Kong Zhong. They had been coveting Kong Zhong's sword for a long time. They had been looking for an opportunity, and this time they finally found it. Not only could they flatter Ouyang Zhuge, but they could also seize the sword. The three of them had just checked it. Although they didn't find anything, their intuition told them that this sword was extraordinary. They still wanted to study it, so how could they return it to Kong Zhong? Fang Chun walked toward the three of them step by step. Seeing this, the three of them retreated, afraid that Fang Chun would attack regardless of his status. Senior brother Fang Chun, are you really going to attack us? Fang Chun sneered and said disdainfully, You are not worthy of my attack. Kong Zhong alone is enough to deal with you. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the three of them relaxed a little. Kong Zhong, fight them one-on-one. If you win, I will personally help you take back your sword, Fang Chun said. Kong Zhong was extremely excited when he heard this. Do you have any objections? Fang Chun asked. Senior brother Fang Chun, we have a formation. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for Kong Zhong. After saying that, Fang Chun turned around and the star-hidden sword appeared in his hand. This is my sword. Take it and deal with the three of them, Fang Chun said. Seeing Fang Chun giving Kong Zhong a fourth-level divine weapon, the three of them sneered. Kong Zhong, just surrender. Don't humiliate yourself. One of them berated. Kong Zhong was furious and attacked. Fang Chun stood aside and watched quietly. Boss, aren't you worried about this guy? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chun grinned and didn't say anything. The three of them cast a combined attack formation, trapping Kong Zhong. Kong Zhong, you lost. One of them said in a deep voice. However, Kong Zhong's face was ferocious. He held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and the star pagoda in his sea of chi shook. The wild star power crazily poured into the star concealing sword. Immediately, the hidden star sword vibrated and emitted a series of sword cries. Then, Kong Zhong suddenly swung the sword, and a terrifying sword light shot out from the star-hidden sword. Poochie! The sword light shot out. The three of them didn't take it seriously and sneered. However, when the sword light approached one of them, he was shocked. "Help me!" The man roared loudly. Bang! The other two wanted to help, but it was too late. The man was stabbed by the sword light and flew out. The formation was broken by itself. Seeing this, Kong Zhong was also a little surprised. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Fong Chun. The latter was smiling. Kong Zhong knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to break through the three people's joint attack formation. Kong Zhong held the star-hidden sword and continued to attack. After a while, the three of them were beaten to the ground by Kong Zhong. "Give me the sword," Kong Zhong said fiercely. "Despicable," one of them roared angrily. There was something wrong with the fourth-level divine weapon. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have lost. "You three, it's not good to act shamelessly." At this time, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, the three of them turned pale. With Fong Chun here, they would not be able to stir up any waves. In the end, the three of them looked at Kong Zhong sadly and reluctantly returned the sword to Kong Zhong. Taking the sword, Kong Zhong was very excited. "Thank you, Senior Fong Chun." Kong Zhong returned the star-hidden sword and cupped his fists. "Let's go." As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, a roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Ouyang Zhuge had arrived. "Fong Chun, as an official disciple, how can you bully a nominal disciple?" Ouyang Zhuge said in a low voice. "Senior brother Ouyang, you have to help us." The three of them hurriedly complained when they saw Ouyang Zhuge arrive. Kong Zhong looked apologetically at Fong Chun. He was the one who had brought trouble to Fong Chun. The three of them bullied Kong Zhong first. "I only help him take back his sword." "How is that bullying?" Fong Chun said. "The sword should be their spoils of war, but you used the trajectory to let Kong Zhong win. Isn't that cheating?" Ouyang Zhuge said coldly. "Hand over the sword. Let's go." Fong Chun didn't even look back as he left with Kong Zhong. "You're courting death." Ouyang Zhuge angrily punched out. Feeling the powerful fist behind him, Fong Chun didn't even look back as he punched back. Dong! Ouyang Zhuge's body was forced back, and his attack was neutralized by Fong Chun. "Ouyang Zhuge, if you want to start the battle early, I don't mind." Fong Chun's voice floated over. Ouyang Zhuge stood quietly on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Fong Chun, I'll let you be arrogant for one more night. Tomorrow, the battle arena will be your burial ground." Ouyang Zhuge was very confident in his own strength. He had already prepared perfectly for tomorrow's battle. He was just waiting for the right time. "Senior brother Ouyang." The three of them got up from the ground and walked in front of Ouyang Zhuge. "Trash!" Ouyang Zhuge waved his sleeves and turned to leave. After a while, the little mouse came back and quietly came behind the three of them. Then, it opened its small mouth and bit each of them before disappearing. Ah! The three of them let out miserable cries. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. For Kong Zhong, if it wasn't for Fong Chun, he wouldn't have been able to solve it. However, for Fong Chun, it was just a piece of cake. He didn't care about anything. "Kong Zhong, this sword is extraordinary. Comprehend it well," Fong Chun said to Kong Zhong. Kong Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his sword in surprise and seemed to understand something. After a night of silence, early the next morning, when Fong Chun was about to go to the appointment, Kong Zhong broke through. Rumble! Kong Zhong's cultivation breakthrough was mighty. Fong Chun turned to look. Kong Zhong didn't sleep the whole night and was comprehending the sword Dao. Not bad. Fong Chun nodded in satisfaction. After Kong Zhong broke through, he was qualified to be an official disciple. It was a good thing. The sun had just passed the horizon, and there was still a trace of white in the sky. However, for martial artists, day and night were the same. The battle arena was on the left side of the Sword Dao faction. Many martial artists could be seen from afar, and most of them were unofficial disciples. Official disciples would rarely waste their time watching the battle. Of course, there were also some official disciples who had a good relationship with Ouyang Zhuge who came to cheer. After Fang Chun arrived, Ouyang Zhuge was already there. He stood on the battle arena and looked down at Fang Chun. "I thought you didn't dare to come." Ouyang Zhuge sneered. "You came so early because you can't wait to give me the sword source." Fang Chun asked. Ouyang Zhuge was very angry when he heard that. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chun walked onto the battle arena. At this time, an elder appeared. "I'm the person in charge of the battle arena. Since both of you have agreed to fight in the battle arena, then I have to explain the rules of the battle arena," the elder said. Under normal circumstances, the battle arena would not be opened easily, because as long as one stepped onto the battle arena, there would definitely be casualties. The rules of the battle arena were very simple. It would only end when one side died or the other side stopped. In other words, if you lost, you couldn't admit defeat and could only wait for death or for the other side to stop. After hearing the rules of the battle arena, Fang Chun didn't even raise his eyelids. "Although the battle arena's rules are like this, I still have to persuade the two of you to stop when it's appropriate." After saying that, the person in charge got up and left the battle arena. Only Fang Chun and Ouyang Zhuge were left on the battle arena. "What last words do you have? Hurry up and say it. This is your last chance," Ouyang Zhuge said confidently. Fang Chun thought for a moment, then said, "What I want to say is, did you bring the 500 sword sources?" At this time, Fang Chun was still concerned about the sword sources. This made the many disciples below speechless. "I'm afraid you won't be alive to use it." Ouyang Zhuge smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry, I have a tough life. Many people said they wanted to kill me, but in the end, they were all killed by me." Fang Chun smiled very casually, without the slightest fear. This came as a surprise to many disciples. A new disciple fighting with Ouyang Zhuge without the slightest fear. It was really rare. They just didn't know how his combat strength was. Just a sharp tongue." Ouyang Zhuge waved his hand, and the aura around him rippled. The battle was about to start. In the void, there was a beautiful red figure flying rapidly. All of a sudden, she saw the battle platform below opening up. She stopped and stood above the clouds, her beautiful eyes staring down at the battle platform below. Battle arena. The beautiful red figure had an impressive figure and a devastatingly beautiful face. Chapter 1341. In the battle arena, Fang Chun and Ouyang Zhuge faced off against each other. Powerful sword chi spread out. Martial artists of the Sword Dao sect had very high achievements in the Sword Dao. And this time, the battle between Fang Chun and Ouyang Zhuge was a battle between the top 100 geniuses of the Tianhua role, attracting countless eyes. In the dark, some elders were also watching the battle. "Take this." Suddenly, Ouyang Zhuge let out a low roar, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was a level 6 divine weapon. Buzz! A terrifying aura was emitted from the level 6 divine weapon. The strength of a level 5 divine weapon was already comparable to the physical body of a heavenly body tier martial artist. And a level 6 divine weapon was even more powerful. Ouyang Zhuge held the long sword in his hand and suddenly swung it. In an instant, a bright sword light shot out from the long sword, containing the majestic power of the stars, and shot towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and swung it lightly, using the absolute sky phantom sword. Kacha! The two sword lights collided in the void, and the next moment, there was an explosion. Terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire battle arena. The sword chi that spread out made the martial artists below the battle arena retreat. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a battle between the top 100 martial artists of the Tianhua role. However, compared to Fang Chun, everyone was more optimistic about Ouyang Zhuge. In terms of divine weapon, Ouyang Zhuge completely defeated Fang Chun. Yes, a level 4 divine weapon and a level 6 divine weapon. There is no comparison. After all, he is a new disciple and can't be compared to Ouyang Zhuge. Ouyang Zhuge has two great creation realm Tao ancestors behind him. His resources are many times more than those of ordinary official disciples. Many martial artists felt helpless when talking about Ouyang Zhuge. It couldn't be helped. He had two creation realm Tao ancestors as parents, and his background was very strong. Whoosh! When the sword chi on the battle arena gradually dissipated, everyone realized that Fang Chun and Ouyang Zhuge both took a few steps back and stood on the battle arena. Ouyang Zhuge had a wild smile on his face as he looked at Fang Chun. You're only SOSO. Fang Chun faintly felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. It seems that I have to find some time to upgrade the grade of the Hidden Star Sword. Fang Chun thought in his heart. Inside his sea of chi, the four-story star pagoda shook. After a short while, Fang Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and immediately looked at Ouyang Zhuge with his sharp eyes. The 50th on the Tianhua leaderboard is just SOSO, Fang Chun sneered. It was just a casual attack. He already knew Ouyang Zhuge's true strength. If he used the lightning sword technique, he would definitely be able to defeat Ouyang Zhuge. However, Ouyang Zhuge still did not appear clearly. On the fighting platform, they were shouting incessantly. Many disciples below who did not know what was going on also supported Ouyang Zhuge. Some of the elders who were hiding in the dark were surprised. An ancient martial art practitioner ranked 100th on the Tianhua leaderboard could actually explode with such powerful combat power. Even if he lost this battle, it was enough for him to be proud. Of everyone present, only one person thought that Fang Chun could win. That person was the beautiful red figure in the clouds, Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong had been in seclusion all this time. Today, she had come out of seclusion to go to the heavenly sword mountain to comprehend the sword embryo. However, when she passed by the fighting platform, she discovered the two people below, especially when she saw Fang Chun. She could faintly feel the sword chi in her body moving impatiently. The only explanation for this happening was that the sword chi in Fang Chun's body was extremely sharp. She stopped in her tracks and prepared to watch the battle between the two. As expected, after the first exchange, Jian Wuhong became a little curious about Fang Chun. In the battle just now, Jian Wuhong could clearly feel that Fang Chun's comprehension of the Tao of the sword far surpassed Ouyang Zhuge's. This person's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier, but his comprehension of the Tao of the sword is so strong. This is rare, Jian Wuhong said softly. Her beautiful eyes continued to look down at the fighting platform below. And at this moment on the fighting platform, Ouyang Zhuge obviously wanted to end the battle with a single move. This was exactly what Fang Chun wanted. He didn't want to waste any more time. Fang Chun, I'll take your life with this move. As soon as his voice fell, Ouyang Zhuge displayed a very exquisite sword technique. Seeing this sword technique, Fang Chun was also a little surprised. A single sword technique contains two completely different auras. How is this possible? Fang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Ouyang Zhuge saw Fang Chun's expression and thought that the latter had been scared silly. Let's end this. Ouyang Zhuge waved his hand, and instantly, the level 6 god weapon pierced toward Fang Chun with terrifying sword chi. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this exciting battle. However, just as Ouyang Zhuge was confidently thrusting his level 6 god weapon toward Fang Chun, he suddenly felt Fang Chun's figure retreat instantly. Ouyang Zhuge was shocked. The speed of his sword attack was extremely fast. Even some high-level heavenly body tier cultivators couldn't block it. And Fang Chun's speed of retreat actually surpassed the speed of his sword attack. You can't dodge. Ouyang Zhuge sneered and continued to pursue. Who said I'm going to dodge? Fang Chun suddenly spoke up. Immediately, he used the Thunderfall sword technique. The Thunderfall sword technique at the level of great accomplishment had boundless power. It wasn't something that Ouyang Zhuge's sword technique could compare to. Boom! The dark sword light suddenly blasted toward Ouyang Zhuge's level 6 god weapon. Kacha! The two sword lights collided fiercely, erupting with a destructive aura. Fang Chen knew that his god weapon was inferior to Ouyang Zhuge's, so he cleverly dodged the attack of the level 6 god weapon. Bang! A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Then it swooped down as fast as lightning, merging with Fang Chen's sword light to form the strongest attack, shattering Ouyang Zhuge's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. No! Ouyang Zhuge's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. However, it was already too late. His body flew out uncontrollably. Bang! A heavy sound rang out as Ouyang Zhuge's body fell to the edge of the fighting ring. In front of him, there was a figure holding a long sword, pressing it against his neck. Crash! The sudden change caused all the martial artists to be completely dumbfounded. What happened? Ouyang Zhuge was actually defeated. Oh my god, how strong is Fang Chen? Even Ouyang Zhuge was defeated. That sword light, just now, was too oppressive. Many martial artists felt a lingering fear in their hearts. The sword chi on the fighting ring quickly dissipated. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and pressed it against Ouyang Zhuge's body. At this moment, Ouyang Zhuge's face was ferocious and he had fallen into madness. Fang Chen looked at him coldly and immediately put away the hidden star sword. 500 sword sources, Fang Chen said. Ouyang Zhuge got up and crazily charged at Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter frowned slightly and a trace of killing intent shot out from his eyes. Stop! At this moment, the elder in charge of the fighting ring appeared and shouted, stopping Ouyang Zhuge. You have already lost, the elder in charge said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for Fang Chen showing mercy, Ouyang Zhuge would have already become a corpse. Fang Chen wins this battle. Hand over the sword sources and leave quickly. Ouyang Zhuge didn't dare to disobey the elder in charge's order. He reluctantly took out 500 sword sources and threw them to Fang Chen, then turned and left. Before leaving, he fiercely glared at Fang Chen. Not bad. Showing mercy at the crucial moment. Very good. The elder in charge was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. To be able to show mercy at the crucial moment on the fighting ring was enough to see this person's character. I'm only fighting for the sword sources. As for his life, I don't care about it, Fang Chen said as he spread out his hands. The battle on the fighting ring ended just like that. All the warriors felt like they were dreaming. Fang Chen, who was ranked 100th on the Tianhua ranking, had defeated Ouyang Zhuge, who was ranked 50th. This was too crazy. The elders who were hiding in the dark were also shocked. The sword faction had produced an amazing genius. In the clouds, Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes flashed. She looked at Fang Chen's back and sank into deep thought. Not long after, the news spread throughout the sword faction. Even the other factions knew about it. After all, many people paid attention to the battles of the top 100 on the Tianhua ranking. The next time the Tianhua ranking was compiled, Fang Chen's ranking would definitely be much higher. Fang Chen defeated Ouyang Zhuge and became famous in one battle. Many disciples who had looked down on him before all came to befriend him. Because of him, Kong Zhong even became a very popular disciple in the sword faction. However, all this was nothing to Fang Chen. This was just the beginning of his plan. Ouyang Zhuge was powerful, but compared to the geniuses in the purgatory, he was nothing. Fang Chen had been training in the purgatory for a few years. He was no longer comparable to Ouyang Zhuge and the others. His opponents were those super secluded great clans, as well as the well-known younger generation of the 3 god clans. As for the younger generation of the old Hua Islands, he would soon surpass them. In the courtyard, Fang Chen played with the sword sources that he had just earned with a smile on his face. Kong Zhong was cultivating at the side. However, at this moment, a mysterious guest appeared. Seeing this person, Fang Chen was stunned for a while. Aren't you going to invite me in? Jian Wuhong's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. Her every move was so seductive. Even her voice was so pleasant. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. Among the women that Fang Chen knew, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing were already considered top-notch beauties. However, in front of Jian Wuhong, the two of them were overshadowed. It wasn't that they weren't pretty enough. It was just that Jian Wuhong was too beautiful. 8. Wonderful Brush 8, Pavilion 8. Oh, she was simply devastatingly beautiful. Third on the Tianhua ranking, Jian Wuhong. Hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Fang Chun smiled awkwardly and gestured for her to enter. Jian Wuhong stepped forward and entered the courtyard. She sat on a stone bench. Looking at Fang Chun, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know me." Hearing this, Fang Chun smiled. Chapter 1342. Fang Chun didn't know why Jian Wuhong was here. When Jian Wuhong heard Fang Chun's words, she shook her head and said, "That's what the world calls me." Then she waved her hand and gestured for Fang Chun to sit down. "May I know why Miss Wuhong is here?" Fang Chun asked. Jian Wuhong was ranked 3rd on the Tianhua ranking and was rarely seen. She was the most dazzling existence in the entire Old Hua Islands. Fang Chun didn't think that he had enough charisma to attract Jian Wuhong. She must have come for something. As expected, Jian Wuhong didn't beat around the bush and said, "I saw your battle with Ouyang Zhuge." Fang Chun didn't say anything and waited for her to continue. Jian Wuhong paused for a moment before continuing. "Your attainments in the Sword Dao are very high. No matter how strong I am, I'm still not as strong as you," Fang Chun said. "That's because your cultivation is too low. If we were at the same level, I wouldn't be your match," Jian Wuhong said directly. "If my guess is correct, you've been to the purgatory." Hearing this, Fang Chun was startled. Soon after, he looked at Jian Wuhong in confusion. "The lightning fall sword you used was a secret technique from Whitebone City," Jian Wuhong explained. Hearing that, Fang Chun finally understood. Jian Wuhong probably thought that he had been to the purgatory because of the lightning fall sword. "Yes, I have indeed been to the purgatory. This lightning fall sword was exchanged for in Whitebone City," Fang Chun said with a sigh. Jian Wuhong's bright eyes stared at Fang Chun. After a while, she said, "Can you give me your lightning fall sword?" Hearing that, Fang Chun fell silent. A trade. The lightning fall sword was his strongest offensive secret technique so far. Furthermore, he had spent a large amount of military contribution points to exchange for it after killing the outsiders in the purgatory. What could Jian Wuhong give him? "I know that the Thunderfall sword art is very precious and requires at least tens of thousands of military merits to exchange for it. However, I really want this sword technique. Furthermore, I will also take out some supreme treasures to exchange for it." Seeing Fang Chun's silence, Jian Wuhong continued. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun asked, "What do you need the Thunderfall sword art for?" No one was willing to trade their cultivation techniques with others, because once he did that, his opponent would definitely understand all of his offensive methods. At that time, he would be under the control of others. Right now, Fang Chun wasn't a match for Red Sword Dance, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be in the future. Therefore, it was better to be on guard. "One of my sword skills is extremely difficult to cultivate. It requires the assistance of lightning-attributed sword skills." Jian Wuhong didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. "Oh." Fang Chun was a little surprised when he heard that. Who would have thought that there was such a sword art in the world that required the assistance of thunder sword arts? The Thunderfall sword art was already a high-level secret technique. Could it be that Red Sword Dance cultivated a top-grade secret technique? Thinking of this, Fang Chun's emotions were complicated. He didn't quickly make a decision. "As long as you're willing to trade, I'm willing to pay any price," Jian Wuhong continued. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at Jian Wuhong. She was staring straight at him. He could tell that she was very anxious. "With your status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find some lightning-attributed secret techniques. Why do you want my Thunderfall sword art?" Fang Chun asked. With Jian Wuhong's strength, even entering purgatory wouldn't be a problem. "This matter is complicated." Jian Wuhong didn't seem to want to say it. However, after thinking for a moment, she decided to say it. Her eyes flickered as she sank into her memories. The secret technique that Jian Wuhong cultivated was indeed a top-grade secret technique. It was very powerful. However, Jian Wuhong hadn't cultivated it to the initial stage. She was only at the initial stage. Even so, Jian Wuhong had become third on the Tianhua ranking because of this secret technique. Jian Wuhong had once gone to purgatory and offended some human commanders, causing her to hastily escape from purgatory. After that, she never went to purgatory again. She had obtained an inheritance in purgatory. That inheritance just so happened to contain a top-grade secret technique. It was the secret technique that Jian Wuhong was currently cultivating. This secret technique had come from the same person as the Thunderfall sword art. That was why Jian Wuhong was so excited when she saw that Fang Chun possessed the Thunderfall sword art. After hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Fang Chun nodded. So Jian Wuhong had encountered the same thing as him. However, he had offended the foreign races, while she had offended the human race. However, the more he listened to Jian Wuhong, the more curious he became about this top-grade secret technique. You're saying that your top-grade secret technique came from the same person as my Thunderfall sword art? Fang Chun repeated. Jian Wuhong nodded. That's right. May I ask what your secret technique is? Fang Chun continued. The 10,000 lightning heaven fusion technique. Jian Wuhong didn't hide it. Fang Chun had never heard of this secret technique, but he was curious. I can make a deal with you, but first I want to see your sincerity, Fang Chun said. Crash. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong flicked her wrist and a pill appeared in her palm. This is a sword cloud dragon subduing pill. It's a 6th-grade pill made by a 6-star formation master of the Old East Alliance, she said. This pill is very important to sword Dao cultivators, said Yi Futian. If my guess is correct, you've also cultivated the advanced true enlightenment sword art, correct? Fang Chun nodded. You should be stuck at the bottleneck of the 3rd step, the Sword Emperor realm. Jian Wuhong said. With this pill, you can easily break through the bottleneck and reach the 4th step, the Sword Spirit realm. The advanced true enlightenment sword art's 5 steps were the foundation for sword cultivators. If he could reach the Sword Spirit realm, it would be of great help to Fang Chun. Although this pill was very tempting, Fang Chun still shook his head. He estimated that even if he didn't take this pill, it would only take a few years for him to reach the Sword Spirit realm. I can also give you a 6th-grade weapon. Jian Wuhong had already guessed that the Sword Cloud Dragon Subduing Pill alone wouldn't be enough to move Fang Chun. How about it? Jian Wuhong asked. Fang Chun shook his head. I want to see your myriad lightning heavens fusion technique. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's expression slightly changed, and she directly said, no. The myriad lightning heavens fusion technique was her secret. She couldn't let anyone see it. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Fang Chun stood up and gestured for her to leave. Jian Wuhong was a bit unwilling to accept this. Fang Chun, if you make a deal with me, I will owe you a favor. I can also take you to the Sword Heart realm, she said. Fang Chun shook his head. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong sighed and turned to leave. Looking at Jian Wuhong's departing figure, Fang Chun smiled slyly. He believed that Jian Wuhong would definitely come looking for him here. That's hot bluestone. Ouyang Zhuge was enraged. His expression was malevolent. Beside him, there were a few official disciples. Senior brother Ouyang, that Fang Chun is too strong. I think we shouldn't provoke him. Yeah, even senior brother Ouyang can't beat him. We're definitely not his match. The official disciples had seen Fang Chun's strength with their own eyes. How would they dare to go against Fang Chun? Bullshit. Ouyang Zhuge flew into a rage and berated loudly. Fang Chun, I'm not done with you. Ouyang Zhuge said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with killing intent. However, Ouyang Zhuge also knew that with his strength, he definitely couldn't defeat Fang Chun. So he thought of a brilliant plan. Borrow someone else's knife to kill him. In a few days, senior brother Fu Dalong will come out of seclusion. Ouyang Zhuge sneered. After defeating Ouyang Zhuge, Fang Chun's name spread throughout the Old East Alliance. A few days later, the leader of the Sword Sect found Fang Chun. Fang Chun, come with me to the Formation Sect. Fang Chun nodded and followed the leader of the Sword Dao faction to the Formation faction. There were many sects in the Old East Alliance. The leader of each sect had a very high status. After learning that Fang Chun had defeated Ouyang Zhuge, the leader of the sword sect, had investigated Fang Chen's identity. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't investigated, but when he did, he was shocked. Fang Chen was a genius who had broken through to the Lamiter level. Such a genius had actually quietly joined the Sword Dao faction, which made the leader of the Sword Dao faction pleasantly surprised. There were only 3 Lamiters in the entire Old Hua Islands, and all of them were in the Old East Alliance. Now, his Sword Dao faction had one as well. Moreover, he had secretly observed Fang Chen. He had extraordinary potential and needed to be trained. The Formation Sect. This place was filled with countless formations. Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the Formation Sect, he didn't know what level their leader had reached. "You're here, calloused." Suddenly, a figure appeared. His aura was strong and gave Fang Chen a lot of pressure. To be able to speak to the leader of the Sword Sect in such a manner, he had to be the leader of the Formation Sect. "How is it? Are the others here?" the leader asked. "A few are not." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Fang Chen. "This is the genius who broke through to the Lamiter level in your sword sect." The leader of the Sword Dao faction nodded. "His cultivation is a bit weak, but his strength is not bad." Obviously, he had heard the news that Fang Chen had defeated Ouyang Zhuge. "Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go in first." Then, he pulled the leader of the sword sect and prepared to enter the meeting hall. At this time, the leader of the sword sect looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, the Formation Sect has a genius who broke through to the Lamiter level. I brought you here so that you can communicate with him." Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. So that's how it is. Wonderful Brush 8 Pavilion 8. Oh, while they were talking, a white-robed warrior appeared. "Wu Zong, show Fang Chen around and tell him the path of cultivation after breaking through to the Lamiter level," the leader of the Formation Sect said. The white-robed warrior nodded and said, "Come with me." After the white-robed warrior left with Fang Chen, the 2 leaders entered the meeting hall. The white-robed warrior had a high status in the Formation Sect. He was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he was very kind to Fang Chen. Chapter 1343. His name was Bai Wuzong, and he was the first disciple of the School of Formations. He was also the strongest in the field. Within the School of Formations, Bai Wuzong's reputation was high. He was also one of 3 ancient Eastern Alliance geniuses to break through to the Lamiter level. As a result, he received a lot of attention. Bai Wuzong was a proud man. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't waste his time receiving guests from other schools. But Fang Chen was different. He'd also broken through to the Lamiter level. As a Lamiter himself, Bai Wuzong knew better than anyone. Breaking through to the Lamiter level required a great deal of effort. That was inhumane torture. It was not something an outsider could imagine. Breaking through to the Lamiter level was proof of excellence in all aspects. Most importantly, it was tenacity. Fang Chen had broken through to the Lamiter level, so Bai Wuzong respected him. "Brother Fang, I'll take you on a walk." Bai Wuzong looked over at Fang Chen and laughed. Fang Chen nodded. "I'll have to trouble you, Brother Bai." Bai Wuzong and Fang Chen walked side by side through the School of Formations courtyard. As they walked, Bai Wuzong explained to Fang Chen a few things about the School of Formations. "Brother Fang, do you see that mountain up ahead?" Suddenly, Bai Wuzong stopped and pointed at the mountain ahead of them. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked off into the distance. He saw a mountain that stood out from the rest. It was different because it was shrouded in a gray mist. At first glance, it was clear it was covered in a protective formation. Bai Wuzong's next words confirmed Fang Chen's suspicions. "Our School of Formations has a powerful protective formation around it. That mountain is the center of the formation." Bai Wuzong smiled. His words were filled with hope for the grand defensive formation. "Oh, the center of the formation." Fang Chen was also a little surprised. As a 5-star divine formation master, he knew very well how difficult it was to set up such a huge formation core. "May I know who set up this formation?" Fang Chen asked. "It's one of the almighty seniors from our array formation sect. The Protective Mountain Array is an 8th-order array formation. Even a creation realm expert can't break it," Bai Wuzong introduced. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. An 8th-tier array formation was something he didn't even dare to imagine. No wonder Fong Chen always felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire after entering the array formation school. So it was because of this Tier 8 array formation. This Rank 8 array has a very powerful ability to gather the power of the stars. Martial artists of our array faction will be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort, Bai Wuzong said. Fong Chen nodded. This was the benefit of studying array formations. The two of them continued walking. Soon, they arrived in front of a pagoda. Bai Wuzong introduced them to Fong Chen according to the rules. This array formation is called the Heavenly Array Pagoda. It's a place where disciples of our array formation sect train, Bai Wuzong said. It's similar to the Dragon Sword Pagoda of your Sword Dao sect. The Heavenly Array Pagoda has a total of 9 levels, corresponding to Tier 9 array formations. Disciples often enter the Heavenly Array Pagoda to comprehend the Tao of arrays. Bai Wuzong smiled. However, so far, the disciples of the array formation sect have reached the 6th level. I think the one who reached the 6th level should be you, Brother Bai. Fong Chen asked. Bai Wuzong chuckled. Unfortunately, I couldn't make any progress, let alone reach the legendary 9th level. The 9th level represented the strength of a Tier 9 array formation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even the leader of the array formation sect couldn't step into the 9th level, let alone Bai Wuzong. With Brother Bai's attainments in the Tao of arrays, you'll definitely be able to reach the 9th level in the future, Fong Chen said. Bai Wuzong spread his hands and didn't say anything else. Fong Chen carefully observed the Heavenly Array Pagoda. There were many disciples of the array formation sect in front of the Heavenly Array Pagoda. Just as Fong Chen was pondering, a male duck's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the disciples of the array formation sect looked over. A disciple of the array formation sect walked over to Fong Chen in front of everyone's eyes. "You're Fong Chen of the Sword Path sect?" asked the disciple. Fong Chen nodded. Hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on the disciple's face. What is a disciple of the Sword Path sect doing in my array formation sect? Wan Luo, Brother Fong is a guest, said Bai Wuzong with some displeasure. Senior Brother Bai, I don't like this Fong Chen. I heard he defeated Ouyang Zhuge, so I want to challenge him, said Wan Luo. The disciples in front of the Heavenly Array Pagoda all looked at Fong Chen. They all knew that the reason Wan Luo was targeting Fong Chen was because Ouyang Zhuge was his good brother. Fong Chen, if you have the guts, then fight me, said Wan Luo coldly. Bai Wuzong was just about to scold him when Fong Chen stopped him. Brother Bai, since he wants to challenge me, if I don't accept, wouldn't I be called a coward? Fong Chen turned to Wan Luo. In truth, Fong Chen could guess that the reason the myriad needles were targeting him was because of Ouyang Zhuge. Do you have a sword source? Asked Fong Chen. Wan Luo shook his head. What would a disciple of the array formation sect need a sword source for? Then what do you have? You know my rules. If you want to challenge me, then prepare enough supreme treasures. Otherwise, I won't accept your challenge, said Fong Chen. Brat, you dare to be so arrogant in my array formation sect's territory, sneered Wan Luo. He took out something similar to a sword source. I have a formation source. Do you dare to bet with me? Fong Chen looked at Bai Wuzong doubtfully. Formation sources are the same as sword sources. They contain powerful array Tao energy. If a disciple of the array formation sect meditates on them, they can increase their comprehension of the array Tao, explained by Wuzong. Fong Chen's eyes brightened. Sure, but if it's less than 100, I won't accept your challenge, said Fong Chen. Wan Luo was infuriated. He wanted to explode, but when he saw Bai Wuzong, he restrained himself. Wan Luo walked into the crowd and began whispering. A moment later, he gathered 100 formation sources and said, Fong Chen, here are 100 formation sources. Can you fight me now? Sure. Fong Chen agreed without hesitation. Bai Wuzong didn't stop him. He didn't think Wan Luo could defeat Fong Chen. A genius who had broken through the peak realm wasn't so easy to defeat. Crash! As soon as Fong Chen spoke, Wan Luo's wrist shook, and a formation appeared. This was a fifth-tier formation, and its binding power was extremely strong. It would be very difficult to escape from the formation. Ha ha ha, Fong Chun, now that you've fallen into my formation, how will you escape? Laughed Wan Luo. In truth, Wan Luo's strength was on par with Ouyang Zhuge's. The reason he dared to challenge Fong Chun was because he had a powerful formation backing him. Just now, he had set up a formation to trap Fong Chun. Many disciples were discussing this in front of the heavenly formation tower. Bai Wuzong was also pensively looking at this fifth-tier formation. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was in the formation, looked at the formation around him and sneered. You want to trap me with such a formation? Fong Chen's voice rang out through the formation. Wan Luo became even angrier. Stop pretending. If you have the ability, break this formation first. Wan Luo wasn't in a hurry to attack. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring coldly at Fong Chun. Everyone knew that the battle was over. Fong Chun had lost. However, what they didn't know was in just a few seconds, the formation collapsed with a deafening sound. What's going on? Many disciples didn't understand. They thought Wan Luo had broken the formation himself. But when they heard Wan Luo's cry, they were shocked. How did you break my formation? Wan Luo cried out. Fong Chun smiled brilliantly, revealing a row of white teeth. He said, This formation of yours is too trashy. Puffed. Wan Luo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at Fong Chun walking over step by step, Wan Luo was like a frosted eggplant. Do you still want to fight? Asked Fong Chun with a smile. Wan Luo was furious, but he didn't dare say anything. His greatest reliance was his fifth-tier formation, but it had been broken by Fong Chun. While Fong Chun wasn't paying attention, Wan Luo waved his hand and set up another fifth-tier formation. I won't give you a chance this time. Wan Luo charged into the formation and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fong Chun. Crack! Wan Luo had just charged in when the formation shattered. In an instant, Wan Luo's body came to a halt. His face was filled with disbelief. His fist stopped in the air, not punching out. Bang! Fong Chun sent Wan Luo flying with a punch. You think you can fool me with this little trick? Fong Chun sneered and walked over to Wan Luo. Give me the formation source. Wan Luo was afraid and took out the formation source. Looking around, Fong Chun said, If there's anyone who refuses to accept me, Fong Chun, you can fight me at any time. The prerequisite is that you have prepared the formation source. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong was speechless. It seemed that he was here to earn the formation source. However, Bai Wuzong's view of Fong Chun had also changed. Sword Dao potential is heaven-defying, and his formation attainments aren't low either. He's a genius. Bai Wuzong thought to himself. Defeating Wan Luo so easily intimidated everyone. Almost no one was willing to challenge Fong Chun. Even Wan Luo was defeated. If they made a move, wouldn't they be courting death? Brother Fong, how good would it be if you were a disciple of my formation faction? Bai Wuzong laughed loudly and walked to Fong Chen's side. Fong Chun put away the formation source, chuckled, and looked around. He was waiting for some ignorant guy to jump out and challenge him. 88. Oh, however, there was really someone who was ignorant. Luo Rongyan, who was second only to Bai Wuzong in the formation faction, came. When Luo Rongyuan arrived, many disciples opened up a path. Even Wan Luo jumped up in an instant and hurried to Luo Rongyuan's side. Brother Luo, you're here, Wan Luo said. Trash. Luo Rongyuan's dark eyes stared at Fong Chun and said. Chapter 1344. Luo Rongyuan was one of the peak geniuses of the formation arts. He had always thought that Bai Wuzong was better than him in breaking through the peak realms. So he had always been unconvinced by Bai Wuzong. Almost every month, he would challenge Bai Wuzong. However, in the past few years, he had been suppressed by Bai Wuzong. It had to be said that Luo Rongyuan's formation arts were very strong, and his talent was also outstanding. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong, he would definitely have his own glory. However, he was unwilling to be second place forever, so he had always wanted to surpass Bai Wuzong. Normally, he wouldn't even appear. He had always been bitterly cultivating the formation arts. Now, although he was a 5-star formation master, he was at the peak. His combat power was close to a 6-star formation master. His arrival made Wan Luo very happy. "You're Fong Chun." Luo Rongyuan's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fong Chun. Fong Chun didn't say anything, but Bai Wuzong did. "Luo Rongyuan." Wan Luo challenged Fong Chun and was defeated. "You probably shouldn't interfere in this matter." Only now did Fong Chun realize that Luo Rongyuan had come to stand up for Wan Luo. Thinking of that, Fong Chun sneered inside. After beating up the small one, the big one came out. How laughable. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He didn't fear anyone. "If I was defeated by you, I wouldn't have anything to say. But if I, Luo Rongyuan, didn't do anything, I would be ridiculed by others," said Luo Rongyuan. His words were filled with disdain for Fong Chun. Bai Wuzong took a step forward and blocked in front of Fong Chun. "Luo Rongyuan, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." "Bai Wuzong, I'll fight you in a bit. But first, I'll have to take care of him," said Luo Rongyuan icily. "Not everyone has the qualifications to bully my people." Luo Rongyuan's aura surged, and he pressed down on Fong Chun. Bai Wuzong wanted to help Fong Chun, but Fong Chun stopped him. "Brother Fong." Bai Wuzong knew Luo Rongyuan's opponent very well. In terms of combat effectiveness, Fong Chun was no weaker than Luo Rongyuan. However, Luo Rongyuan's attainments and formations were very strong. Once he was trapped in a formation, there was basically no hope for him. Fong Chun walked in front of Luo Rongyuan and asked in front of everyone, "Do you have an racehorse? Without it, I won't make a move." Hearing this, Luo Rongyuan smiled. He laughed at Fong Chun's idiocy. "I have plenty of formation sources, but do you have the strength to take them?" Luo Rongyuan shrugged. Fong Chun's eyes lit up and he continued to ask, "You still have to make it clear in advance. Otherwise, what if you refuse to admit defeat?" Luo Rongyuan was speechless. Did he really think he could win, and even wanted as a racehorse? Luo Rongyuan didn't waste any more time and directly said, "If you can win, I'll give you 1,000 array cores. But if you lose, I'll take one of your arms. How about that?" "Okay, it's settled then." Fong Chun readily agreed. 1,000 array cores was not a small amount. Since Fong Chun agreed, Bai Wuzong couldn't say anything. He just nodded at Fong Chun and walked to the side. The disciples retreated one after another, leaving only Fong Chun and Luo Rongyuan in the square. "Boy, I'll only set up one formation. If you can break the formation, it'll be your win." After saying that, Luo Rongyuan made a move. He waved his hand, and the aura around him rippled. Crash! 18 sword sources flew out of his arms and directly drilled into the ground. Seeing this, Fong Chun was stunned. Using sword sources as the formation base is too extravagant. Buzz! After the formation was set up, Fong Chun's surroundings were enveloped by the formation. Outside the formation, Luo Rongyuan's face was filled with a wild look. This formation was the most tyrannical formation he had so far. It wasn't a 6-level formation, but it was better than a 6-level formation. Its might was so overbearing that it was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Moreover, after Luo Rongyuan's improvement, using sword sources instead of purple crystals as the formation base, the formation was even more stable. It was almost impossible to blast it open with brute force. Star severing formation. Seeing this, Bai Wuzong was also stunned and immediately became a little anxious. He didn't expect Luo Rongyuan to really succeed in improving the star severing formation. All along, the formation that Luo Rongyuan was most proud of was the star severing formation with the strongest attack power among the 5th-level formations. However, using the star severing formation to deal with Bai Wuzong failed repeatedly. After that, Luo Rongyuan kept reflecting and began to improve the star severing formation. Today, he came out of seclusion to fight with Bai Wuzong. However, he encountered this incident on the way. Therefore, he directly set up the star severing formation to test its power. Boom! Inside the star severing formation, Beams of bright light carrying a powerful aura blasted towards Fang Chun. The latter took out the hidden star sword and constantly performed the mysterious sky sealing technique. Sword nets blocked the attacks of the bright light. At the same time, Fang Chun was also looking for a way to break the formation. What an exquisite formation! Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The attack power of this formation was very strong and continuous, comparable to a 6th level formation. This Luo Rong Yuan is also considered a talent, Fang Chun said. To be able to improve the star-severing formation to such an extent, it was already considered very good. Outside the formation, Bai Wuzong looked at Fang Chun anxiously. Luo Rongyuan, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Brother Luo, your strength has improved again. After this battle, the position of the chief disciple of the formation faction is yours. Wan Luo took the opportunity to flatter. Hearing that, Luo Rongyuan was very happy. My star-severing formation uses 18 pieces of array sources as the array base. It's impossible for this kid to break it. Luo Rongyuan was very confident in his formation. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Fang Chun had been trapped in the formation. Brother Luo, why haven't you dealt with this kid yet? Wan Luo asked. Luo Rongyuan's face was gloomy, and he had a lot of thoughts. This kid's defense is very strong, but he won't be able to hold on for long, Luo Rongyuan said in a deep voice. For 6 consecutive hours, Fang Chun was resisting the star-severing formation. At a certain moment, in the meeting hall of the formation faction, some of the leaders walked out one after another. As soon as they came out of the meeting hall, the leader of the formation faction noticed the battle in the square. Luo Rongyuan set up the star-severing formation. Who is he dealing with? As he spoke, he noticed Fang Chun in the formation. What's going on? The other leaders also noticed this scene. Let's go and take a look. Many leaders came to the clouds and the void and looked down at the battle below. After this star-severing formation was improved, its attack power has obviously become much stronger, a leader of certain factions said. The leader of the formation faction nodded in satisfaction. Luo Rongyuan's talent in the formation path is very strong. However, this Fang Chun is also not bad. His combat power is very strong, and it is said that he is a genius who broke through the boundary. For a time, many leaders began to discuss who would win the battle. I think Luo Rongyuan will win. That's not necessarily true. I think Fang Chun will win. How about a bet? At the mention of a bet, many of the leaders became interested one after another. Okay, let's bet. What are we betting on? Let's bet on a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate. How about it? The leader of the sword faction said. Hearing the words jump through the Dragon Gate, the other leaders' expressions changed drastically. Some leaders shook their heads, not wanting to participate in the bet. As for the leaders of the formation faction and the weapon refining faction, they were eager to give it a try. I bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. If he loses, the spot to jump through the Dragon Gate will be yours. I also bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. The leaders of the two factions all bet that Luo Rongyuan will win. I bet that Fang Chun will win. The leader of the sword faction smiled. Ha ha ha, old cocoon, you'll definitely lose this time. The leader of the refining faction laughed. If you lose, there will only be one spot to jump through the Dragon Gate. How will the two of us split it? The leader of the formation faction asked. Yeah, why haven't I arrived yet? If I lose, I'll give up 2 spots. How about it? The leader of the sword faction pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Hearing this, the leaders of the other factions were all shocked. As a leader, they could obtain a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate every year. Jumping through the Dragon Gate was very important to them, and the leader of the sword faction was actually willing to give up 2 spots to bet that Fang Chun would win. Olga Kun, just wait to lose. If you can't enter the Dragon Gate in 2 years, your strength will definitely be at the bottom of the leaders. The leader of the formation faction laughed. After the leaders finalized the bet, they continued to watch the battle. Below, Fang Chun was still trapped in the formation. Bai Wuzong frowned, thinking about something. Fang Chun, admit defeat. You can't break my formation. Luo Rong Yuan sneered. Wan Luo, who was at the side, also mocked Fang Chen. No one was optimistic that Fang Chen would be able to break the star-severing formation. However, at this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the formation, had a smile on his face. After 6 hours, he finally found the trajectory of the star-severing formation. I see. Fang Chen suddenly understood. He glanced at the formation and immediately saw through the trajectory of the formation. Then, he confidently held the star-concealing sword and began to crack the formation. Although I can't break the base of the formation, which is made of sword source, I can break it from other places, Fang Chen said. He broke through the formation with a single point. After Fang Chen found the trajectory of the star-severing formation, he used the Thunderfall sword art and directly penetrated the formation. Crack! The star-severing formation that was in operation came to an abrupt stop. Well, what's going on? Luo Rongyuan's face suddenly changed, and he was puzzled. However, no matter how he tried to control it, he couldn't contact the star-severing formation. He realized that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically. It was also at this moment that the star-severing formation shattered, and Fang Chen walked out of it indifferently. Ow! How can you break my star-severing formation? Luo Rongyuan exclaimed. In the square, all the cultivators were completely shocked. Even Bai Wuzong was surprised. Fang Chen really cracked the star-severing formation. The star-severing formation is indeed not bad, Fang Chen said. However, you still lost. Hearing this, Luo Rongyuan's face was hideous, not believing that he had lost. I didn't lose. Chapter 1345. As long as it was an array formation, there would be flaws. Moreover, it was the star-severing array that had been modified by Luo Rongyuan. The star-severing array itself intercepted the power of the stars in the martial artist's body and cut off the connection between the martial artist and the star pagoda, so that the star pagoda would no longer provide energy to the martial artist. In this way, the strength of the martial artist would be greatly reduced, and over time, he would definitely lose. However, Luo Rongyuan seemed to want to strengthen the attack power of the star-severing array. Therefore, the direction of his modification was to strengthen the attack power. Once the balance was destroyed, it would inevitably cause some minor problems. Obviously, Luo Rongyuan didn't care. As long as the attack power was strong, there was no need to worry about anything else. Therefore, Fang Chen found an opportunity to break the star-severing array in one fell swoop. Luo Rongyuan exclaimed loudly, unable to accept this fact. He forcibly made a move, wanting to severely injure Fang Chen. However, without the array formation, Luo Rongyuan was like a lion without sharp claws, unable to pose any threat to Fang Chen. Swoosh! He cast the Thunderfall sword technique, and a thunderous sword light slashed down from the sky, directly blasting Luo Rongyuan's body. Bang! Luo Rongyuan's body flew out. He was defeated, thoroughly defeated. 1,000 array sources, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. I didn't lose. Luo Rongyuan roared crazily, stood up, and rushed towards Fang Chen. At this moment, in the clouds of the void, the leader of the Sword Dao faction laughed out loud, while the leaders of the Array faction and the Weapon Refining faction had bitter faces. Old Cocoon, did you know in advance? The leader of the Weapon Refining faction asked. In all honesty, I didn't know at all. I bet on Fang Chen just to win face from my Sword Dao faction. The leader of the Sword Dao faction said innocently. The leader of the Array faction said, if you agree to the bet, you must accept your loss. This year's Dragon Gate Leap quota is yours. After saying that, his figure flashed and landed on the square. He reached out his big hand and grabbed Luo Rongyuan, who had fallen into madness. Enough! Luo Rongyuan was grabbed by the leader of the Array faction, and he immediately sobered up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get lost! The leader of the Formation faction was very angry. He was unwilling to lose a spot to jump through the Dragon Gate just like that. After being reprimanded by the helmsman, even if Luo Rongyuan was angry, he didn't dare to say anything. He gave Fang Chen an aggrieved look, then turned around and left. Helmsman. Bai Wuzong cupped his hands and called out. The leader of the Array faction nodded. At this time, the other leaders also landed on the ground. Fang Chun was also a little taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many leaders. Hurry up and leave, said the leader of the formation faction. Bai Wuzong, stay behind. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary disciples had left. Only the helmsman, Fang Chun, and Bai Wuzong were left in the square. Fang Chun, well done. The leader of the sword, Dao faction grinned. The other leaders were very envious of the leader of the sword Dao faction, who had obtained 2 places to leap through the Dragon Gate. Old Cocoon, I can't accept the bet just now. Do you dare to make another bet? Asked the leader of the formation faction. What bet? Have Fang Chun fight Bai Wuzong, said the leader of the formation faction. This. The leader of the sword Dao faction hesitated. Bai Wuzong was a 6-star formation master. Fang Chun didn't have much chance of winning against him. Do you dare to bet? Asked the leader of the formation faction. You want to get back at them. If you don't dare to bet, then forget it. He deliberately provoked the leader of the Sword Dao faction. What are you afraid of? Let's bet. The leader of the Sword Dao faction also threw caution to the wind. Wasn't it just a place to leap through the Dragon Gate? I also want to bet. I bet on Bai Wuzong. Immediately, 5 leaders jumped out and bet on Bai Wuzong. The leader of the Sword Dao faction's face turned green. However, it was impossible for him to back out now. Old Callus, I'll make sure you lose everything this time. The leader of the Array formation faction gloated over Old Callus' misfortune. How can we miss such a good opportunity? Said the leaders who had placed their bets. The other leaders were still watching. They didn't want to participate. The leader of the Sword Dao faction glanced at them. He was a little unhappy, but he still nodded. Fine, I'll bet. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? He forced himself to stay strong. All right, Bai Wuzong, use all your strength to fight Fang Chun. Don't hold back. The leader of the formation faction ordered. Bai Wuzong and Fang Chun were a little speechless. It seemed that these leaders were betting on the 2 of them. However, the leader's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Brother Fang, I'm sorry, Bai Wuzong said apologetically. Fang Chun waved his hand. I also know a little about formations. I'll take this opportunity to ask Brother Bai for some advice. The leaders all retreated. Fang Chun and Bai Wuzong stood in the square. Fang Chun glanced at the leader of the Sword Dao faction and took a deep breath. Although he didn't know what a place to leap through the Dragon Gate was, it should be incomparably important. No matter what, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, the leader of the Sword Dao faction would lose miserably. Brother Fang, I'm going to make my move, Bai Wuzong said. Whoosh! Fang Chun changed his usual behavior. Before Bai Wuzong could set up his own formation, he set up one himself. The Chaos Origin killing formation was set up in an instant. Rumble. Inside the Chaos Origin killing formation, killing intent filled the air. Bai Wuzong was trapped inside. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. You're too strong. I can only use this method to deal with you. Fang Chun said apologetically. Immediately, he rushed into the Chaos Origin killing formation and attacked Bai Wuzong. With the help of the Chaos Origin killing formation, Fang Chun faintly suppressed Bai Wuzong. In the beginning, the leaders who made the bet had smiles on their faces. However, after seeing Fang Chun's formation, their faces completely darkened, especially the leader of the Array formation faction. Could this be the long-lost Chaos Origin killing formation? The leader of the formation faction was knowledgeable and immediately thought of the Chaos Origin killing formation. It really is the Chaos Origin killing formation. He carefully observed and found that the trajectory of this formation was exactly the same as the Chaos Origin killing formation, but its attack power was a bit weaker. Thinking of this, his face turned pale. Old Ox, what's wrong? Asked the leader of the weapon refining faction. Only then did the other leaders notice the expression of the leader of the formation faction. Old Ox, your face doesn't look good. Are you worried about losing? Chaos Origin killing formation. Fang Chun actually set up the Chaos Origin killing formation. Damn it. From the tone of the leader of the formation faction, one could tell that this Chaos Origin Killing Formation was very powerful. What is the Chaos Origin Killing Formation? It was hard to explain in a short time. The leader of the formation faction only told everyone that the Chaos Origin Killing Formation was very terrifying. At least, Bai Wuzong couldn't break it at this stage. How could this be? Fang Chun is too abnormal. His talent in the Sword Dao is so strong, and his talent in formations is also so strong. Although a 5-star formation master was weaker than Bai Wuzong. With the help of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation, his combat strength soared. Relying on the advantage of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation, Fang Chun had firmly suppressed Bai Wuzong. The more the leader of the formation faction watched, the paler his face became. About an hour later, the Chaos Origin Killing Formation was lifted. Bai Wuzong's forehead was full of sweat, and he stood in the square in a somewhat sorry state. The leader of the formation faction shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, he still lost. It's not your fault. No one expected Fang Chun to have the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. The leader of the formation faction comforted. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's eyes widened. Chaos Origin Killing Formation? Clearly, he had also heard of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. I didn't lose unjustly, said Bai Wuzong. Ha. At this moment, the happiest person was the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Getting so many opportunities to jump through the Dragon Gate at once, his strength would definitely increase greatly. And the faces of the leaders who had bet were ashen. I'll go back first. After a while, the leaders left one after another. Fang Chun, if you're interested in the Formation Dao, you can come to the Formation faction to find me at any time, said the leader of the Formation faction. Thank you, leader. Fang Chun cupped his fists. Fang Chun, you've done a great service today. I'll reward you well. Amidst the laughter, Fang Chun left with the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Back at the Sword Dao faction, the leader gave Fang Chun a scroll of his understanding of the Sword Dao over the years, as well as some notes and insights on the cultivation of the Sword Dao secret techniques. Fang Chun, if there's anything, come to me directly. The leader of the Sword Dao faction said, from now on, you can cultivate in the Heavenly Sword Mountain indefinitely. Even Jian Wuhong had never obtained such authority. One could imagine how great of a contribution Fang Chun had made. Not long after the leader left, Jian Wuhong came again. Once again, she came for the lightning fall sword. I heard that you've made a name for yourself in the formation faction. You even defeated the head disciple. Bai Wuzong, said Jian Wuhong with a smile. Fang Chun chuckled. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. You're a genius, Jian Wuhong said seriously as she stared at Fang Chun. Thank you for the praise, said Fang Chun. Have you considered my deal? Jian Wuhong brought up an old matter. You know my conditions. If you agree, then we can make the deal. Fang Chun shrugged. He was very interested in the myriad lightning heavens fusion art. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Jian Wuhong said softly, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to comprehend the myriad lightning heavens fusion art at your current cultivation level. Whether or not I can comprehend it is my own business, said Fang Chun. This time, Jian Wuhong had come prepared. I can show you the myriad lightning heavens fusion art, but I have a condition. What condition? Fang Chun asked. You're currently at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier. If you can reach the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, I'll show it to you. If you can't, then I won't give it to you. However, I will use other supreme treasures to compensate for your loss. Red Sword Dance stated her request. Chapter 1346. In fact, Fang Chun hadn't expected Jian Wuhong to take a step back. 8 to study. As for reaching the 6th level of the heavenly body tier within a year, Fang Chun was confident that he could do it. Thus, Fang Chun agreed to Jian Wuhong's request. This way, not only would he get a Sword Cloud Dragon suppressing pill, but he would also get a level 6 divine weapon. Of course, besides the 10,000 lightning fusion technique, he would also owe Jian Wuhong a favor. This was a huge gain. However, Fang Chun thought for a moment and said, forget about the level 6 divine weapon. I'll upgrade my star concealing sword to level 6. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Jian Wuhong nodded. As the third strongest on the Tianhua rankings, she had many connections. Although she was a disciple of the sword sect, she also knew some elders of the weapon refining sect. They could help. No problem, Jian Wuhong said. Jian Wuhong flicked her wrist, and a milky white pill appeared in her hand. This is the Sword Cloud Dragon Suppressing Pill, Jian Wuhong said. Fang Chun took the pill with a smile on his face. Give me your weapon, Jian Wuhong continued. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He took out the star-concealing sword and handed it to Jian Wuhong. I'll return it to you in 3 days, Jian Wuhong said. As for the Sword Heart Mystery Realm, you can enter it when you finish upgrading your weapon. After saying this, Jian Wuhong's figure flashed, and she left. Fang Chun was thinking about the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. What kind of mystery realm was it? Soon he found out. This was because the Sword Sect's official disciples were all introduced in the booklet. The Sword Sect was one of the ancient Eastern sects. It was comparable to the super sects in the outside world. Naturally, it had many resources under its banner, and the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was one of these resources. Moreover, the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the highest level of the Sword Sect's many mystery realms. According to the ancient Eastern sect's ranking system, the mystery realms were divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the supreme mystery realm. Normally, only core disciples were qualified to enter this kind of mystery realm. Furthermore, they had to be in the top 10 of the Tianhua rankings. In the entire way of the Sword Sect, only 2 people met the requirements, and one of them was Jian Wuhong. The Sword Heart's secret realm contained unimaginable resources and even inheritances of ancient experts. In short, the Sword Heart Mystic Realm was very attractive to sword cultivators. Without Jian Wuhong's guidance, it was almost impossible for him to enter the Sword Heart Hidden Realm. Sword Heart Secret Realm. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Actually, what attracted Fang Chun the most about the Sword Heart Mystery Realm was the legend. A legend related to the sword embryo. It was rumored that the sword embryo was found in the Sword Heart Mystery Realm. Of course, this news was far too old to be verified. Fang Chun couldn't wait to enter the Sword Heart Secret Realm. While waiting for the Red Sword Dance, Fang Chun was also trying his best to understand the primordial killing array. Although he had fully comprehended it, Fang Chun felt that there were some loopholes in the formation when he fought with Bai Wuzong this time. Bai Wuzong was a 6-star formation master, and his understanding of formations was much stronger than his. Fang Chun learned a lot from fighting with Bai Wuzong. The next day, Bai Wuzong came to the way of the Sword Sect. He came to look for Fang Chun. Even though he had lost to Fang Chun previously, he wasn't angry at all. He felt that Fang Chun's understanding of formations was unique, so he came to discuss it with Fang Chun. Brother Fang, Bai Wuzong said with a smile. Brother Bai, I happen to have some questions about formations that I want to ask you, Fang Chun said. The two of them sat on the ground and shared their insights on the Tao of formations with each other. After an entire day, Bai Wuzong learned a lot and left in high spirits. As soon as Bai Wuzong left, Jian Wuhong came. However, her face was a little gloomy. I'm afraid your divine weapon can't help you improve its grade, Jian Wuhong said and handed the hidden star sword to Fang Chun. Fang Chun was stunned and asked, What's going on? Jian Wuhong shook her head. She didn't know either. In the weapon refining sect, the elders who had a good relationship with her also avoided her. They were unwilling to help her refine the hidden star sword. Could it be? Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the bet that the leaders made when he fought with Bai Wuzong. Could it be that this matter had something to do with the bet? Thinking of this, Fang Chun roughly knew what was going on. The leader of the weapon refining sect lost the chance to leap through the dragon gate to the leader of the way of the sword sect. He must be very angry. It was natural that he was unwilling to refine a divine weapon for the way of the sword sect. Fang Chun spread his hands and didn't say anything. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you, Jian Wuhong said. Are you ready? Fang Chun nodded. Good. Let's go now and go to the Sword Heart secret territory. When we pass by Huatian City, I will find an old friend to help you refine a divine weapon, Jian Wuhong said. After a while, Fang Chun followed Jian Wuhong and left the old East Alliance. Coming to Huatian City again, Fang Chun felt a lot of emotions. As soon as they entered Huatian City, the warriors on the streets noticed Jian Wuhong. Isn't that Jian Wuhong? Third on the Tianhua ranking, Jian Wuhong. Why is she here? Who is that cultivator beside Jian Wuhong? Hey, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he Fang Chun? He's the 100th on the Tianhua ranking. He once won 40 battles in a row and defeated Li Tingxian. Many warriors on the streets were very surprised. Why was Fang Chun walking with Jian Wuhong? Jian Wuhong's expression was calm. She ignored the gasps of the crowd. Fang Chun pursed his lips. No wonder she was third on the Tianhua ranking. No matter where she went, she attracted attention. They hurriedly walked on the streets of Huatian City. At a certain moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wuhong, you're here. As soon as the voice sounded, a handsome man in a brocade robe appeared out of thin air. His appearance caused another uproar. 10th on the Tianhua ranking, Guyu. Normally, it was almost impossible to see someone in the top 100 on the Tianhua ranking. But today they saw 3 at once. 2 of them were even in the top 10. Guyu was very handsome. He was also a disciple of the old East Alliance. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Jian Wuhong. When Guyu saw Jian Wuhong, his face was full of smiles. Wuhong, where are you going? Guyu asked with a smile. Jian Wuhong frowned. She didn't want to talk to Guyu and turned to leave. However, Guyu shamelessly chased after Jian Wuhong. Let's go, Jian Wuhong said to Fang Chun. At this time, Guyu finally noticed Fang Chun. Who are you? Guyu frowned and asked in a low voice. His eyes were filled with coldness. The aura around him surged and pressured Fang Chun. Guyu, Jian Wuhong, saw the situation and scolded him. Wuhong, why are you with this kind of person? Guyu didn't understand. His words were full of disdain for Fang Chun. It's none of your business who I'm with, Jian Wuhong said. Then she grabbed Fang Chun's arm and walked toward the center of Huatian City. Seeing this scene, Guyu's expression turned completely gloomy. He waved his hand and called over a warrior. Who is he? He asked. His name is Fang Chun. He's ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking. He joined the old East Alliance's sword sect. The warrior was terrified. He was afraid that he would anger Guyu, so he quickly explained. Hearing this, Guyu nodded. Ranked 100 on the Tianhua ranking. Guyu smiled eerily and disappeared from the street. Jian Wuhong brought Fang Chun to a mansion. I'm sorry, Jian Wuhong said apologetically. Fang Chun spread his hands, showing that he didn't care. He'd seen this kind of thing many times. Every time he went out with a beautiful woman, it happened. Although Guyu was ranked 10 on the Tianhua ranking, Fang Chun wasn't afraid. Let's go in. Jian Wuhong nodded and led Fang Chun into the mansion. Outside the mansion, Guyu saw the 2 of them enter and looked up with his dark eyes. Above the mansion, there was a golden plaque with 2 large words written on it. Golden Mansion. Everyone in Huatian City knew about this mansion. This was because the master of the mansion was a creation realm Dao ancestor. Moreover, he was a 7-star divine artifact craftsman. Guyu's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Inside the mansion, a servant brought Jian Wuhong to the garden. Jin Bing Dao Father sat in a pavilion drinking tea, relaxed and carefree. Wuhong, you've come. He chuckled when he saw Jian Wuhong. Elder, I have a request. Jian Wuhong cupped her hands in greeting. There's no need to be so formal. Speak, what is it? Jin Bing Dao Father asked. Jian Wuhong nodded and then said, It's like this. I owe Fang Chun a favor. He wants to raise the grade of his weapon, so I came to look for you, Dao Ancestor. After hearing Jian Wuhong's words, Dao Father Armory was a bit surprised. Wuhong, upgrading a weapon is something your old East Alliance can do. Why come to me? To tell you the truth. Jian Wuhong explained what had happened to Dao Father Gold Soldier. The latter was slightly surprised, but he immediately agreed. Good. Since you've come to me, I'll make this young friend's weapon myself. Jin Bing Dao Father smiled. Jian Wuhong had Fang Chun take out the hidden star sword, then handed it to Jin Bing Dao Father. Jin Bing Dao Father took the weapon and carefully examined it. Originally, a Tier 4 divine weapon would not enter the eyes of the Gold Soldier Dao Ancestor. However, As the gold soldier Dao ancestor observed, his expression turned grave. Jian Wuhong stood to one side, waiting quietly. Jin Bing Dao Father's face changed, his eyes flashing. After a long time, he put down the hidden star sword. His dark eyes stared straight at Fang Chun. It was as if he wanted to see through Fang Chun. He could sense that the hidden star sword contained a unique aura of sword Dao. This sword Dao aura was even stranger than Jian Wuhong's sword Dao aura. As a Dao father, his senses were sharp.